All right. So at 120, he said if you have different shaped maps, they're going to have different territories.
Did you post something or
Got him. All right. I'll post it. See if I can upload it here. Guys think that you could just double speak like every day, all day long and get away with it. And then accuse me of not listening. Fucking clowns.
where are you posting it?
My channel. Just a second, I'm uploading it.
Can you?
And then I'll post it in the side
All right.
chat.
Well, I can tell you right now, if I said different shaped maps will have different territories, that is incorrect.
It's a big if though, right?
Not necessarily. I could have misspoke. It happens. But I think I've been clear about my central point the whole time.
Checking for copyrighted content. Man, fuck you, Lars Ulrich. Public video published. Oh, yeah, I probably should have edited the video. Starts at 125 or 120. I should have recorded the part where he told me to listen. Oh, I think I did get that part. Yeah, that part's important too.
Okay, is it what I said at 120?
Yeah.
Yeah, I stand by that.
So if you change the map from a flat table and wrap it around the ball, it changes the territory,
Hey
No.
yo,
the
What
physical
I said in the
territory.
video, incorrect. No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said, and that's not what I meant. What I said was if you make a map of a globe and a map of a flat terrain, they will not be the same map.
I don't think that's what you said. Let me go watch the video again.
Let me watch it again, too.
So you can have the same shape maps, but you will have different territories. Alpha, bro, you need to put yourself on mute, please. Sorry, Alpha. I'm assuming that he can take himself off mute.
sorry to like butt in. I got something really random, but I just finished putting together a massive compost heap. Took forever.
You gonna have some chickens?
No, I'm gonna grow. I'm gonna grow food in it eventually. Once spring hits in Australia. But yeah, man, it'll be good. It's
Have
still
you
the last of winter
have
at
you
the
done
moment.
any have you done any research into electroculture?
Nah, electroculture.
Yes, brother. Are you a flatty?
Nah, I'm not really either at the moment. I'm kind of.
Perfect. Okay,
I'm
so yeah, do
just.
some research on electroculture. So basically, you take copper wire and you wrap it around a wooden dowel, and you make the
Yeah.
pattern in different kinds of ways, and this
Hmm.
will add some interesting results that you can
Oh, yeah.
experiment with. So if you have maybe uh, bug issues or anything like that, this will help with that. It'll also help with putting nutrients in the ground. It'll help with
Oh,
getting
dude.
higher yields.
Now that you say this, I was recommended by someone that builds composts, to put in. Uh, it's called crusher dust in Australia. It's basically basalt, and it's dust. It's like crushed down to a powder, not powder, but like almost a powder. It's very like sand, and you put that through the compost, and what it does is it electrifies it. Like it
Yep,
adds, yeah, like electro. It basically
it's
helps
silicone.
the
Yeah.
yeah helps the nutrition to transport around with the bacteria. So
So the whole
yeah,
point of having a compost is having the bacteria. Don't put
yes,
any fertilizer in it or you'll
no,
kill the bacteria.
yes, it's all about harboring and creating an environment for them to multiply. Basically,
Right. Right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
I just got finished brewing soil bacteria. I've been brewing it for about 2 weeks now, and I poured that all through it.
nice. Yeah. Do
Yeah.
your research on the electroculture. If you have two compost areas and you could maybe take a little crop over here and do it without the electroculture. That way you could see the
Hmm.
results for yourself. That'd be idea. If you can't do it, then you just make your own decision on whether you want to try it or not.
Uh huh.
Obviously, obviously, I'm not
I'll
telling you
check.
what to do.
Can you type the word into the chat, the side
Yeah,
chat,
like
and I'll
electro. I'll post a video for you. Let me find a good one. Let's see if I
thanks,
can
bro.
find you something. Yeah, no problem. I
That,
want you to
that,
have a high
that
yield.
yeah, that's also a quick video of me pouring in a little bit of the brew, the bacteria brew. I just got like a little, well, not a little. It's like a 10-liter camping water jug that has a tap at the bottom, and I wrapped the jug in black plastic because it's sensitive to light. If the light gets to the bacteria, it'll kill like the culture in there. it's a that's a government bro. That's a government drone. Where's that? Where's the drone?
Here we
Here's
go.
what?
Hey man, I really hope that you get a good yield out of your crops and whatever you're gonna do with it, man. If you have abundance and you have so much that you can't even put it back in your compost pile, just share with the homeless or something.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
here. Send it my way.
Rotten tomatoes
Yeah,
from Australia. They show up on a ship like 3 months later.
I got a rusty razor blade, but still it splits. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fun to you know what else I did? I have a couple of citrus trees, so lemon and lime trees, and they dropped a whole bunch of lemons on the ground and they were just all rotting away. So I decided to grab them all up in a big bucket, and I'm part of a composting group on Facebook, and I asked them, "Oh, is it okay to put lemons through a compost? Like, will it ruin the soil pH?" There was a lot of mixed opinions on it, but one guy said just do it because the whole point of compost is that it decomposes anything organic, so it'll break it down to the point where it won't affect, like everything just gets mixed in, and the quantity that I'm using is like it won't harm the whole pile kind of thing. But dude, it took forever to chop it all up. I made a little video of that's like sped up as well. It was good fun. Chopped up an entire bucket of lemons. It took about 40 minutes.
Making my mouth water, bro. I love
I get the black
lime
English
water.
walnut.
Oh, these ones were rotting. Well, some of them were rotting.
Yeah, no, but it's still making me thirsty. Like,
Yeah. But yeah, we'll see how the bacteria like them, whether they're too acidic or not. I don't know. A whole frickin' bucket of quartered lemons.
I
I'll
love
check
to
out
add
that
to
electroculture.
composting.
Definitely going to check out that.
Yeah, I keep hearing things about it, man. It's just the electroculture. I keep hearing good things.
I've been getting into all this stuff like composting and all that. The next thing will be like a worm farm, I guess. But it's cool to sort of get involved with the things that actually can be beneficial, like in going forward into the future, because it's all natural. We all benefit from agriculture and like knowing how to grow food, basically. So it's a handy skill to understand all this.
Yeah, everybody should be trying to realign with nature and become less domesticated.
Flat Earth channel pivoting into sustainable agriculture.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're hanging out with flat earthers, like there's no compartmentalization. Like, we'll look at anything that you have to show us,
The cool thing
except for
is
noises like Alpha's
all of
making.
all of
Like
this
Alpha's running a power sander or something.
all of this is all this ties back into, I guess, Earth in the long run. Like whether you're a glober or a flat Earth, like all of this will align with either people. You know, like it's all important to everyone, no matter how. Because it's the soil. It's like the Earth. It is Earth.
See, what I'm wondering is what's on the underside of Earth.
We've only dug 8 miles, so the underside of Earth is
Mud.
kind of an idea that doesn't really exist in reality, right?
Like,
So-
I'm saying there's probably some sort of extraterrestrial
Just
species
marshmallow
under
granite
there.
mud.
I would.
It's just mud and water, man. They said it's granite and water. Granite, mud, and water mixed all the way. They said it's granite, mud granite that water can flow through. That's
I
what the
would-
scientists say, not me.
I would suspect something to do with lava as well, like because that I mean you can't deny volcanoes.
No. It's just mud granite with
It's
water.
just-
No
Bro-
lava.
It
Bro
depends
said
on
it's
where you
mud,
dig.
granite, and water. All right, so drop it.
So what a volcanoes like? What's the go with them?
Well, there
All that mud and
are
granite heating up and coming up like a pimple in your skin. The oil gets fucking trapped. It can heat up. The salt and the oil can get to a greater temperature, and they got to fucking burst out, right?
Yeah, I
Somewhere.
personally think it's the
Hold
god
on.
Hephaestus. You
hold
know,
on. Composting causes heat, right?
Yes,
Is
yes,
the Earth not a giant composting pile?
yeah. That's
It's
yeah.
not.
So
I
if
mean-
you
Like your
find
skin.
thermal energy, would you be surprised if you're, digging in a giant composting pile?
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting angle on it. Yeah, man. I'll show you the temperatures I was able to get it up to last time because I did a pile, right, and it failed
You
because
got to
the
do a
water.
good pile. I used to have
Yeah.
piles like 9 and 10, 14 foot high of compost in my yard and wood. And then when you in the summer, wintertime, steam would roll out of them, and all the animals would live in it. It'd be
Yeah.
heat, hot, everything.
You got to be careful because they can catch fire if you have it too big. The heat, like a lot of it happens to wood chip piles that you'll see it at like landscaping centers, that kind of thing. It can generate so much heat. It's crazy. But
That's
check
what we're
this.
telling you.
This was a thermometer that I stuck in the pile that I first attempted, but it unfortunately it only lasted a couple of weeks or a week because I think I killed the bacteria by like adding water. You're supposed to add water to it to keep it moist, but I added tap water like from the taps, and that's got chlorine in it. It's chlorinated.
Oh
And
man,
You know
yeah,
what?
you gotta
know
get
what chlorine
distilled water.
does? Yeah,
Yeah, chlorine kills everything.
kills bacteria. So today, I went to like a hardware store and picked up 2 5-gallon buckets, and went down to the local creek and bucketed up all the creek water, just natural water.
So chlorine has a very low evaporation temperature compared to water. So if you were to take some chlorine and say get like a 50-gallon bucket and pour
Yeah.
the tap water and let it set for like maybe 3 to 5 days, and then check the chlorine content of that water, it might be safe enough.
Yeah, and someone told
But do
me
your
from that.
research on that. I don't want to kill your compost.
Someone told me to like you can still use tap water, you just have to let it gas off for 24 to 48 hours. Like put it in a bucket and all the chlorine will, eventually
It depends on what.
Yeah.
It depends on what you're trying to actually do. Like you can still bleach some stuff or chlorine a spot, but that's what you would do like a week or two before you get ready to plant there. So like if you pick a spot and you wanted to grow some stuff and it's like the first time you want to make sure it's good, Like this one dude told me you can pour bleach in an area, but then you got to like dilute it. Pour so much water after you wait a while. Like Hank said, give it a couple days, let rain or anything come natural, and then just pour water, flush it. What that does is kills everything all the way down that little, like you just draw a little 12-foot or 12-inch circle, I'm sorry, and then you pour it right there, and it goes down that area. And then when you put your food in that area, like a thing after that, everything that got killed all there now becomes your plant's food. So everything the bleach actually killed on the way down, all that natural shit became dried out food for your. Now it's easier for your plant to eat all that shit.
Damn.
So yeah, you can kill some of the stuff, but then if you wait and then flush out the dirt a little bit, then plant your thing. What you're doing is all that dead shit is what your plant's gonna live off of now.
Nice.
Yummy.
But yeah, the
Can-
first pile that I built, I think it also, one of the other reasons it failed is it wasn't big enough. It was only, I'll show you. This is me pouring it into the proper dimensions that I needed. So I needed a meter cubed in size. So that box that I built there from recycled pallets is 1 meter cubed, or about 3.3 feet cubed. And that's what I thought I was close to having in volume. And look, it's only filling up like barely a quarter. I was way off.
See what the South
Hey.
Americans did in ancient times, where they completely terraformed the acidic land to make it completely viable farmland. Did you see that?
They
There's
used
like an
aliens, though.
Food.
So
No,
let's
they
be real
didn't.
here.
No, they didn't use aliens.
They had aliens.
You
They
can
had aliens make their clay pots and bones and
Aliens, I love it.
Yeah,
can
it's the
regenerate.
aliens, bro.
You know how the soil's depleted of nutrition in like agricultural lands?
Right.
You can regenerate that if you add in organic matter. Like you just need that organic mass to come back in and help. But
Repopulate. Yeah.
yeah, it would take a shitload to. I mean, if you think of just the U.S. and how much land is
All of our
agricultural.
old grass clippings. Everybody's
here-
old grass clippings.
Here in
sent somewhere else
America,
to
we
grow
use
shit.
petrochemical fertilizers imported from Canada and Russia. All right, like God
Petrochemical.
intended.
Mm.
Yeah, petrochemical fertilizers.
Not good.
For growing food in.
Yeah,
Mm.
That sounds the best.
it's delicious, bro. USDA certified organic.
All that GMO stuff, yeah.
Yummy, yummy.
You know, I kind of
Mm.
got to tip my hat to the Russian president or prime minister or whatever the fuck they got over there. That dude has made some pretty serious laws, not only with society but also like food.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, no GMOs allowed in that country. Like it's like kind of like Singapore, right? Like if you just bring like your average American diet into Singapore, like you're going to prison.
Damn.
100% going to jail.
Not that I'm a fan of putting people in prison, but if you're a perverted criminal and you're trying to, wage war against the human race by controlling the food supply, then I guess maybe you do deserve to go to prison. But yeah.
Yeah, we gotta send all the people at Bayer Agricultural to prison.
I don't know what Bayer Agriculture is.
It's one of the companies.
Okay. I probably agree with that statement then.
Word.
Yeah, because it's like you can't, like patent a pecan tree. But if you genetically modify that pecan and you create something new, you can patent that. So
You totally can. And then when the seeds from that pecan tree spread onto other people's land, you can totally sue them out of business.
And they've
You know?
done that. They've actually done that, unfortunately.
Yeah, dude. America.
But there's this thing called the Ebner effect. Do you guys know about that?
No.
All right, I'll post it for you. Give me just a second. You guys are gonna love this shit. Promise.
I know about the Obama effect.
Yeah, you gotta stop watching cartoons, bro.
Wait, what cartoon was the Obama effect in?
I'm just saying that I'm a political atheist. The Ebner effect. Let's see.
Mm. Nobody's politically apathetical.
Well, I'm just an anarchist.
Oh, dude, you're like me. I'm very disillusioned by government. You know how government is like it's made out as though they will fix all the issues and have all the answers.
But they
They never
cause all the
They
problems.
never fucking do. They never have the answers. Yeah, they cause all the problems. Yet they're always before the election, they're always like posing as, oh yep, this is the solution to everyone's problems. Just, vote for us and the world will be better. It'll fix everything. It never has.
So I have no problem with legitimate government. Like if they're taking our tax dollars and like making our, let's say, sewer systems and underground aquifers and protecting our borders and our rights and our property. Like I have no problem with that. Like I'm not really anti-government. But my
Sure.
problem is like illegitimate government. Like we accidentally sent like too much money to what was the terror group, Al Qaeda or something?
Yeah.
Like what?
Wait, but Larry, you said you were an anarchist, right?
Yeah, that basically means there's no rulers. There's no legitimate rulers without committing a crime.
Right,
Creating
but
an actual.
But how are you calling yourself an anarchist if you're saying that there are legitimate functions of government?
Right, because you think government means authority over me, when a government really means servants. So I don't have a problem with public servants that are serving the people. I don't have a problem with that. For example, I don't want to get up in the middle of the night and put out fires and chase bad guys with guns. I'm not interested in going to put out a fire in a meth lab, so I don't mind paying property taxes to pay for that sort of thing. Now, do I want those same people who chase bad guys with guns to like police the populace and give them speeding tickets of like $6 billion a day? No, I don't.
So you're not really an anarchist then. You want some sort of limited government.
I used to be more libertarian, now I'm more anarchist because I can't hardly see any legitimate government at this point.
But being an anarchist implies that you don't want any government at all.
No, you trust me. You want me to govern myself. Like self-governance is what I'm talking about. So, like I'm 6'3", 350 pounds. Like trust me, you want me to govern myself, no matter how anarchist you are. You don't want me stealing your shit, right? Hold on, let me finish. Hold on.
Okay.
Finish. Yeah. So what I'm talking about is self-governance, right? Like if I agree, like, hey, I'm not going to put out fires in the middle of the nights. So I agree with the fire departments all over town. I don't mind paying this tax if you guys put out fires, right? I also don't have a problem if my neighbor says, fuck that, I'll put out my own damn fires, and I'll be held responsible if my house catches your house on fire. Right? You see what I'm saying? So it's all
I get what you're saying, man, but
it's all
at the same
contracting.
time, it doesn't really sound like anarchism if you're like supporting some form of central government that enforces
I'm
these
not
functions.
talking about centralized government.
Well, that is what you're talking about, right? Some sort of central authority that can put out fires and fight crime. Like that is central government.
Central government is like Washington D.C. telling Texas that they can't defend their border.
No, man, that's like a central local government that's organizing a firefighting division or a crime fighting division, like a police department, that is central government.
Okay, we're going to agree to disagree.
Alright.
So yeah, I don't have a problem with people making willful contracts, right? That's not a problem at all. Like I said, with me accepting the fire department and my neighbor rejecting the fire department, no big deal. But I also think you should be able to do the same with cops. Like, if I create a victim, let's say I hit somebody with my car, like, okay, you got me. Yeah, I need to either have insurance or be capable of restoring you financially, right? If I say, no, I didn't do nothing wrong, then you should be able to haul me into a courtroom and have a learned elder decide what should be done to rectify the situation. Like
See, that
that's-
sounds like a central government, though.
No, that's elders. See, you keep saying it's centralized government, right? In a society where there are no rulers, that doesn't mean there's no rules, right?
Right, but
So-
you've just described
Keep
a
cutting me
system
off.
where you have some elders that are in
you
charge and
keep-
provide some sort of
keep-
law.
You keep cutting me off.
Okay, no, go ahead.
If you go
sorry.
into an Inuit tribe in like northwestern Alaska, and you see that they don't really have a centralized government, see what happens if you harm one of their children. They're going to have a common law, and they're going to hold you to it. Even though there's no rulers, there's no president, there's no constitution, they don't have any paper to write on, but there's still law in that land. It's called common law. Do you agree?
I don't know, man. Can I speak for a little bit?
Yeah, I'm not interrupting you. You're interrupting me. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I don't want to interrupt you, so if you want to keep talking,
What?
go ahead.
I asked you a question. Like, obviously, it's your turn to talk.
Okay. Well, I was on a research vessel in northern Alaska for about 3 weeks. And we had native Inuit hunters on our boat, right? They don't operate in a system where there's no government. They absolutely do have a government. And that government is absolutely beholden to the United States of America because Alaska is a part of the United States of America. So this idea that they have some sort of like decentralized tribal law where there's no rulers and there's no like written accords that they govern themselves by, I think that's ridiculous because they absolutely do.
Okay, it's very possible that I'm wrong, and I just randomly chose a tribe that completely bows down willingly to the United States government. But,
No, well, dude, I'm not saying that they bow down to the United States government.
yeah, you did. You just did. You just said.
No. What I'm saying is that they have their own systems, which is what you've said, and I agree with that, right? Like, it's not a traditional, what we would in the United States think of as a like traditional system of law, but at the same time, it's not like they're completely outside of the traditional system of law. You know what I'm saying? Like, they absolutely do have laws and hierarchy and rules that govern their society.
You're saying they have a common law, but they also bow down to United States authority.
They do, absolutely. And if you look at the treaties that the United States has made with these tribes, you'll see that they are completely subservient. The United States officially recognizes them as like semi-sovereign nations, but at the same time, you know, if the U.S. Marshals want to show up and enforce the law of the United States on their territory, they have no legal repercussions to deal with that. Like, there is law there. There is hierarchy. There is some sort of centralized authority. And you know, on tribal land, it is absolutely completely different than if you were to go to a, you know, westernized city. but there is still law. There is still a centralized authority. There's still this sort of system of power that exerts itself over these tribes. And to suggest that they like operate outside of that, I think is just not accurate.
Yeah, I've already agreed with you that you have knowledge that I didn't have and I was wrong. And I recanted, but I think you're missing my point. I didn't literally mean the tribe that you went to and saw that they were subservient to the government. My thing was kind of hypothetical, not literal. So if you went to a tribe, let's say Northern Siberia, you haven't been there yet, right?
No.
Perfect. Okay, so let's say you went to a Northern Siberian tribe and they didn't adhere to Russian law because the Soviet Union's long gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they basically didn't really have a chief or anything. But if you were to harm one of their children, even though they had no rulers, you'd find out very quickly that they did indeed have law, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Now you get what I was trying to say. So,
I understand, yeah.
So me, as someone who, philosophically kind of leans towards anarcho-capitalist, I don't have an issue with people, agreeing to make contracts with one another, right? Like legitimate government being governed by the consent of the governed, like it says in the Declaration of Independence. What my problem is when the government taxes us and sends money and guns to the drug cartels like Fast and Furious, or to the regime in Israel or Taiwan or Ukraine, right? Like, to me, that's illegitimate. I don't think there's any legitimacy to that at all.
I understand where you're coming from. I think in these instances, it's sort of a wider scope. It's sort of the idea like, yeah, it might not directly impact the lives of the people who are the constituents of that government, like directly, immediately, but in the long term, in the more strategic, view, it does make a significant impact, and it does impact how we live our lives and how we conduct ourselves as a society. Like, if the United States government decides, hey, we're going to send $100 million worth of guns to Ukraine, right? You might not personally feel any impact of that, but on a societal level, we do benefit from that action.
Oh.
And I don't see the argument that it's like tyrannical or that it's against the impacts, against the interests of our society, because it does benefit us ultimately, even if it's in a very abstract way that we can't directly measure.
So how do dead Russians benefit me?
Well, you're familiar with the idea that the Cold War, that Russia has been our geopolitical adversary for like the past 100 years, right?
I don't see any evidence for that.
Well, the Cold War, you're familiar with that, right?
Yeah, we were selling weapons and they were selling weapons. It sounds like competition and good business capitalism 101 to me.
Well, it's more than that, right? It's not just selling weapons, and I'm not denying that we did that, but the idea that there were two competing systems for global hegemony. We had, Russia was in the East purveying communism, and we were in the West purveying capitalism, and the Soviet bloc fell apart, but Russia didn't really stop. Putin got to power, and he's been in power since the Soviet bloc fell apart, basically. And, he's out there advocating actively against American interests, which include free trade and free markets, sort of a global open system.
How's he doing that?
Well, he's he's advocated for wars in the Middle East, right? The Kosovo wars. You know about those? He attacked his mercenaries under his command attacked an American base in the Middle East.
Where?
It's Syria.
Oh, the country that he was invited to that we're illegally invading?
So, I don't know. What's your stance here, man?
Well, I mean, if you contract with someone and you invite them over to help you with a guy that's breaking into your house and stealing your oil, and he does that, what did he do wrong? I'm saying, you saying that he's for war in the Middle East. If there was ever a pot calling the kettle black statement, I think that would be it, right?
I see where you're coming from. I don't think that either Russia or the United States involvement in that region really benefits the citizens of either country.
Benefits Israel.
Gosh. All right. Do you want to talk about Israel?
No.
Okay. That's fine. So what I'm saying is that Russia they've been increasingly aggressive towards their neighbors since the Soviet bloc fell apart. And they're doing that in a way that actively goes against the interests of the common person of the United States of America. And that combating that interest is something that we, as the common people of America, should be very invested in.
I think you're conflating the interest of the United States corporation and the common man in America.
Well, there's a significant overlap, and I won't lie about that.
Well, there may be, but there's also, like the whole idea of every time we have one of these illegal, godforsaken wars, the dollar just completely devalues, and it's bad for the common man, not good for the common man at all. So, what minimum wage was? What do they switch it to, like $7.25 an hour in like 2006
2009.
or 7? 2009 was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So during that time, one could make a pretty good living working like 30, maybe 40 hours a week. And nowadays, if you're making minimum wage, you better have some roommates and 2 or 3 jobs.
I agree with you. Yeah. I'm not
So-
arguing. I
So
mean,
is that because of what, we want with our interest, or is it the United States corporation and their interest that's caused this? Because we don't sign $6 trillion bills. President Trump signed $6 trillion bills, right? Prints it out of thin air, does he not? Does that cause inflation when people do stuff like that?
A little bit. We do a little bit of inflation, okay?
Yeah.
A little bit.
So, but you should totally support your government when they deflate the purchasing power of your dollar and devalue your labor and wealth and all that stuff, because that's the common man's interest, I guess.
Oh, I get where you're coming from, man. Because you're totally right. You hit the nail on the head here. Like, we as a people no longer have any control over our government, and like the idea that the government is actively advocating for our interests is pretty obviously kind of out the window.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's safe to say that this is the United States of Israel.
Whoa, man. Come on.
Well, can can you tell me, like, if you and I sit together and we draw a line right down the middle of the piece of paper, and on the left side, I write down all the stuff that the United States federal government has done for the American people, and you on the right side write down all the stuff the United States government has done for the Israeli government, whose page is going to fill up faster, do you think?
Oh, yours, absolutely. I
Yeah?
think, no, I don't believe that the United States government has actually done all that much for the Israeli government, personally. You know, we've given them weapons, which they've asked for and they've paid for quite heavily.
They paid
Quite,
for them. I thought
they
it was
did.
free.
Yeah, no. We have
I thought they got it for free.
it's sort of a lend-lease agreement that we have with them. It's not free. Don't get that into your head, because it's not true. It's not free. They do pay for it. It's sort of on like a very generous layaway, finance schedule.
Really?
It's not
So-
free.
So we're not giving them any free money in Israel.
Well, you can make the argument that we're giving them weapons at a very reduced rate, which we are, So in that sense, you might say we're giving them some free equipment, but it's not like they're not paying anything.
U.S. aid.
Yeah, no. We give them a lot. We give them quite a lot more than they probably deserve, but It's not-
300 billion?
it's not free though. It's not like they're not
Well,
paying.
What do they give
anything.
us? How much does Israel send the United States every year? Let's
They
look
do
that up.
pay for it. I mean, I don't have the numbers right off the top of my head, but they're not like getting it for free. They are buying it. They're buying it.
Like, I searched it the other way around, and it doesn't even show up that way. Like, I can't. U.S. aid to Israel. I typed in, how much does Israel send the U.S.? And it says, how much aid does the U.S. give to Israel? So if you would like to cite your source for that, I'd like to see it.
And then
US
it's one thing to get it. It's one thing to get a source for it, but it's another thing to actually trust the source too. Like, how do we know they're not just fucking, falsifying the stats, or
Well,
it's hard to have an opinion on that. I feel like unless you're there in the government, like performing the action, who knows what is going on?
Okay, listen
I
to
think
this.
there's stuff that we're allowed to know, and then there's stuff that is meant for our ears as civilians, or public opinion. It's like, oh yeah, they do this or we do that, and it's information for public consumption.
So,
Kind of
listen
thing.
to this. In the first few decades of U.S. aid to Israel, amounts were, quote, relatively small. From 1949 to 1973, the U.S. gave Israel a total of $3.1 billion. A dollar in 1973? Holy shit. Anyway, 700 million less than it receives annually under the 2016 Memorandum of Understanding between U.S. and Israel. Between 1970 and 1979, U.S. gave Israel $16 billion. I wonder how much they gave back. You think they gave some money back, or did they say thank you?
they absolutely did give money back, but I would
You
agree
cite
with
your
your
source?
sentiment that they're not giving back the equivalent cost of those.
Can you cite your
Munitions.
source that they give money back?
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
And I'm not talking about buying something from us. I'm talking about sending us a check. Like, here you go. I don't need anything in return.
Well, I can talk specifically about like the F-16 programs, right? Where we were giving them advanced fighter jets.
No, you said that that they give us money. That's the part.
Yeah,
that
well, that's
devastating.
what I'm talking about, right?
Can I ask
Specifically, I'm talking about one weapons platform, the F-16 fighter, and they bought those from us, and we sold them to them. But the idea that we're like making a profit off it is, probably not quite true. They did buy those from us. They paid us money for them, and we provided them the weapons platforms, and those are, the stuff they're using in Gaza right now. But it's not something that we're necessarily making a profit off of, because at some level there was a determination made that giving them these weapons platforms at a reduced rate advocated for our political interests in a way that, hey, maybe we can cut up a little deal, right? Maybe they're not paying for it in full, but we'll pay for the extra, and the geopolitical situation that they would develop from having these weapons is something that we would benefit from in a way that would, recoup the cost that we might otherwise lose. So they absolutely have paid in some way, especially financially.
We're not talking about paying for services. I'm talking about we gave them money. You said that they gave us money.
They did.
Okay, well, they got F-16s for it.
Yeah.
Can you show me where they've just given us money, no strings attached?
Well, I'm not claiming that they've done that.
Oh. Okay, so, like I said, the United States of Israel. Go ahead, Boulder.
I was just curious, Larry. Does Israel have to give us something, no strings attached? I mean, what would that accomplish?
I'm also curious about this.
Well, no, I don't suppose they have to. There's no law that says that they have to. But do we have to give Israel no strings attached?
We don't have to. There's no law that says
Larry,
we have to, other than
Larry,
what's been agreed
Larry,
to by Congress.
Have we given no strings attached?
Yeah, I think so. What have we gotten in return? Other than dead
Many
Palestinians.
things.
Okay, dead
Many
Palestinians. What
things.
else? What
Well,
else?
Larry, I think what he's asking is has there been a situation where we've just given money to Israel with absolutely no strings attached? Like, we didn't expect anything in return. We didn't expect it to go towards any specific program. We just gave them money.
Yeah, Larry, has that happened? Have we given Israel money with no strings attached?
Yeah, because if we tell them to do something, they're not going to do it.
Okay, hold on. You said yeah. Can you please cite that? Because right now I just have you saying yeah, but I'd like to see that event. The money given with no strings attached. When did that happen? What year? What decade?
What decade have we not given them money is a better question, but I'll go ahead and cite my source here where we're sending them.
You're saying that we did. You just said we gave them money with no strings attached.
Yeah, you asked the question.
Please
I'm
say
trying
when that
to
happened.
answer. I'm in the middle of answering your question, and you feel the need to interrupt. I don't know why. Maybe you're emotionally tied to Israel or something. But I just posted something in the side chat, and it goes over all this money that we're sending to Israel. Now, you're telling me that I need to back up my claim that there's no strings attached, right?
No, you don't have to back up anything. I just want you to tell me the transaction, like the year that it happened, and then I'll go look it up myself.
I just posted it.
You just said we did give them money with no strings attached. And I just want you to tell me the year of the thing that you are thinking of. I don't want to read
every year
and get distracted.
Since 1948.
Every year.
We
have given money with no strings attached. We didn't want anything in return.
Larry, can I address the article that you posted?
Sure.
Yeah. So from what I'm reading here, there are not no strings attached. There are specific.
So what are we getting? What has Israel given us?
That doesn't mean no strings attached. This isn't a transactional relationship, right? We're giving them money to further specific interests. It's not economic, it's not transactional, it's not financial, right?
Whose interest?
The article that you've posted here posts 3 very specific interests, right? Military, economic, missile defense, right? So if they use the funds that we've given them for the purposes that we've given them those funds, right? Like, it doesn't seem like we've given it to them for no purpose.
So what
We're
are we
not-
getting in return?
Why do you think that we need to get something out of it?
Because you said it was for our interest. Do you know what interest
It is.
means?
No. I understand what you're saying, but do you think it has to be like a direct economic, like we're giving them money and then they're giving us money back? Like, what are you?
No, I didn't say any money back, right? But
Okay.
interest is a legal term. It's actually a commercial term.
Mhm.
And it basically means like part ownership or something that's going to benefit you in some kind of way, receiving goods or benefits. So what kind of
Yes.
goods or benefits is the American people, not the United States corporation, the American people getting by giving Israel money?
Okay. Would you like me to go through the 3 points that this article you posted specifically addressed?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. So first off is military.
So
So
they're
that
protecting
means
us?
no. It means they're protecting their own interests, right?
Oh, that's their interest, not our interest. Okay, next.
No. But you're confused here because it's their interests are our interests
No, they're
in this
not.
region. Yes, they
Oh.
are.
No, I'm not interested in Israel whatsoever. Nobody here is interested in Israel whatsoever. It's America for
Mhm.
Americans, and our tax dollars should go to Americans. So you're gaslighting me. Hold on. I'm in the
No,
middle of
you
talking,
hold on
bro.
here.
Bro, I'm in the middle
Okay.
of talking.
Go ahead.
Let me finish, and then I'll let you go. This is how it works here.
Okay.
So, you're claiming that I have an interest in protecting Israeli citizens. I actually do not have an interest. I have an interest in defending American citizens. That's what American tax dollars are for. So if you could explain to me how protecting Israeli interest is somehow the same as protecting American citizens or American interest, I'd like to hear about it.
Absolutely. Are you going to interrupt me, or should I just go?
Well, I mean, in the past, you have been the one interrupting me.
Entirely fair. Right. So the first point that this article that you have posted addresses is military, right? We're talking about the Israeli Defense Forces, the IDF. What they are doing in the region is essentially securing their own territory while also securing outposts in surrounding territories which are aligned both against the IDF and against the American military. And what they are doing with those outposts that they have secured is collecting intelligence. Are you familiar with Mossad?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Mossad is one of the largest and most significant intelligence partners with the United States. So when something happens in the Middle East, they are there listening, watching, collecting information that they then give to us so that we can use that information to protect our assets in the Middle East, our military bases, our servicemen, that kind of thing. That's part of where this money is going to.
Okay. So on September the 11th, when the Israelis were there to document the event, did they give us a heads up?
There were multiple heads up given.
So the Israeli IDF said, hey, we're there to document this event, but maybe you guys could stop it if you just ground all the flights on September the 1st. I'm sorry. September the 10th.
I don't think that would be an accurate statement.
Yeah, they didn't do that, did they? But they were there to document the event. But you claim that they're there to share intelligence with us, but they just happen to forget to share that little bit of information. And these were Mossad agents on Israeli television saying that they were
Well,
there to document the
They
events of 9/11.
They did share that information. We didn't act on it. I mean, the
Can you
events.
cite your source for that?
Not immediately. If you want me to go digging through it for a
Sure,
little bit.
I'd love to see the Mossad, memo to the American Airlines and every other corporation.
Yeah, I'm not
ground
claiming
all
that
flights.
exists.
Wait, why
Oh.
would they go to the American Airlines? That's not how that would work at all. Intelligence sharing is usually between agencies. So the question is if anything that would go to the airlines would be from the American intelligence services.
Okay, so did we get a heads up on September the 10th?
We did. Multiple
Okay.
times by multiple intelligence agencies, including those that were not Israeli.
Oh, by the way, really quick.
Our own intelligence agencies had heads up on 9/11, and they didn't act on it.
By the way, the Mossad isn't the closest US partner. It's technically the Brits and the...
Yeah, and there were British news agencies reporting on September 11th before it happened. I mean, the idea that the Israelis are like hiding in the shadows and like concealing this information for their own benefit, I don't see it.
Well, I mean, the only thing they have to gain is like a relentless 20-year war against all their neighbors and mowing their backyard and clearing out all the snakes for them.
Yeah, and how did that work? Now Israel's trapped in a war with half the fucking region. Did that really play out well for them? Do you think that their master plan really played out in their favor?
Well, I mean, they don't have to start any wars. We don't have to go to war.
Because
we're about to go to war with Iran, right? Like, how does that benefit me?
I mean,
we're not going to go to war with Iran. Israel is about to go to war with Iran.
Wait, anytime
the going by themselves?
Wait, by the way, anytime the US intervenes in behalf of Israel, you do get a benefit from Israel existing there. Israel is a partner of the US. So Israel existing as a state is beneficial to you because they trade with you. For example, they trade with you, they have security, cooperations with you. For example, a lot of technology. Like, I don't know, like Trophy, for example, is developed by the Israelis and used by the Americans on your tanks. Some of them. Like them existing as a state that is friendly to you is beneficial. Just like any partnership between states is usually mutually beneficial. And Israel not being like another state that might go to war with America or, be adversarial to America is inherently beneficial to you.
Was it beneficial to the sailors on the USS Liberty?
Oh, the USS Liberty, bro, brought up that.
Fucking hell. Wait. Okay, sorry. Just to be clear, you think that if any partnership between two countries has any downside at all, then it's not a mutually beneficial partnership?
Dude, that wasn't a downside. That was an act of war.
It was, though.
I mean, no, but okay.
Hey, bro, can I say, like, the USS Liberty incident, that was totally fucked. We shouldn't have let that slide, but we did.
Yeah, but it also wasn't like the Israeli state. It was like
It was literally the Israeli state. It was the IDF attacking a United States military vessel.
Yeah, also
civilian
communication and shit like that.
It wasn't a civilian. It was not civilian. Don't get that wrong, because the USS Liberty was a United States reconnaissance vessel.
Are you telling me that someone who's just there observing is a military target?
If they're a military vessel, they are a military target, especially if they're in an active war zone.
They're operated by a military.
So just
don't get it wrong that the USS Liberty was a civilian vessel, because it absolutely was not. It was a United States Navy vessel operated by United States Navy personnel. It was not civilian. Do not get that wrong.
Also, wait, sorry, out of curiosity, do you think every time the US bombed British troops in Iraq, there was an act of war against Britain?
Yeah, I don't think we should have been shooting British people at all. Yeah,
But
it's bad.
should the Brits have like nuked the US because you declared war on them?
I think we're talking about apples and oranges here because
No, you're talking about the
you're
US.
talking about friendly fire, right?
Yeah.
I'm talking about a war crime because when the
What was the war
IDF, when the IDF hit the USS Liberty, when they came out and tried to give aid, they came back by and bombed them again. You're not supposed to bomb the people who are providing like medical. You're not supposed to. Yeah, it's a war crime.
Who
You're
was
not supposed to
providing
do that.
medical assistance?
Medical aid to the people that had been
Yeah,
bombed on the ship.
Who was doing that?
The U.S. people that were on the ship.
Who? Wait,
The medics, bro.
Wait, is it a wait? So if you hit a ship and there are medics on board, that's automatically a war crime?
No, if you hit a
Okay,
ship,
So
right
so the
after,
ship.
hold on, bro, relax. If you take out all of the communications and then you bomb a ship, and then the medics are trying to provide medical aid to the people, and these are your allies, and then you go back by and bomb them again after they're trying to provide, medical assistance to the downed personnel, you're not supposed to do that.
So
It's a war
again, just
crime
out of
to attack.
curiosity.
It's
So
a war crime to attack the medics.
so again, just to be clear, so if the US is in a war with China and the US strikes a ship and then some medic somewhere is like helping someone on that same ship, still a medic from the same ship, the US strikes the target again because usually you strike targets multiple times, then that's automatically a war crime. Is that your opinion?
I believe it is. I don't believe
Okay,
you're supposed to attack medical personnel.
Hey,
no,
Larry,
not at all,
could I
okay.
could I get your candid opinion on this? Like, how do you view the United States-Israeli relationship right now, and how do you view the current events that Israel is involved with in the Middle East? Like, what's your take on the whole thing, and why? How does that inform the opinion that you have right now on the relationships between the United States and Israel?
Well, my worldview is pretty simple. I support the Israeli people. I do not support the Israeli government. I support the Palestinian people. I do not support the Palestinian government.
Okay.
So that's pretty clear, right?
Yeah.
Right. So how this affects my understanding is that most people don't really want to go kill one another. It takes like lies and propaganda to convince people that these other people are the non-humans and we got to go kill them, right?
Okay. I mean, okay.
Wait, do you think it takes lies, or do you think maybe people would attack another people if they were bombed by them on a regular basis?
Yeah, I mean, I could see why someone getting attacked on a regular basis would make them fight back. Yeah.
Okay, so do you know that like literally that can be a motivation for both the Israelis and the Palestinians, because the Palestinians repeatedly shoot rockets into Israel and the Israelis repeatedly raid into Palestinian territory?
Well, I mean, when you're occupying a country, that sort of thing happens, right?
Yeah, but do you think the Palestinians but do you think the Palestinians could see themselves as justified in fighting against the Israelis because the Israelis repeatedly attack their settlements and
Yeah, it's not a war crime to
I'm not talking about
fight
a war
back.
crime.
Hold on, bro. Relax. It's not a war crime to attack military targets from an occupying force.
It is a war crime
Okay.
to use white phosphorus rounds and to conduct airstrikes on hospitals and schools, though.
No, I'm not even going there. I'm just
Agreed.
he says it takes propaganda, but both sides have motivation to take military action against the other side just based on their daily experience, right? Would you agree with that, or do you think it?
Well, I mean,
That is
the way that the way that things are now, but that doesn't mean that there's not propaganda, because anytime there's a war going
Always.
on, there's
Yeah,
going to
there's
be
literally
wartime
always
propaganda.
Well, there is, yeah.
Do you think that's the main motivator, or just like a thing that's happening, like on the side?
Well, I mean, before Israel showed up, there was Christians, Jews, and Muslims living in the region peacefully for a really long time. Like
Mm,
a
No.
really no.
Wait. Sorry. Also,
So,
how is
so
that
tell me
related?
about.
Wait.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Wait, no.
You
Please,
just made a
please.
claim. Hold
No,
on, sir.
Sorry.
You
Please,
just
really.
made a claim.
No, can I?
Hold
No,
on,
please.
sir.
You made a
Hold
claim
on.
first. I want to respond to your claim first, your prior claim.
Okay, ladies
Just
first.
be,
Okay.
just to be very clear, okay? How does like old relations from like the early 20th century, how does that relate to the modern justification between Israel and Palestine for fighting each other?
Well, they weren't there in the 1920s, were they?
Yeah, that's
Well,
my point.
yeah, they
How is
were.
that related? No, wait, not
Wait a
even that.
minute. So you're.
How is that related
Hold on.
to 2020?
Hold
How is
on, bro.
1920?
Bro, relax. Calm down. I know that you're emotionally tied to Israel, but relax. We're
No,
just
I'm
having a
not.
conversation.
You're
Okay.
just saying something
Just-
weird and not.
Just relax. Just relax, bro.
Okay.
So, the other guy just said, the American guy, he just said that Israel was in Palestine in the 1920s. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, it was mostly the British mandate for Palestine.
Right. After the Balfour Declaration and World War One.
Hmm.
So you're
Yeah.
saying like Israel existed in Palestine in the 1920s?
Not the state of Israel, but the
people?
precursors to Israel. Not the people, but the precursors to the state. I mean, if you look at the history of this conflict, right, these people have been literally trying to kill each other since, for 100 years, if not more than that. If you look
So-
further back,
So tell me about the Palestinian Civil War, like before 1948.
the Palestinian Civil War,
Yeah, go ahead. You just said that they were trying to kill each other, so what are you talking about?
I'm not referring to the Palestinian Civil War. I'm
Right,
referring
because
to
there
the
wasn't one.
ethnic conflict between Jews and Arabs, in the region that have been going on.
Before 1948?
Absolutely, man. I mean, since
Okay, so show me the Palestinian Civil War before 1948.
goddamn, since the Romans dissolved the state of Judea, what was that, 2,000 years ago? They've
So
literally never stopped killing each other. That's all they've ever done. It's never stopped. It hasn't, for a single moment, ever stopped.
So there's never been any peace in that area.
There's been plenty of
Bro,
peace.
you're welcome to point me towards the era that the Middle East had peace between the Jews and the Muslims. I don't think you'll find it.
I mean, there's plenty of individual pieces in the Middle East.
Right, there's little
That's a lot
temporary
of people. It takes
pieces.
9 months to make one and one day to kill all of them. That's how do
Exactly.
we got names of people?
Okay, but wait, sorry, just to be very clear, none of that matters for the current conflict or the point that was being made.
The current conflict is a continuation of all previous conflicts.
we were talking about the justification for the current people in Israel and Palestine to fight each other. Those are not the people that fought each other in the for a large part of all of that.
Functionally, they are the same people.
They're fighting
They're
for
the same religious groups. They're the same ethnic and tribal groups.
Yeah, the same religious groups can have wildly different motivations throughout time.
I've heard Jewish people that are Palestinian who were there before the invasion of 1948, and they said that Jews and Muslims or Arabs, if you call them, they got along really good and watched each other's children and babysat each other's children and ate together. And
yeah, some of them also had conflict. There was plenty of conflict before that. But
so, what specific conflict or battle are you talking about?
Wait, you know that Muhammad, specifically in the Quran, you can find mentions of them specifically killing Jews, right? That's in the Quran.
I've never read it. So
in a book?
Yeah, okay. In the Quran, they specifically Muhammad was a warlord. He fought Jews.
Should we go over all of the conflicts that the modern state of Israel has had with the modern state of Palestine? Would that be helpful?
I don't think we got that much time.
Oh, well, let's do like a little blitz, you know?
Why?
The 1948
What's not
Arab
news?
Israeli War, the Palestinian Fedayeen insurgency
What's
in
real
the
and not true?
1950s, the Suez Crisis in the 1956, the Six-Day War, 1967, the War of Attrition,
Lot of news.
1967 to 1970, the Yom Kippur War, 1973, Palestinian insurgency in South Lebanon, 1971, 1982 Lebanon War, South Lebanon Conflict, 1985, First Intifada, Second Intifada, 2006 Lebanon War, Gaza War, 2012 Israeli operation in Gaza Strip, 2014 Gaza War, Syrian Civil War, 2021 Israeli-Palestinian crisis. That's our most recent one.
All right, so name the ones that happened before 1948.
Israel did not exist between 1948.
So there was no war.
Right. If the state doesn't exist, there can't be any war. I agree with you.
But the narrative is those people have been fighting over there for hundreds of years. But when I
Yes.
say, well, where's the Palestinian Civil War? Crickets. And then you named off all these, wars that Israel and
Wait, what do you
Palestine
mean?
has had.
Wait, sorry, just to be clear, what do you mean by Palestinian Civil War?
Yeah, it's the concept. I just said it. The concept that those people, the narrative that those people have been over there fighting for hundreds of years.
You do know that
Right.
Palestine didn't exist for hundreds of years, right? Palestine hasn't existed as a state at all, ever,
Right.
in the history of the world. And even the Palestinian identity is not older than 100 years.
Okay.
There has
well,
been no Palestinian Civil War because there hasn't been Palestine or Palestinians for 100 years.
the problem for you is I have really old books. Sorry.
Then what do they talk about?
Palestinians.
Okay, can you show them to me?
No, I'm not going to dig through my library until I find the books with all the stuff in there.
Okay, do you have any sources?
So you want me to, show you that people existed in the land before Israel showed up?
No, the Palestinians existed in the land before Israel showed up.
Oh, so a rose is a rose by another name unless they're Palestinians, right?
Wait, do you think people don't change their identity?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that it actually changes anything in real life.
The real life situation is that these people have been killing each other for hundreds of years.
Sorry. Just do you think if people, like, the culture changes and the composition of the people changes and how they identify changes, it doesn't change anything at all in how they act?
Yeah, there's still people there, right?
Do you think
So you
people
refuse to recognize
What?
them as Palestinians, but that doesn't
they
mean
didn't recognize
Hold
themselves
on,
as
bro.
Palestinians.
Hold on, bro. I'm trying my best not to interrupt you. All I'm asking for in return is the same. So, the people that lived there before 1948, right? Let's pretend that they called themselves Palestinians, right? Now, let's not pretend that they called themselves Palestinians. Did their ancestors still live there?
For some of them,
So the answer is yes.
for some of them, yeah. For some of them, no.
So there was a migration into Palestine, or the region of Canaan, before 1948. Who was moving into that
I mean,
area?
I don't know. You say just some ancestors of some people existed at some time. Like, yeah, probably.
Okay.
That's so
before
vague
Hitler,
that I'm not gonna give you, like, a strong claim.
so before Hitler made the agreement with the Jews in 1933 and started deporting Jews to Israel, so the people that lived there.
Hold on.
I mean,
can we check that chat? Hold on. You're saying Hitler?
He keeps saying
you're saying Hitler put Jewish people into Israel in 1933.
Yeah, you want to see the source?
Yeah, let's see the source.
Sure, give me just a second.
Okay.
I can't remember the name of it.
Oh, I have no doubt you do.
Just relax, bro.
Because I'm pretty sure the Israeli state outdates Hitler.
It's called the Havara Agreement. Let's see.
Mm,
Jews made travel agreement with Nazi Germany. How about this? Haaretz.com? Does that sound like a trusted website for you?
no,
So,
honestly.
from the Jews themselves.
Yeah, Jews are notorious liars.
Okay. How about Wikipedia?
I'll take Wikipedia.
Okay. The Havara Agreement.
The agreement enabled Jews fleeing persecution under the new Nazi regime to transfer some portion of their assets to the British Mandatory Palestine. Immigrants sold their assets to Germany to pay for essential goods to be shipped to Mandatory Palestine. The agreement was controversial and was criticized by revolutionist Zionist leader Ze'ev Jabotinsky and by some non-Zionist Jews, as well as by members of both the Nazi Party and the German public.
So when Albert Einstein said they should have left when they had the chance, this is what he was talking about.
They should have gone to British Palestine.
Yeah.
For some German Jews, the agreement offered a way to leave an increasingly hostile environment in Germany. For the Yishuv, the German community in Palestine, it offered access to both immigrant labor and economic support. For the Germans, it facilitated the immigration of German Jews while breaking the anti-Nazi boycott of 1933, which had mass support among European and American Jews and was thought by the German state to be a potential threat to the German economy.
So, do you understand cause and effect?
No, I've never heard of this concept before. Please explain it to me in detail.
I apologize. That was kind of a rude question. Okay, so if you understand cause and effect, this anti-Nazi boycott, right, of 1933. So anybody who got caught selling German goods, what happened? Do you know?
No.
If they caught German goods on the shelves, they would ransack the place. So nobody was allowed to be trading with Germany because this was a boycott.
So I'm confused now. Is this boycott being conducted in Germany?
No. No, the people who lived in Germany who were Jewish had to buy German goods.
Oh.
That's how they ate. But as far as Americans and other countries who were sympathetic with the Jewish cause, the Jewish cause in Germany, they did not buy German goods. So, if Germany at the point was producing 2/3 of their food and importing 1/3 of their food, what happens when the boycott starts?
Obama?
I don't know what the fuck that means.
No, I'm fucking with you, bro. Keep on.
Okay, so yeah, people started starving, right? So what happens when you go to a concentration camp where people are starving and they have typhoid fever? Do you know what the symptoms of typhoid fever is?
I've personally never had typhoid fever before.
Well, it makes you have really severe malnutrition and it makes you vomit and have diarrhea.
Okay.
So I talked to this guy. He was an anti-flat earther, but me and him spent a lot of time talking. He called himself Chaiki, and Chaiki said that the American people did not rescue Jews from the concentration camps. And I was like, what? What are you talking about, dude? And he was adamant about it. And this is a Jewish guy who lives in Israel, right? And I was like, what are you talking about? That we didn't rescue you? And I guess you have to understand, like, just because we saw it on our newspapers doesn't mean that it went down exactly the way that they said it did, right? It's called propaganda, right? Disinformation.
Well, no. Can I speak for a
Sure.
second?
Sure.
I think it's, at least in my sense, is common knowledge. We didn't rescue people from concentration camps. When we liberated the camps, we left the people in there for quite a long time. The difference is the living conditions that we provided them. We didn't starve the people in there. We gave them adequate nutrition. Quite a
No.
lot of,
Guys.
But the
That's-
idea,
Look, all the camps were in the Poland. Most of them, like.
Okay, wait, sorry. Just okay. You keep talking about that. Sorry, just to be clear, I found three different sources. One of them is Wikipedia, but talking about there's several others talking about national, like an identity of the Palestinians, Palestinian national identity, all of that.
Yeah,
And
so
it seems most of them claim it emerged end of 19th, beginning of 20th century.
so what?
Well, the one guy was claiming, oh, they lived there for hundreds of years, long before Israel.
most of the people in
So
the
you're basically
region.
saying that the Palestinians didn't exist in the region, but they got there first.
Well, there was
No,
an
not at
ancient
all.
people
Wait.
of
What do
Palestinians.
what do you think it means for a national identity to emerge?
I guess that's when tribalism is put aside and they recognize themselves as one people.
Yeah, does that mean anyone moved?
Not necessarily, no.
So why would you ask me if I'm claiming that anyone moved
Where did you cite your source?
in side chat?
What's your name?
Right?
What's your name?
Alpha. Wait, did I
Alpha?
do the wrong one? Sorry, I did the wrong one.
Your name is
Never mind.
Alpha?
Alphma.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, sorry, I did the wrong side chat. Never mind. Right, yeah.
So back to what I was saying. So you said we fed them. So what happens when you cut the supply lines to a country? People starve, right? Right?
The who?
So when you cut the supply lines to a country, people starve, right? Like,
Yeah.
common sense.
If
Okay,
they
so-
happen to be a country that's relied on food imports.
Right. So we were told that Hitler starved them, but if Hitler would have had enough food to feed them, do you think he would have fed his labor force?
Why did they gas
Probably,
them?
right?
Considering that Hitler did not feed his labor force for the most part, I don't think that's the
Wait,
case.
also, why did they gas them?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, but then why? If you don't know why they gassed them, then why would you claim they definitely would take good care of them, even though they like deliberately killed them?
No, what I'm saying is like, okay, let's say that I have a castle and I'm under siege, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a dragon king, right? I'm a terrible king, but I'm under siege and I'm not feeding my people. Is the cause because I'm an asshole, or is the cause because there's no food to feed them anyway?
I mean, it depends. That's
No,
not enough.
it doesn't depend.
No, yes,
If
it
there's
very
no
much does.
food to feed them, that would be the cause, not
Wait,
because I'm an
Wait,
asshole.
first of all, again, under siege doesn't mean you don't have food to feed people. Second of all, yeah, it kind of does, because you can, usually you don't just don't have food. People have food stores, they store food, meaning you can, for example, shorten the time that you can maintain your like siege status by giving everyone enough food, or you can only give some people enough food and like maintain the siege longer. I don't know. It strongly depends on the circumstances. Do you think?
I mean, this is not hard to figure out. So if you cut the supply
How much-
lines, hold on,
Okay.
bro.
Where
If you
did Germany import
Bro,
its
did you
food
not
from?
hear me talking? Like,
Where
come
did
on.
Germany import its food from?
Dude, relax. You weren't talking. I started talking, and then the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of your sentence. Just relax. So, if we boycotted them since 1933, the United States and many other countries, and they were in the middle of war having their supply lines cut, if people starved, whose fault is that? Come on.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a simple question. Where did Germany import its food from?
Other countries?
Which countries?
I don't know.
Okay, then why do you claim that if America boycotts the US, that means that they don't get food?
Well, who was going to feed them? The Russians?
You know that the Russians gave them a lot of shit, right? The Soviet Union gave Nazi Germany a lot of raw materials.
The Soviet Union gave Nazi Germany
Yes,
raw materials after Germany invaded?
they invaded Poland together. Before they invaded, before Operation Barbarossa, they gave them a lot of stuff. Yeah. Did you not know that?
Okay, before they were allies, but then when Hitler attacked, when did Hitler attack?
The entire claim is based on a bunch of things you don't know. Why would you make a strong claim like that?
Because I don't know anything.
Because you don't know where the food comes from, and you claim they didn't have food. If you don't know where the food comes from, why are you sure they didn't have food? Like that, it seems like that's a
By
very
the way,
crucial part of your claim.
USSR and Nazi Germany were never allies.
That's completely false.
It's just a lie. It's just a lie that they were allies.
I mean, that's
It's a made up CIA. It's a made up CIA bullshit.
From 1941.
Okay, can we please ignore this guy? Thank you.
No, we're not going to ignore this guy because he
Not
countered
you.
the narrative.
No, because he's just saying weird conspiracy theories.
It's not conspiracy.
It is completely conspiracy.
It was work by CIA during the Cold War.
Why did they invade? Why did they split up Poland?
Who split Poland?
The Soviet Union and Nazi Germany. Wait, do you know that they had like a parade where both militaries marched together in Poland? Are you aware of that? You know that the Soviet Union gave them a bunch of rubber and shit they needed to maintain their thing. The Soviet Union specifically helped Germany build up its military before the Second World War. Do you know any of that?
So you think Germany was not trading with United States?
Sorry,
Germany was trading with United States as well. So
Yeah,
you can name United States an ally to Germany. So what?
Wait. They weren't first of all, they weren't giving them weapons. The US wasn't giving Germany weapons. Especially not during the Second World War.
We were giving them fuel. The United States was sending oil to Germany, and the excuse was, well, the German war machines had a special kind of fuel that they needed, and we were the only ones who had it. So that's weird. Looks like we're funding both sides, funding the enemies all the way back to World War II.
So basically, US was involved even before all that. Was involved since the, I guess...
What do you think of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact?
I don't think I claimed anything
this
about
pact
it.
No, the other guy.
This pact was an event of was a war event, okay, during the wartime, because war was already going, and this war event was made up to make to increase the security of Soviet Union. So they made this pact to increase the security, and basically they did succeed. They delayed the beginning of the invasion by 1 or 2 years, maybe, because they were able to build up the defenses on the border, and these defenses were letting them have additional time So basically, Hitler did not reach Moscow because of that, because of Molotov-Ribbentrop.
What do you think of Lend-Lease?
It was also a war event, so United States participated as ally of Soviet Union. So they were on the same side. But Germany and Soviet Union were never allies.
Yeah, I can't find anything that says that they were allies either.
Okay, again, literally, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is a specific pact where they both of them said, "Yeah, we're gonna both invade Poland and then split up Poland." It also they also had they had economic agreements. There was an economic pact that the two of them made, and the Soviet Union shipped a fuck ton of shit into Germany. There's a whole thing where before Operation Barbarossa started, the Soviet Union increased their deliveries because they thought if they just give the Germans more stuff, they won't invade them. Also, to your question where they got food from, the Soviet Union shipped 1.5 million tons of grain into Germany.
Because they were starving the German Christians in Ukraine to death.
So
it's called the Holodomor.
Wait, sorry.
Let me guess.
Wait, what was your explanation? Sorry, what was your explanation?
You don't know about the Holodomor?
I know what the Holodomor is. I know that it also isn't related to this. What do you think?
Not related.
Yes. When do you think the Holodomor happened?
Before that.
Okay. So why do you think it's related?
So they were sending them grain?
Okay.
So where do you think where did all the grain go from Ukraine?
Wait, just out of curiosity. So if the Soviet Union gives Germany in 1940 grain, that means in 1932 they had to take it away from the Ukrainians?
Okay, maybe I'm off for a couple years. I could be wrong.
Yeah, like half a decade. Yeah, those two events are unrelated. Okay, just to be clear, those two events are completely unrelated. That's the Holodomor was significantly before that, and it happened during a. They took a lot of grain from Ukraine, but that was because Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, and Ukraine also produces a lot of grain. They still do today. The Holodomor, the problem was that the entirety of Russia was having a huge famine, and then they were taking the grain from Ukraine to feed other Russians. But that wasn't an issue anymore in 1940.
No. I think it's a wrong idea. Look, the famine was happening in Russia also, and in Ukraine at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I said. It was happening everywhere, and the Russians were taking the Ukrainian grain to feed their own people so that they didn't suffer as much and the Ukrainians died. That's what the Holodomor was.
So what's your... No. The events were a bit more complicated. Just look the lands which were under the bad conditions, let's say. These regions were like Ukrainian lands, Volga lands, and that's all. No other lands like Kuban and Altai were good lands. And I guess this is was happening because of natural events, because very extreme weather conditions, and the same conditions were happening in the United States in the 40s.
First of all,
you can read about it in the Steinbeck novels, etc. Like
it wasn't because of
when there was almost famine in the United States.
Yeah, but it also wasn't just because of events. It was an overlaying of several different things. Okay, there was a lot
of course, a lot of factors were going in.
Yeah, for example, the Russian, like, what was it? Like either grain minister or like head scientist. Yeah, like very funny ideas about how to grow grain, which didn't work. That's like one of the big.
Yeah. But he was working later in the 40s. He was not connected to the 30s. He was stupid and he contributed to bad production in Soviet Union, but he was working way later in the 40s.
I'm pretty sure he was connected. Wait, I have to look up when. Okay, anyway, Wait, sorry. So wait, how many Russians died in the fall? Let's see.
The hunger, and also famine, we can say, like, was happening since the late 20s. I think in the 1928, there was already starting bad weather conditions and bad.
No, wait, sorry. There were also issues in Russia. Yeah.
Bad weather conditions were very extreme conditions.
Yeah, but that's not the issue. The question is, what happened? And Russia also
Well, it was a trigger. It was a trigger event.
Yeah, but the question. Sorry, I didn't dispute that. The question was, did Russia also have issues? Why did they take the grain
Yes,
away
the issues was with collectivization.
Yeah. So wait, sorry. Didn't you say Russia didn't have a famine?
No. Russia has had problems, and the Ukrainian territories had problems.
Okay. Sorry. Then how are you connecting all of this to 1940?
The famine was happening in the 30s. I was just saying that the guy was I was just saying that the guy you were talking about, like, who denied the genetic theory as such.
No.
He was working in the 40s.
Sorry, way earlier. We were talking about Soviet and German relationships in the 40s, early 40s, and you brought up the Holodomor, which was in the early.
No,
30s.
you brought the Holodomor. I wasn't.
I brought up the Soviet Union had good relationship with Germany.
I think I brought up the Holodomor.
Soviet Union were having a difficult relations with Germany, I would say. It was very difficult relations. All the way in the 20th century, I guess. From the start of 20th century to the end. I think the best relations with Germany of Russia were like in 1995, maybe. These were the best relations.
When?
In 1995 were the best relations with Germany.
Well, it depends on if you count East Germany as Germany, but okay.
No. East Germany was already gone.
I'm joking, because if you say that was the best in the 20th century, when they like just controlled half of Germany for like half of it. But...
Well, kinda control. I can say that the Germany or Deutschland Demokratische Republic, they had their own government, and this government was actually very good, much better than the government in the Soviet Union. So basically, their economy was very good, and even better than the other parts of Germany, like.
Wait, you're saying East German economy was better than the West German one?
Yes, their economy was better if you count the economy per capita. They had more food in the absolute values. They had more cars. They had more square meters of places where they could live, etc., etc.
I don't even know what to tell you. I know people from East Germany.
I was
I can assure you, they did not like that. Most of them.
Well, it was a Cold War. You know, there was a lot of propaganda, right? Like right now, there is propaganda that going on.
I know plenty
during the Cold War. During the Cold War,
punch you for the things you're saying, but okay.
Yeah. During the Cold War, there was a propaganda that like. But now we can get the historical.
So you're friends with fascist people? Sorry, did you say that you were friends with people that would punch him for saying things?
If you talk to people who lived during the existence of East Germany and someone tells them, yeah, East Germany was going super great, there was so much, they would punch you. Yeah, but mostly because you were basically just talking bullshit, because it was not going great. That's the whole reason why the wall fell.
But look, I was actually watching the German people speaking in German language, and I was watching them on YouTube, and they were like saying actual things.
Okay, just wait. Sorry. Before you talk more, I am German.
Okay, I understand.
I like. What are you telling me that you saw people talk in German? Like, how is that evidence of anything?
On the YouTube, you can actually look what the people are, what information they're giving. You can analyze the information, and you can basically get all the facts straight from the historical records.
What fact are you talking
Because all the facts, they are not hidden today. You can get all the archive. You can get all the archives. You can look all the production rates which had East Germany.
Why did the wall fall? Do you know?
Because the obviously reasons, Cold War, because of Cold War was ending. No. Cold War was going to the end, right?
Yeah, but why did the wall fall? That was not the reason why.
Maybe because people were getting the bricks out. No.
What do you mean by that?
If you get the brick out of the wall, it falls, right?
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean the physical wall. Do you know what people mean when they say why the wall falling in Germany?
So what is your version?
It's an expression for the two countries merging. The wall falling means...
But what is the merging? What is the merging? I was just watching the German people, and one of the piece of information which I got was that the so-called merging was actually filled with was a very problematic event, because basically entire East Germany manufacturing industry, and also what was actually creating the GDP, it was put into some crazy special form, and it was called that basically all this vanished, all this property was vanishing, like basically corrupt politicians were stealing all of this property for themselves.
Okay, that doesn't answer the question. Do you know why East and West Germany merged?
Because people wanted to get to be a single country again. That is their basics, no?
Kind of. Why? Okay, sorry. Why do you think East Germans really wanted to break the wall down? Do you
so
know,
you
like,
basically, I know that you want to say that they were hungry because they were not getting enough like food or whatever, or maybe they had not enough TV sets or something like that. But this is not the idea. Like, you cannot go to political standing because you have not enough because you have not enough meat or something like that, because you have like a small salary or something like that.
So just to be clear, the entirety of East Germany really wanted to merge with West Germany because they were aware of the living standards in Western Germany, and they really, really wanted to be part
But what is the living standard? What is the living standard?
Like your access to food, entertainment. What do you mean?
Food and entertainment, it is basically what? It is a product, right?
Yeah.
So it is created by manufacturers. There is like movie manufacturers, and there is like food manufacturing. Okay.
You can't. Wait. I'm sorry. Do you know that the East Germans famously, like, were listening into West German entertainment, right? Like that is like incredibly well known and famous. That was a very common occurrence. That people really like to listen to West German like shit. And if you live close enough to the border, you could like pick up the
and in
station.
Soviet Union, people were listening to Led Zeppelin. Yes. So what?
So wait, if you're saying they were comparable living standards, and it's just why were they so obsessed with Western German like entertainment? If the East Germans also had good entertainment.
Because the East Germany was they had this idea of single country, that Germany could be a single country again, and this was the idea. It was not because of some food or some bigger something material in the material world, you know.
Do you know the story of the bananas in East Germany?
What is the story?
The story basically goes that East Germans really loved buying bananas once the wall fell, because they literally never had bananas before. No, like most of them had never eaten a banana before, and in West Germany, you could just basically buy them. It's like a kind of a famous symbol. You'll find like references to like banana cards and shit in some art, like an artwork, to some extent, about like the East-West.
Yes, yes, Germany had.
It's because they
had some deficit point. You know, in the economy, what is the deficit point? It is some material that you cannot, that had a restrictively high price or something like that, that you are basically restricted from obtaining it. The deficit point exists in any economy. Right now in Europe, you cannot buy a flat. This is a deficit point of the Europe. You cannot buy a house in the United States. It is the deficit point. Especially somewhere in like California or something like that. You cannot buy a house. You just have no money for that. And you cannot ever earn that much money in your life. Except if you are already working in the United States or something like that.
So bananas are comparably expensive to houses? Or?
Because it was a deficit point in the Soviet economy, yes. It was not just because of the price, like the price was big, but just because the logistics in the Soviet Union had problems, and with these problems, a lot of different food were not very easily obtainable. Okay. Because most of the bananas, they coming from like places like Ecuador, South America, or some African countries maybe, or etc.
Wait. Okay.
So the problem is logistics. You should move banana from one place to another, right?
Wait, do you know? You said cars, right? Do you know what the wait times were for cars in East Germany?
That's fucking non sequitur. It's a topic of the room.
Sorry?
What is the topic of the room? Do we remember what the topic of the room was?
Right now I'm trying to figure out how much he actually knows about the Soviet Union.
Topic of the room, the topic of your interest with
your mic is completely fucked, by the way.
Let me help him out. This is on topic of the room. It's gone on for quite a while, and he's moderating to let you know that we need to get back on topic. So does anybody have any evidence of the Earth being a sphere, axial rotation, or can they demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density?
Yes.
Which one?
Please.
Demonstrating gravity is quite easy, actually. You can do it.
All you got to do is show me something going up and down without manipulating
Wait,
buoyancy or
why
density.
up and down? You can go sideways.
Oh, there's sideways gravity now.
Yes. Gravity is omnidirectional. Do you not know that?
So show me the sideways gravity.
Okay.
And we're talking about science, right?
Yes.
Talking about manipulating an independent variable to see the dependent variable. So what's your independent variable?
You know the Cavendish experiment?
What's your independent variable?
Rotational, like you, what do you call it? Winkel. What's Winkel? Shit. Degrees. Wait, what the fuck is this? Um.
Hey, let's go to the up room to the economics. Alfmar.
No, wait, sorry. This is funny. Angle. There you go. Yeah, the angle.
Alfmar, let's go to the economics room.
No, I want to see if he knows what the Cavendish experiment is. So the angle is the variable that's independent. There you go.
So the cause of gravity is the angle?
No, you're looking at the angle. Wait, what do you? Wait, sorry. Oh, you mean the cause? Oh, it's just mass. Sorry.
Okay, so you manipulated mass. And that causes what?
Well, you have objects with mass. You're looking at things with mass. Mass will cause gravity.
Can you define mass?
I mean, yeah, like it's an attribute of matter. Like, can you define electrical charge?
Well, that's off topic. We're talking about mass, right? So you're claiming mass, and just to be clear that we're talking about the same thing. What do you mean when you say mass?
Mass is an attribute of matter.
So you're defining mass as just an attribute of matter.
Yes.
Can you cite your source for that?
Wait, do you not believe that it's an attribute of matter?
I've just never heard that before. It's a first for me.
What do you think mass is?
Well, some people say it's a resistance to inertia.
Yeah. Which is an attribute of matter, right?
No, I don't think I've ever heard it as attribute of matter. That would be a first.
What do you think? Wait, sorry.
If you could just cite your source so I could see where you got that from, that'd be great.
I'm sorry. You agree with me. You just literally just said a thing that agrees with me. I just gave a lot vaguer definition than yours.
Right, that's why I want to know where you got that from, because it was a very vague definition. You don't define bananas by telling what the attribute of a banana is.
All I said was it's a fruit. Like, I don't know.
So what
do you?
What is mass again? An attribute of matter?
Yeah, the attribute of resisting inertia. I don't know.
So
the attribute of the capability of resisting inertia. Like, yeah.
So let's go by that definition. Okay, so that's what you just said. So according to you, the resistance to inertia attracts the resistance to inertia?
No, an object with a resistance to inertia attracts an object with a resistance to inertia, yeah.
So mass has to be an object now.
Mass is an attribute of matter. You need matter to have mass.
So have you found that source yet?
Wait, I'm sorry. No. Do you not understand what resistance to inertia means?
Yeah, it's hard to move.
Okay, what is hard to move?
Whatever you're trying to move, if it has
an object.
Inertia.
Yeah, an object is resisting inertia. Of course you need an object.
All right, so your independent variable is mass.
Yeah, the mass of an object. Yes.
Manipulate the mass, and let's see what happens. What happens next?
Do you know what the Cavendish experiment is?
Yeah, I know about the torsion balance and the 4 lead balls.
Okay, so how do you explain that?
I don't have to explain it. It's your claim. You explain it.
Yeah, the Cavendish experiment proves that, or is one experiment that can show the effect of gravity, yeah.
Wait a minute. I thought gravity was the cause, not the effect.
Gravity is an effect of mass, and it is the cause of movement
Wait, how can it be the cause and the effect?
of different things. Did you
What
not
different
listen?
things?
Of one, it's the cause of movement, and it's the effect of having matter.
It's so gravity is the cause and the effect?
Wait, are you incapable? Sorry, I'm trying to be polite. What do you think? No, sorry. How do I say this?
Yo, right quick, hold on a second. Slava, can you mute
Are
up?
you?
We're getting audio repeats from you. Slava, please mute up. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you understand that something can be like two different things in relation to two different other things?
Well, I understand if something's the cause and the effect, that would be a violation of identity. Law of identity.
What does how can you be the cause?
And the effect at the same
No,
time,
what
yeah.
does the cause mean to you? What does it mean when you say that?
The prime mover. It's the first thing.
Okay, so then no one has ever claimed that about gravity. Congrats, you've made a completely unique claim.
So, what claim did I make? I'm asking you
That
about
is
your claim.
somehow a prime mover. No, what I said, and I will repeat myself a third time, is that it is the cause of movement. Of some movement. Some
So,
movements are
gravity
caused
is
by
the
gravity.
cause of
Of
movement.
some movements. No, of some specific movements, yes.
Okay, so gravity is the cause of movement. So,
Of
are you
some
manipulating?
movements.
Yeah, gravity is the cause of some movements.
Yes.
So, are you manipulating gravity? Is that your independent variable?
What do you mean by independent variable? I don't
Well, when you
know
have a
if you know these
hypothesis
things.
test,
Yes.
you want to manipulate the independent variable by itself. That's why it's called independent. And control the other variables and see if it affects the dependent
Okay, you have
variable,
a
which
coherent
is your
definition. Okay,
natural.
yes.
I
The
have a
mass
what?
is
Sorry, I have a what?
a coherent definition of that word, yes.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So
Yes, the mass is the independent variable of the experiment,
all right.
yes.
So you're manipulating the mass, and
Yes.
what happens?
You have objects, and they begin to move, because gravity will cause movement of these objects.
Okay.
And different mass causes different acceleration.
So you need to move it first? You need to.
No, that's not at all what I just said.
Then show me
It
a
causes
Cavendish where
movement.
it's not moving, and then you
That's
put
all Cavendish.
show me a Cavendish video where the balls are not moving, and then you put the heavier ball next to them and they move.
Sorry, that's not what I said. What did I say?
You said it's not moving.
At the beginning, and then it accelerates, which means
Right.
it begins
Show
to
me.
move.
Show me.
Just a Cavendish video.
Yeah, when it's not moving, and then you place the heavier balls in place,
No, you
and then it
don't do
moves.
heavier balls. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. All matter causes gravity, which means all matter causes acceleration, which means there is no situation where you have zero acceleration. The difference is that acceleration will increase with larger balls. All of them will always cause acceleration.
So this just starts on its own?
Yes.
Show me.
That's interesting because Cavendish does require an external power supply, so to speak, in order for it to start doing its thing.
How does that fit in?
Well, if you're going to attempt to observe nature, last time I checked, nature is how you observe things in their undisturbed state.
I mean, how does it fit in with this gentleman's theory of the experiment?
Also, no. Anyway.
Because we're constantly hearing him introduce the idea of introducing other items to impact the observation.
No, sorry, what? What did you say? Can you repeat that? There you go, there's a video of Cavendish experiments.
Starting on its own?
Yeah, they always start on their own, that's the point.
Wait a minute. Do you got lead balls and a copper wire here? Lead balls and copper balls?
It doesn't matter, but okay.
So electrostatic forces don't matter. You don't need a control for those.
What do you think No, you don't, because you need electrical charge for that, and they are not charged.
Hold on. Let's look at what he just did there. So are these all grounded?
I was going to say, how do you know that they don't carry a charge?
You can ground them.
Do you know that they were grounded before this experiment began?
Yes,
I know you
otherwise,
can, but do you know in the video
I'm
within
sorry,
the confines of what you're observing that they actually were
sorry, I
grounded?
can't
Therefore,
prove to you that they've been grounded.
therefore, their electrical charge was dispersed. Because again, last time we checked, we're in an electromagnetic closed system.
Oh, my fucking shit. Yeah, it's part of the experiment to ground them. Yeah, there you go.
So you were wrong.
Sorry, what?
So you were wrong. They have to be grounded. You have to control for electrostatic forces.
How am I wrong?
Because you said you don't have to worry about that.
Yes, because that is not part of the experiment. That's part of the controlling. Yeah, you also have to make sure that there's no air movement. I'm also not going to say putting it into a room is crucial to the experiment. Yeah, I'm also not going to say that the fact that copper is crucial to the experiment. The point of the experiment is about mass.
So in this video, he talks about the Cavendish, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's trying to recreate it, but it looks like, let's see, in the one part, let me find it. It looks like it was oscillating back and forth, and then he placed it down, and where did it go? I just saw it. Yeah, it's oscillating back and forth. And then he puts, oh, that's from another video. He's referring to another video. So he's referring to someone else's video. So that's at 3 minutes. He's talking about this other guy's video. But that was oscillating.
Yeah, it wasn't oscillating, it was hitting it and then like going off again, yeah. Right. Sorry.
Yeah, at 3:10 you can see it swinging back and forth.
Okay.
And then he puts the lead, I guess it's like lead ingot. He puts it next to it, and then it's oscillating, and then it hits it. But it was already oscillating.
Obviously, did you listen to the video or not?
Yeah, I'm listening to it right now.
He talks about the oscillation, right?
Right. So you said
why are you confused about it?
Well, you said it starts off not moving.
And then
you have to make sure there's no wind or anything. Why is it oscillating? How come it's not starting out and not moving?
I'm sorry. Do you think that part of where it's oscillating is where it starts?
It shouldn't. It should be still.
Yeah, which is why that's not a video. That video clip is not from where it starts. That's not the initial state. Yeah.
The initial state is it's oscillating, and then he drops.
It is a pendulum.
Yeah,
pendulum
but the pendulum shouldn't be
pendulum has the pendulum has the static position. You can put it into static position into equilibrium.
This one is oscillating, obviously.
And when you get when you get the deviation from the static position, it will have an oscillation mode.
Yeah, but it starts in the static position.
No, it's moving.
You're just saying some point in the video is moving.
243.
I'm sorry, 243. What do you think you're seeing there?
Oscillation?
Why?
I don't know. Maybe there's a draft.
Do you think that's the beginning of the whole the video?
Yeah, right before he puts down the big lead plates. When do you think the experiment starts?
Not
When he
in
puts
the
down the lead
individual,
plates?
not in the 2-second clip where it's oscillating, where he talks about oscillation.
Dude, it's oscillating. Then you see him put down
Wait, do you
the lead, the chunks of lead.
It's like he has no problem with the oscillation itself.
No, he's perfectly fine with that because he needs it.
I'm sorry. In 2:43, when does he put down the balls?
I said started at 2:43. And then watch. He's talking about springs and oscillation.
Why is he talking about that?
So then, right there at 3 minutes, he puts down the lead. Bro, why are you talking over me?
Talking about that?
At 3 minutes, he put. Bro. At 3
You didn't
minutes.
answer my question. Okay.
Bro. At 3 minutes, he puts down the lead. It was oscillating before that. When he puts down the lead, it continues oscillating.
Okay. What is the point of what's the point?
Video
What's the point of the experiment?
to demonstrate that mass is attracting mass.
What do you expect to happen?
Well, you would expect them to be perfectly still, and when you put a lead plate or a ball or whatever mass next to the other mass, that they would attract.
Why does it have to be perfectly still?
To make sure that you don't have something that's oscillating and you just put something there and it continues oscillating.
Why would it be bad if it's oscillating?
Because that wouldn't be mass attracting mass, that would be oscillation continuing.
Okay, sorry. If gravity is correct, you have an oscillating. You have a pendulum in equilibrium, okay, that's oscillating, and then if that oscillation changes, then you still have acceleration. Do you understand that?
So
it was disturbed before the setup.
You have to have it still to begin with. Yes, it does.
No, you don't. First of all, no, you don't.
So you're admitting you need the oscillation then?
No, you don't. It's irrelevant.
Okay, then show me one where it's not oscillating.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is just what you want? You can just go on YouTube, right? Did you?
I'm on YouTube with the video that you sent me.
Yeah, can you just go on YouTube and
it looks like this experiment isn't working because his wasn't oscillating, which proves my point. Because right here at what is this? 410. Yeah, it's still and it's not being attracted.
What's not being attracted?
The mass.
Okay. Oh. No, but.
Damn, Larry, you're going hard in the paint, bro.
I'm sorry, am I saying anything incorrect?
Yes, he says he has to agitate it every time, so I don't know what this proves.
No, I said you're going hard in the paint like all day.
Oh,
you've been here since since I came to work. I'm coming off work and you're still here. It's crazy.
Yeah. You can take over whenever you want. I probably need to take a nap before I go to work.
Damn, you're going to work? What a beast. Get you an energy drink before you go in.
No, I'm good. I really take care of myself when it comes to sleeping properly. Try to stay healthy.
Okay, you know what? Here's an old video. I guess you can look at that. That one's much simpler if the other one is too confusing for you. So.
Oh, it's not
Oh, okay,
confusing.
so yeah, you're gonna do that, right? So you're just
If
gonna attack the
you are,
person rather than my argument.
I'm still being very polite to you.
Just
Yes.
articulate why this proves your experiment. That's all. Doesn't mean we don't understand what we're saying.
Yes, it does. Incredibly, yeah. What do you think oscillation is?
I didn't say anything about oscillation. I said
You guys are
said he
terribly
had to
confused with it.
agitate it every time.
No, you guys don't understand oscillation, which is fine. So this is a simpler video.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Where's Eagle Slave at? Are you here, Eagle?
Yeah, kind of.
Why do these videos always cut off real fast?
Where is the cut off that you don't like?
At the end of the video, they always cut off.
Okay, is that your only issue with the video?
Well, yeah, I want to see the whole thing from like start to beginning. I'm sorry, beginning to end. Like you see it, it's moving, and then it just cuts off. So we don't get to see if they like attached. Like right before they touched, it stopped. So it's like,
So my claim that they start moving is proven. Okay, cool. So you agree that they definitely start moving, yeah?
right, but why?
Because of gravity.
Okay, so you're saying it's because of gravity.
Yes.
So gravity is the cause of what?
Acceleration.
All right, the balls are balanced. He introduces the balls at 30 seconds. All right, so they are getting closer and closer. And it cuts out right before they touch.
Is touching important to you?
No, seeing the whole truth is, though,
What is my claim?
that mass attracts mass.
And what did
And
I
you
say?
understand
Sorry,
oscillation way better than anyone.
In here, maybe. Sorry, so what, in my claim, what did I say would happen in the experiment?
You said that if you introduce mass, it will cause the torsion balance to rotate towards the other mass.
I used the specific word repeatedly. What word did I use? What does gravity cause?
Mass attracting mass?
No, acceleration.
Ah, acceleration, yeah.
Okay, so how is touching important at all? Because we already see acceleration, right? We see two balls which do not have any velocity, and then later we see balls that have velocity.
Well, I just want to see if there's a springing effect, like you talked about earlier.
Why? That is not central at all to the claim. That's the point. That's why this is a simple experiment.
I just want to see the whole thing. That's all. Is that too much to ask?
I don't know. This is like a video from like 50 years ago. I don't know if I can track down the whole video. You can do that if you want to, but like that's not at all central to the claim.
It's your idea, your claim. So
no, in my claim, I don't need the balls to touch, so I don't need to prove to you that the balls touch. It's not.
Well, if you want to convince other people of your claim, then you do.
If I.
So agree with yourself.
How do you think? What do you think you do in an experiment? Sorry. What do you think you do in an experiment?
Don't run towards each other. Oh, that's fine because it's just going to come back, right? Because what Larry wants to do is find out if it swings forward towards the object and then swings back away from the object, which would mean that the swing forward was not really important.
It didn't swing
Because it
even
swung
because
backward in the
Sorry,
opposite direction.
sorry. Just to be clear, what was my prediction?
it didn't even swing before they changed the angle of the camera. When he put it the bigger ball, there was two masses. His mass plus the mass of the ball, and the little ball didn't start moving at all during all the scene when he was putting the bigger ball next to the small ball. No, but it started moving when they changed the camera and they put the camera on a tripod farther from the balls. Plus, add to all that shit, the experiment wasn't isolated from electrostatics.
Okay, I'm gonna do a thing now. Okay, so do you guys see this paint?
Go for it.
Okay, so this is the experiment. Okay, we have a ball. So what we expect is, oh fuck, in gravity, what is this? Sorry. Oh yeah. Okay, so in gravity, what you expect is any two objects will cause a force on each other, okay? The force, N, is M times A. That's the formula for a force, okay? M is the mass, which is just an attribute of any object. So we have M and we have capital M, okay? And then A is the acceleration. So we expect so if gravity is true, we would expect the force G. Let's just call it G, and this is minus G, where G is this, and since the mass is fixed, we can see that there will be an acceleration A, which is equal to G divided by the mass of the object itself. Okay. So that's the thing. So, in the beginning of the experiment, we have two objects hanging here, connected by a line. These two objects inherently have a force which attracts each other, but that doesn't matter because thanks to this pole, they can't move. So that's irrelevant. They are perpendicular to the surface of the planet, so that anything that you think pulls things down shouldn't matter. This is going to be done in a closed room, so there will be no wind, and these balls are they've been grounded so that there's no electromagnetic force. Now we have two other balls. The reason why they are lead is because they have to be quite heavy. These other balls cause additional forces, and then technically they cause even more forces, but we will ignore this because those are quite small. So these forces happen because this entire thing is put up on this on this angle. They will cause technically not a force but a we call it torque, and then these balls would move. As we know from Newton's first law, any object in motion will maintain that motion unless acted upon by a force. Which means if we see an object which is not having any motion experience some form of new motion, which would be the rotation of the axis, this new motion must be caused by a force, or technically a torque, but whatever. This force, again, can only be a small number of different forces. There could be the normal force, which would be caused by wind, which again, we do not have. There can be electromagnetic force, which would require a difference in electromagnetic charge. And we would require some other force, which, unless you provide a different force, I cannot think of.
How about magic?
So, cool. So, since basically the claim is that all other forces are zero, the remaining force would have to be this gravitational force.
Or magic.
In regards to oscillation. The problem with oscillation is that if you have oscillation, you will have basically a set of formulas, which would be basically you would start going over energy. So you would have a static amount of energy, which would be equal to potential energy plus any, let's just call it V, like basically any movement-based energy. the total sum of energy in an oscillation doesn't change, because basically what you have is you have a constant shift from potential energy to movement energy and then back to potential energy. The easiest example is a ball which rolls down a slope and then rolls back up it. Here it has potential energy because it is on height. Down here it doesn't have any potential energy because now it is at the lowest point of its travel, or it technically still has, but it's non-relevant. But it has movement energy, and then it goes back up, and here it has potential energy again and no movement energy. So any such basically repeating or oscillation movement will have the same energy. So even if you have an oscillating movement, if you now add a force, energy is distance. I don't know here. Distance times speed, kind of. Anyway, basically because you have times force. I think
Hey Al, hold on a
force.
second.
Sorry, distance times force. So because we have a distance times force, basically because we have a force acting over a distance, the gravitational energy. Basically, we are now converting gravitational potential energy into additional movement energy, meaning that if you have an oscillation like this, you would now have an increased total energy, which would mean, as an example, if we have this ball and now we would add an additional source of energy, we could now go up higher, and it would go up higher here, and it would be faster down here. Which is why even if you have an oscillating movement, you would still expect to see it move differently, because the new acceleration would basically create a...
That was me. Larry, were you gonna talk to this dude? Or
Yeah, I was waiting for him to land the plane, bro. What the fuck?
He's not gonna land it. He's just gonna stay in flight.
All right, so we gave him 2 or 3 minutes. Now let's see if
that's
he
way
can.
more than enough, man.
Let's see if he can listen. Okay, so hopefully he's looking to the right where I cited my source. So, quote, we have a double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 10 hits at point A. We close that slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons. We get 18 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be that if we fired the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we must get 18 hits at point A. Well, we get a big fat 0. And what does that mean? Well, that's the end of Newtonian physics. That's Professor of Physics at Yale University, Professor Shankar. So the next one says, first I want to tell you what goes wrong with Newtonian mechanics. The double slit experiment is a problem. That's what puts the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. So Professor Shankar, Chair, Physics, Yale University. The next one, quote, today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up only to destroy them. Build up Newton, shot down. Build up Maxwell, gonna get shot down. Chair of Physics, Professor Shankar. So I guess Professor Shankar disagrees with you, bro. Is he still there?
Yeah, basically this professor was talking about quantum gravity, and the quantum gravity is a bit more narrow part of the gravitational theory.
Doesn't exist.
It exists. Quantum gravity exists. It is a very narrow.
Okay,
it is a very narrow part.
I'm sorry. Do you know quantum mechanics?
Do I know?
Me who?
No,
Is it like
the guy who was quoting quantum physics.
Is it somebody I have to meet?
Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he knows.
Sorry. I'm trying to give you guys a lecture on like 4th grade physics, because apparently that is very difficult. I can also give you a lecture on quantum physics if you want to, but I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure quantum physics, quantum gravity
You don't need
exists.
to give us any lecture. I can give you a lecture from a professor from MIT where he will tell you that our world in a molecular scale till thousands of kilometers, you can't talk about gravity holding our world together.
All right, let me just. This guy's got a lot of bravado. I think he's reaching epic levels, so I'm getting itchy. I don't know if Larry, if you're gonna put in a few more.
I'm tired, bro. I'm so full of Glover tears right now. I'm so full.
All right. If you don't mind, I'll cut in.
Yeah, take over, please. I gotta go to bed.
All right. All right, Al. I've unmuted you. Are you there?
Okay, one is running away. Okay, what do you? So what?
No,
what's your-
nobody. He's been here all night, dude. Literally.
Yeah, it's okay.
He's taken down about five Globers or more. So
Okay,
don't worry
yeah.
about him.
Wait,
All right,
do you know? Wait, sorry. Do you know what an integral is?
So let's go back to the point that you were trying to make with Cavendish, because I guess that's what the conversation was about, right?
Just
Cavendish
write
being-
the
proof of gravity. That's like the simplest one. There's more, but that's the simplest one. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's what the conversation was about prior to this other point that we're talking about, right?
just write the energy of torsion
So
pendulum.
Was Cavendish a natural experiment having to do with the physical and natural world?
Yes
or
sure. I'm sorry. So can you repeat the question? I blanked out. Sorry. What?
Was the Cavendish a natural experiment having to do with the
by
physical
natural
and natural?
experiment?
So is it something to do with the physical and natural world, or is it some synthetic contraption that was made up just so that you can
I mean,
figure
everything
out whether
has
or
to
not?
do with the physical world. We live in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we're on a good path. So what was a naturally observed phenomenon to give the people a hypothesis test? So what was a naturally observed phenomenon for the Cavendish to be tested? What were they testing?
What do you mean? They were testing if they will
What did they
accelerate.
see in nature? What did they see in nature that made them scratch their head and say, "Huh, I wonder what that is. Let's see if we can manipulate an independent variable to figure out if the dependent variable will have a reaction."
I mean,
What did they see in nature?
Stuff falling down. Is that your point?
Okay.
Cool.
Stuff falling down.
Yeah.
So
Amazing.
we're talking about things on a vertical attraction. Yes?
No.
No. We're not talking about vertical attraction. So
No,
what are
we're
we talking about?
We're talking about attraction in radial fields.
Radial fields.
Mm-hmm.
Were they trying to accomplish that with the Cavendish?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So when you say radial fields, what are you talking about? What two things in the naturally observed phenomena for Cavendish were being observed that they were saying that had radial fields? What two things?
I'm sorry.
Two things that are attracting each other. What
Yeah,
are
you
the
have
two
two
things
objects.
attracting each other? Yes. What are the two
little
objects?
balls? Yeah, two balls.
No, we're not talking about what you're having in the contraption. I'm talking about in nature. What do they see in nature? Two things.
Two objects with
What
mass.
were the two things?
Two
What
objects
are they?
with mass. Yeah,
What
two
are
objects
they?
with mass.
What
Any
are
two
they?
objects with mass.
You tell me what they saw in nature for them to have the understanding for
Wait, I'm
Cavendish.
sorry.
What two things?
I'm sorry. Do you not understand what two
No,
objects
you're not
with mass
sorry.
means?
You need to get to the specifics. What two things did they see in nature for them to say, I want to test this in the Cavendish experiment? What two things in nature, sir?
Two objects with mass.
Like what?
Like any two objects with mass.
I don't know. You need to tell me the story of Cavendish. Why did they do it? What two things that they see in nature that they want, according to you, they have radial fields? What two things,
I'm
sir?
sorry, they didn't see two things and were
sorry.
like, can we do that? No, they put up a hypothesis. The hypothesis talks just about two objects with mass. I don't know why you keep
What
talking.
two things in nature made them realize that they need to test for it? Go
the
ahead.
sun and the sun and
The sun and what?
the earth.
The sun and the earth.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So there's a horizontal attraction, according to Cavendish, between the sun and the earth. Yes?
Between any two objects, yeah.
Between any two objects.
Yes.
What is the sun?
A large object.
What does it consist of?
Mostly hydrogen, some amount of helium.
Really? How do you know that?
Do you want to know about spectral
How do you know
lines?
that? Just
Spectral
answer the
lines.
question. How do you know that?
Science.
Good job,
Science.
Alpha. It's
That's
already
one.
over.
I'm sorry. Do you know what like? We have to
No.
go to quantum physics for me to explain to you how.
No, we're not going to go to quantum physics because you can't explain what the
because
sun
you're
is.
scared.
What is
No,
the
I
sun?
told you what it is. You asked me how we know. The answer is we need
How do you
more
know?
advanced physics for that. Yeah, I
We
can't
need more
explain-
advanced physics. So go
sorry.
ahead. What advanced physics are you going to pull out of your hat? What do you got?
So, do you know what happens when an electron changes its orbital in a molecule?
Is this what Cavendish?
An electron changes its orbit. Is that what you said?
Orbital, different.
Right. So,
Yeah.
have you ever witnessed this, sir?
I've witnessed the effects of it.
The effects, but you've never seen it.
I'm sorry.
Have you ever seen an electron orbiting?
Have you ever seen a Greenland shark?
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Well, electrons don't orbit.
Okay, so then
It's
why
called
did you
an
say they do?
orbital. It's an orbital. It's something different.
Oh, then tell me what it is.
It's a quantum effect. Basically, it has to do with the electron existing in a sort of probability wave around
A probability wave. So how did
Yeah.
you verify that that's the case?
We know it because we can make a million predictions with it, and they all work. It's great.
A million predictions.
Yeah.
So you went all the way down to gravitational attraction between the sun and the earth to telling me what the sun is to not knowing what it is because you're just saying
I
it's
know
hydrogen.
what it is. I'm sorry. I know
Really?
what it
You
is.
know what it is?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
so how did you
And then Alpha, he invokes
how
the
did you-
Coulomb. He invokes the Coulomb in place of gravity. Like what? And this is supposed to determine how far the sun is.
I'm sorry.
You're crazy, dude.
I'm sorry. You said words that I've literally never said, and I don't know if you understand anything I've said.
Yeah,
Cool.
so the sun
Guys, let's fall back
made of
to the
hydrogen.
Cavendish
Hold on.
experiment.
The sun is made of hydrogen. Hold on a second. The sun is made of hydrogen, and I'm asking for how you know this. And you're saying spectral lines, right?
Yes.
Okay, so walk me through how you verify this. I want to know
Which part?
that the spectral lines are emitting something that you know that the sun is also emitting this specific element.
I'm sorry. What? Sorry. Can you repeat the phrases?
How does the sun emit the element that you think it's emitting using spectral lines?
You don't emit an element. I'm sorry. No, you don't emit elements. So
Oh, then
basically,
walk me through it.
Okay. So what? Okay. I can go back to paint. Let's go back to paint. Okay.
No, we're not
So-
going to go back to paint. Just tell me because I'm not looking at your paint.
Okay. Okay. So
Just
then,
tell me.
very easy. Okay. Electrons exist in different states around an atom or molecule. These states.
How do you know that? How do you know that? No, you're going to wait. I'm asking you a question. All you got to do is answer my question. How do you know that?
Actually, because we know how orbitals affect spectral lines, and because different elements.
How do you know that? You just don't have to assume that everybody should know this already. How did you figure this out? What did you do to verify this?
We did experiments to verify
Like
different
what?
elements have different spectral lines.
Like what?
Like measuring the spectral lines of different elements.
Okay, so you measured the spectral lines of different elements here on Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay. How did you
Well,
do it to the
also,
sun? How did you do it to the sun?
The sun emits light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
you mean
those
to tell me
contain-
that a control test about something that emits light here on Earth can be done to something that's in an uncontrolled environment like the surface of the sun? Because you're saying that it's made of
control.
Hold on a second. Because you're saying that it's made of a specific element, and now you don't know how the distance to the sun or the element that is emitting, or you're saying it's hydrogen, but there's no way for you to know that because you can only do that in a controlled environment here on Earth. Right?
You know what extrapolation is?
No.
Yeah.
But you're not listening to what I'm saying.
It is.
You're doing spectral lines to something that's in a far distance away, according to maybe the way you think, right? It's a far distance away from you. So how is it that perhaps, there could be a different type of element that emits that same type of spectral line?
We
That you
know
are telling
all
me right
elements.
now.
Yeah. Do you know the elements everywhere?
Yeah,
Every
they're
single
all the
element everywhere.
same. Yeah, they're all the same.
They're all the same. How do you know this, sir? You're making an absolute statement to know that
we know
in every single part of our known existence and reality, you mean to tell me that we know every single element that's out there?
Well, elements are just the number of electrons. Sorry, not electron. Well, kind of, but the number of protons within the core of an atom. So
yeah, but
yes, because we know that there's. Because there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5, there's 6. Those are the elements. They're just a number.
So the core of an atom, you've never seen it. All these ideas that you're talking about are conventions that people have made up to explain things. They're not something that are physically known. They're not demonstrated.
Yeah, demonstrated to a great extent.
No, they're not demonstrated to no great extent.
Every time I try to explain the shit, you mute me.
Yeah, because
I can go through all the experiments.
You keep going backwards. You keep going backwards.
Yeah, so if you want to know how we know everything, I have to start at the beginning. Yeah, that's how it works.
But you don't know the beginning. You weren't at the beginning.
Yes, I was.
So, really? So at the level of an atom, have you ever seen an atom to describe what it is?
Let's make.
Answer my question. Answer my question.
What is C?
Answer my question. Answer my question. Have you ever seen an atom?
What do you mean see?
We're not even going into camera. There are technically cameras that can photograph them. But
here's what's going to happen. Just answer yes or no. Have you ever seen an atom?
Personally, no.
Okay, personally, no. So how do you know the idea or the convention that exists talking about atoms is the right thing to talk about when you're saying anything to deal with atoms? How do you know? You've never witnessed an atom ever. You never observed it in any way to tell me what it's doing.
Because the entirety of chemistry is built on atoms, and
the entirety of chemistry is built on atoms. No, it's not. There's a convention that atomism has been spoken of, but it's not the atom itself. They're not talking about a specific thing in physical form, are they?
They literally are. You have no idea what chemistry is. Holy shit.
Okay. So go ahead and tell me, because you've never witnessed an atom ever in your life, yet you tell me they exist. That's what you said, right? They don't. I've never seen one. Then how do you know they exist?
That's right. How do you know whales exist?
How do you know an atom exists? I'm asking you a question. Answer my question. You said you've never seen one. Now you presume to tell me what an atom is.
We can prove its attributes through experiments.
You've never seen an atom ever. Can you at least demonstrate that anybody's ever seen an atom anywhere? Who has seen an atom?
I'm sorry. Do you think you need to see?
Who's seen an atom, sir?
Your mom.
All right. You don't have an answer.
That's the stupidest question.
So no, it's not stupid. Because you're presuming to tell me what atoms are and what they do, yet you've never seen one, nor has anyone else. So how do you know what they do if you've never seen one or know what they are, what they look like?
We know what they are because of experiments.
Really, you keep going back in a circle. We know what they are because experiments, yet nobody's ever seen one. There's no demonstration of an atom.
Wait, there are demonstrations of atoms. It's just that you don't see them because they're small.
Oh, they're small, are they? So how small are atoms?
Barry, do you want me to give you an accurate answer?
I want you to tell me if you know. If you don't know, just say I don't know.
Yeah, hydrogen is like 1 angstrom big, which is a unit we use for atoms.
And how do we know that? Have we ever seen how big they are?
We can measure how big they are.
Have we ever seen how big they are?
I don't even know what do you...
Yeah, I'm talking to you about the thing that you're describing at the very base root of all your knowledge of gravity and the sun and the moon and spectral lines, and you reduced you all the way down to an atom. Now we're talking about the thing that is, according to you, the fundamental baseline for the knowledge of like what makes the discrete chunks of matter. Everything, right? So that's what we're talking about. So we're at the base root of that. And right now, you've never seen one. You can't demonstrate an atom to me. And you don't have any answer to what an atom is. Only that you can use it as a convention. That's the only thing that you can do right now. Is tell me about the convention.
So you just lie now.
What? What did you say, sir?
I said you lied because I've repeatedly said we can demonstrate it. However, you...
So when can we demonstrate an atom? Can you demonstrate an atom to anybody here that we can see what an atom is, sir?
You don't need to see something to demonstrate it.
Oh, so we don't need to see a demonstration. But that's the very thing of a demonstration. We need to show you. In order to show you, we need to demonstrate. And if you can't show me what you're talking about, then how can you demonstrate the thing you want to tell me about?
You can't even speak English. Sorry, no.
What? So, and a demonstration is you're not going to show me the atom or what it does.
I'm sorry, I said I can show you a demonstration, but you won't see the atom.
So we're not going to see an atom. So what are we going to see if it's not the atom, sir?
The effects of atoms.
Well, what are the effects of atoms?
Do you want me to get out paint, or is that...
I just need you to answer the question. What are the effects of atoms?
Well, the point of atoms is that matter is made of a very small objects, which have different attributes.
How
Again,
small?
I'm pretty sure they changed. Different atoms have different sizes.
Really? Different sizes of atoms, yet we've never seen an atom. Now we got different sizes of atoms, yet no one's ever seen any atoms. How do they know what size they are? That's weird, huh?
I'm sorry.
Now we have
sorry.
different
Can you have a conversation with?
Not really, because the different sizes of atoms are not demonstrated. You're only talking about things that you have no demonstration to make any observation to anybody here. You're going to presume to say that you know something about atoms, yet you have never seen one. Now you're saying they're different sizes, but nobody can ever see the sizes of the different atoms that you're exclaiming right now. Is that true?
You're a liar. Holy shit. Okay.
Okay. Can you demonstrate? No, you don't need to be sorry. Can you demonstrate the different sizes of atoms to the panel right now, so we can all know that you know that what you're saying is true?
Wait. Okay. I could if.
Okay. So I need you right now, since you could, demonstrate to the panel the different sizes of atoms. Now I need you to tell us how they're different sizes, and then show us that you know that they're different sizes. Because you know what's funny is, I think you're going to have a magic trick you're going to pull out of a hat, because you just told me you've never seen an atom. So how is it possible that there's different sizes that you've never seen? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. You keep saying go ahead, but that's a lie, right? You don't.
Well, until you stop not talking about the specific thing that we're mentioning right now. So the different sizes of atoms is what needs to be demonstrated, yet you've told me that you've never seen these atoms. So how do you know they're different sizes if there's no way to see them?
Because I don't... Have you passed 5th grade?
So there's no demonstration of different sizes of atoms that you've never seen, is there? I think you're lying.
Plenty. I've repeatedly said there's plenty.
See, there's plenty of what?
Maybe that's vague.
Maybe you not giving the answer. There's plenty of that. You not giving the answer. So once again, different sizes of atoms need to be demonstrated right now. As according to you, that's what you have. But problem is, you've never seen an atom. So how do you know the sizes of atoms that you've never seen? Sir?
How do you know the size of a mountain?
Measuring it.
Well, we can see a mountain, sir. Atoms, we cannot.
You can't answer a question with a question.
First of all, whoever said that, you're dumb. Second of all, yeah, we measure it as the correct answer. Of course, we measure.
Yeah, we know what a mountain is, sir. We can see a mountain, but we cannot see an atom. Is this true?
How do you know how tall a mountain is? What do you think?
Well, we can see a mountain. We cannot see an atom. And you said there's different sizes of atoms. I want to know how you know the different sizes of atoms. If you've never seen one.
I want you to answer my question.
No, we're not going to answer
the mountains. You can compare. You can see the mountains, and you can see the mountain which is bigger than the other mountain next to it.
Thank you,
You can see
Necros.
this mountain and take a picture of the mountain and compare it with another mountain in another place.
Thank you, Necros. All right, Al. We've never seen an atom. We have seen a mountain. What is your point?
You don't let me finish. Like, I don't know if you understand how.
Yeah, well, you keep going on about things that are not the answer, so I have to stop you. So we've seen a mountain. We've never seen an atom. So how are you presuming to tell me there's different sizes of something you've never seen? I think you're lying once again.
I think you have a mental disability.
Okay, so you're able to answer the question? How do you know that atoms have different sizes if you've never seen them?
I've repeatedly answered it. You just don't understand what words mean.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, words. Okay, so tell me in words how you've seen different atoms sizes.
I have repeatedly, but you don't understand how they interact with each other.
When did you see different? When did you see different sizes of atoms, sir?
I'm sorry. Do you think you need to see something to understand?
Yeah, because that's exactly what you're saying. You know when you say, I got something that's a bit bigger, like I have a basketball, and I got something bigger than a basketball. It's a beach ball. Well, you can see the sizes of the two different things, so you know they're different sizes, right? You can visually see them physically, right? So now I need you to tell me, have you ever did this with atoms, sir?
Compared them? Yes, we can compare them.
Really? So when did you visually see atoms to compare them, sir?
I'm sorry. Okay, you were actually too dumb to have a conversation.
Okay, so you've never seen atoms, yet you're comparing sizes of something that you can't see. How is this possible?
Okay, I muted this guy. If anyone else wants to have a conversation, we can talk. But
no, you're not going to mute me.
Hold tight,
Yeah,
Alpha.
that
won't happen. Hold tight. Alpha is a moderator. If you mute a moderator, that's going to cause audio chaos, and you will be removed from the server. Now, I'm not being unkind. If you don't want to engage with him, then you don't have to, but you do have to have him unmuted. Just a word to the wise, buddy. If you don't unmute him, I've got no choice.
Okay, thank you for the warning. Yes, I'll just ignore him. Okay, that's fine.
No,
but I'm not going to have a conversation with him anymore. He's extremely dumb.
Here's the thing. No, here's the thing. It's not about me being extremely dumb. It's about you being
it's about you not understanding like basic concepts.
What? So basic concepts. Once again, we're going to go back to basic concepts, which is we can see things visually. These are basic concepts. We can see things visually, and we can determine sizes because we can tell how big something is versus something else. That's something either bigger or smaller than the thing that we can visually see. So these are basic concepts that you can't understand. According to you, we cannot see an atom, yet there's different sizes of atoms. This is the problem with you. So it's not about me not understanding basic concepts. It's you that doesn't understand basic concepts.
I have a question. Do you believe in oxygen?
Yeah, we don't need to talk about what I believe in. We're only here to talk about how you're not having any demonstration of gravity. We went all the way from Cavendish to the sun and the earth, to you demonstrating about atoms, to you not being able to see atoms, because that's according to you. You weren't able to do it. Importantly enough, you said, I don't understand basic concepts, when in reality, you don't understand basic concepts. Because when we see things, we can determine the sizes of things, comparing them to other things. Now, this is something you don't understand. So you want to make it sound like I don't understand. No, sir. It's you that doesn't understand.
Okay, just to be clear. So I'm taking that as a no, by the way, just to be clear. First of all,
it doesn't matter what you say.
We don't need to see things to understand them. That's the whole point.
Well, see, that's the whole part of having a hypothesis test. Observation is the first step, sir. So if you can't observe something happening, or how can you test for something if you've never seen the thing that you're talking about? So if something isn't able to be visually noticed in the physical form, how are you able to determine what it is or how big it is, sir?
Just to be clear, observation is not the same as seeing. I don't know if you not understand those two words. But
okay, so when you have an observation of something, like, you're going to make an experiment with it, it's something that you say you don't need to see. Is this true? Yes? Is this true? You don't need to see
I'm sorry,
the
I
thing
didn't
you're
listen to
observing.
you. What did you say?
You don't need to see the thing that you're observing. Is this true? According to you?
Sometimes, yeah.
Really? Name one time.
I'll give you an example. If you have a camera in a room and you're not in that room and you look at the picture from that camera.
Thank you. You just said you look at the picture in the camera. So that's an observation where you're looking. You're seeing it, isn't it?
If you're dumb, yeah.
Well, I mean,
do you understand an analogy? Do you?
Yeah, when you said look, you're actually looking with your eyes. Isn't that correct? Yes?
No, I'm sorry.
No, you didn't see with your eyes. Did you close your eyes when you look at something?
Do you?
No, you don't need to be sorry. You just need to be correct and concise. So when you saw the photograph with your eyeballs, or did you close your eyes and then you saw the photograph? Is that what you're telling me?
Again, do you understand the difference between data and like its interpretation?
Sure. So when you see data, are you using your eyes to see data, sir?
Not necessarily.
No. So no eyes.
You can listen to data on an audio tape, for example.
Yeah. So is this how you're listening? Are you doing that? Are you listening to audio tapes, sir?
I'm sorry. Wait. Okay. There's another.
Are you listening to audio tapes?
Do you think blind people can know anything?
Oh,
I'm not talking about blind people. We're only talking about. You see how far you're grasping at straws right now.
No, you don't understand the word seeing or how science works. It's like incredibly frustrating. I'm talking to a literal child. Like you.
Well, no, it's not a literal child. The thing that you need to understand here is that when you're talking about any demonstration that can be replicated by anybody else, the method by which somebody can know something to be true in the physical form, they have to demonstrate it to themselves, right? So they're going to replicate something, but it has to be done in a way they can observe what is happening. Yes?
But that doesn't mean you have to see it. You can see data.
So we're going to listen to audio tapes according to you. You think that's how it's done?
No, the point is your eyes are not the crucial element. The crucial element is...
Really? So eyes are not a crucial element. So I don't see what's happening in the Cavendish. Yes?
Again,
Yeah, can I listen to audio tapes and it'll tell me how close or how far the two balls are from each other? I just listened to some audio tapes, right?
You can if you have an audio tape of just repeated numbers, yeah.
Really? So
repeated
audio
numbers. Holy shit.
So I can't see whether or not the balls are closer or farther away from each other because that's what I need to do, right? I need to observe something happening. And now I can't see it because you took that away from me. So now no sight can be done. I cannot see the thing. Audio tapes with numbers. But how do I get audio tapes with numbers if I'm the one doing the test?
Do you know what laser?
What? You don't have anywhere to go. How can I make an audio tape of only voices when I need to see what the experiment's supposed to be about with your Cavendish?
You don't need to see it. That's the point. You don't understand.
Oh, really? Okay.
Man, holy fuck. Why is like things that are axiomatic being debated here? Like, shit.
So
like obviously you want to see it, dude. Fucking hell. Like repeated numbers, like what is it? It's like a fucking thing's gonna ring and it's gonna say, okay, moving closer, 1, 2, like fuck. Like that's so stupid.
Oh shit. Oh no, this guy's a real brain.
Wait, I'm sorry. How do you think most like measuring devices what they give out? What do you think?
Okay, wait. Okay, so what? Hold on a second. Now I'm laughing because this guy's supposed to be a brainiac. He's supposed to know what he's talking about, right? And so now we went from the Cavendish all the way down to atoms that you came in late, Matt. But apparently to him, he says, we could see atoms. Then we went all the way down. I said, have you ever seen an atom? No, I've never seen it. Okay, who's seen an atom? Can you tell me who's seen one? No one's ever seen an atom. Okay, but the atoms are different sizes, according to the gentleman. They're different sizes. And I asked him, how do you know they're different sizes? Have you seen them being different sizes? He said, no, we've never seen them different sizes. Then I asked him, how do you know they're different sizes? And this is who is going to answer. Go ahead and tell me, sir. I've unmuted you. How do you know?
Oh, that's a lie. You don't want me to answer, so I don't care.
No, I do want you to answer. How do we know atoms are different sizes if we can't ever see them? We listen to audio tapes?
I mean, I don't get it, man. I mean, obviously, it's a lot more convenient, at least, to be able to observe certain phenomenons that lead to a conclusion, right? Like the Cavendish experiment. I think it's observable.
What is observing?
Why would you try to make it? Why would you try to make it about like hearing numbers and shit? Like that's so stupid.
Because
like,
he's
none of us.
No,
I mean,
because
does
I
anyone
can't
here
even
not have
explain.
eyes or something?
Sorry, I can't even explain anything. I can't talk for more than a half a minute uninterrupted. So of course you don't understand because I can't explain anything because he's a.
Yeah, so we're gonna hear nothing but your color commentary about what we're doing here. No, sir, you didn't have an answer to anything that was at least relevant to gravity being produced as something that's real. Because we went from that to Cavendish to the sun and the moon being attracted to each other for you to tell me how atoms is, and round we go. You're basically going through this rigmarole of trying to explain how things can be done with an observation of something, but yet not using your eyeballs. You're not seeing anything. You're listening to audio tapes of people tell you stuff. And this is how far down the rabbit hole you are right now. An observation is not something that needs to be seen. So if you're saying the Cavendish can be done without any observation, you're looking at it, then how is it supposed to be recognized by the researcher as something that you can... Go ahead.
Why would you even argue that, though? Why would you argue that the Cavendish doesn't need to be seen? That's so stupid, dude. Doesn't help you.
Can I answer, or is he gonna mute me again?
Go ahead.
No, if you just answer it.
I'm sorry. Stop lying like a fucking coward. Okay, so...
Just answer it. That's all you gotta do. Just answer it.
The issue is that he talked about different things, and for different things...
No. We're not talking about different things. Get right back. See, he derails, man. The guy derails. Just get back to the point. He's only asking you one question, right? Observation, Cavendish. Why is it not needed? Go on.
I didn't say it wasn't needed in Cavendish.
Oh, so it is needed. So
why were you arguing the whole like 1, 2, 3 number shit like hearing? I don't get the dumb shit that you were arguing. Like this is the thing, dude. Like I'm a glober myself too. Obviously the Cavendish is something observable that anyone could probably do at home given the right equipment. Why would you sort of argue about the whole you don't have to see it, you don't have to observe it bullshit? It's something observable, dude.
Simple, because I didn't even get to finish my answer and I was gonna get to that. So, oh my god, the mute guy is a dumbass again, yeah. The answer is because we weren't talking about Cavendish. Cavendish is observable. Other experiments don't give you observable...
Okay.
Holy fuck, dude.
So we're back to observing something. Now, is an observation of Cavendish the same thing as seeing it? Let's see if he answers that. Go on, sir. Observation.
I just generally don't listen to you.
Oh, okay, wait. Maybe you can listen to Matt. Matt, ask him the question. Is observation the same thing as seeing something?
Yep. I mean, does he have you muted or can he not listen to you?
No, he should be able to hear you. He's hearing me too, but if he has me muted,
I just refuse to listen to him. That's the point.
Well, I mean, he's a moderator, so you're going to have to listen to him.
Yeah, you really are.
Not to the content of the shit he says, no.
It's
very dumb.
Well, dude, you went down to listen to audio tapes. Now, with the Cavendish...
Okay, also...
Is an observation the same thing as seeing something?
The actual answer is no. And any person...
No. Okay, so here we go again, right? So back to square one. So we're going to listen to audio tapes about the Cavendish, yes? Sir?
Sorry, what did you say?
So we're going to listen to audio tapes about the Cavendish. We don't need to see it. An observation is not something you need to see, right, with the Cavendish?
No, it can be seeing. It can also be something else. Yeah, that's...
Okay, so how can the Cavendish be something else other than seeing it, sir?
Again, you can do it electronically if you want to.
Yeah. Do we see it?
Not if you do it electronically with like distance measurement. No.
Distance measurements. Go ahead and tell me how we can do it with electronic, whatever you said. Go
For
ahead.
example, there's something called a laser rangefinder. You can put that between two balls and then watch how far they are away from each other. And have that in
Watch. So we gotta watch something means we gotta see it, right? With our eyes.
Well, you see numbers. Is that calling watching?
You see numbers? Okay, well that's fine. You're using your eyes once again. So seeing something is the same thing as observing it, right? With the Cavendish.
Again.
What? What happened?
I can't believe you don't understand this. It's just like
No, I do.
you're
But you
so
don't.
close to understanding the most basic concepts.
No. I
You're
think
so
you don't
far away.
understand basic concepts. Because when we're observing the Cavendish, according to you, we're seeing it. But now we're listening to audio tapes and using
No, you
echolocation
can if you
and
want
being like
to.
dolphins
No,
and whales.
you can if you want to. The eyes are not required. That's the point.
Okay. The eyes are not required for the Cavendish. Back to that again, aren't we?
Yeah,
Have you
because
ever
you
thought
obsess
about
over it.
challenging concepts before, like preconceived notions? You ever challenge your own concepts?
I could if I could talk for more than 30 seconds.
Yeah, you can talk for more than 30 seconds.
That's a lie,
problem
you
is,
fucking liar.
The problem is you're not very good at it because you started talking about listening to
You're a
audio tape
baby.
when you're
You're a literal
not
baby.
really.
Yes.
Not really.
You have the
But when you-
mindset of a 4-year-old.
Yeah.
I've
So when
talked
we
I literally have
not really gonna talk, you're just gonna bloviate him and haw. That's boring. All right. So, do we need to talk to you about basic concepts, sir?
I'm trying to explain those to you. That's all I'm doing is
No, you're not explaining anything. You're doing the best you can to not give us an answer to any of the things that we're asking you. You like to do a lot of this, like getting away from the point, and so we're not nowhere to be understood like what your position is. So currently, right now, there's no demonstration of gravity because you didn't give me anything we can observe because we're listening to audio tapes, according to you, or being like dolphins and using echo, right?
Why don't you try to make your point clear again? Just restate it. Just make
Wait,
it
do you
very
want
clear and
to?
very
The answer is because I've been muted in about 5 seconds.
Well, you're gonna
Just
be
stop
muted
talking
again.
about being muted, dude. Just tell us your point with the
Yeah, just
Cavendish
tell us your point.
experiment. And if you said that it's something you need to observe, then make that clear as well. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
One.
I'm sorry, I don't even bother with you people.
Oh
Like,
my
don't
god,
care.
dude.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm sorry. Do you actually
that's it. I'm
understand how
sorry, dude.
frustrating you
Listen,
people
listen,
are?
dude. I'm
Wait,
trying to
wait, sorry,
understand your
No, no, sorry.
point.
I'm
Hold
being
on,
polite,
dude.
but you
Hold
guys
on,
are
dude.
actually
Hold on.
retarded.
Hold
Like,
on,
actually,
dude.
it's
So
incredible.
all of a sudden you want to talk. Listen, I just tried to understand your point. I wanted to give you a chance to make it clear so people can't strawman you, and then you wanted to keep crying about how you kept being muted. That's not my fault, dude. But by the way, Alpha, there is some other dude in the chat. Jesus was black that I think was kind of like white knighting for this
Timing
guy.
it. All right.
If you want to call him out to the big
Yeah,
stage.
we'll let Alf or whatever his name is go ahead, and if you got one more chance, if you want to, go ahead and please explain to Matt.
Hopefully,
make your point.
How Cavendish works? Do you want me to explain to you how Cavendish works?
No, dude.
No.
Fucking hell.
I
I want you to make your hold on, Alfmar. I want you to make your point clear about Cavendish. Are you saying that it's something that needs to be observed, or something that doesn't need to be observed? Which one?
Again, there's a difference between necessity and between something being possible, right? So
Oh
it is
my
not
God.
necessary to look at the experiment. Can you guys see? Like, you want me to explain my position, and then you
Alfmar, hold on, Alfmar, hold on.
Truth is not determined by the force of an explanation. So you can give us explanations all day. So can liars.
Yeah, I also can't. No, I actually can't give you explanations all day because I haven't given you one because you keep interrupting me because you. I don't know.
Can you just tell Matt if you can see
So-
the Cavendish or not?
Well, do you want me to explain my position or not?
Alfmar, okay.
I need to
very
explain
simple
my
question.
position. That
It
needs
is
an
by the
explanation. Do you
definition of an
understand that?
observation. Alfmar, hold on, dude. By the definition of an observation, does the Cavendish, for someone to be able to understand it, okay, we're not diving into deep philosophy here. For someone else, like a third party or the flat earthers you're trying to prove Cavendish to, do they need to observe the effects, like in the video or something, and understand that to be
Well,
able to know what Cavendish is?
You can observe the effects through data sets, through collected data sets. I don't know if you
Yes,
consider that seeing.
that's fine,
Right.
dude. If you have the math, listen, Alfmar. If the math necessitates right? That gravity is happening and there is an attraction between two forces, and you can demonstrate that, and that's also okay. I'm not saying that math isn't something observable. It's a quantitative language that we use to, the quantitative language that we use to sometimes see what's possible, what's impossible, and just the motion of things, all sorts of things, right? So if it's observable by mathematics and all sorts of stuff, that's fine too. That's observable, right? We'd agree on that?
Well, yeah, the point is just that eyes are not a crucial part. Like, you don't, like, eyes...
Dude, okay, to see numbers are... wait, hold on. To see numbers are
missing the globe out of your
brain. The whole point why I have talked about eyes is because he said we can't see atoms. That, like,
you can't. That's atoms. I'm talking about Cavendish.
Yeah. Sorry.
You guys keep talking about eyes. The whole point why
you're all fucking no brain.
I'm sorry. Have you said something intelligent yet, Ego Slave? Thank you. Okay, so the point is that just because
yes,
Alpha, just because
I just
Alpha,
did say something intelligent, actually.
It actually was incredibly not intelligent.
So I got him. He's like a runaway train. So back to Matt's point. So he's saying observation, but he's not saying he sees the Cavendish in any way. No data. He can't see data. He can only hear it on audio tapes. Basically, is what he's saying. So there you go.
Yeah, that would be sufficient. You could do it that way if you wanted to.
There you go.
God, dude. This is the main thing, dude. You're bringing up.
We gotta clip this out later. This is great.
You're bringing up Cavendish because you want other people to acknowledge this experiment and how it proves the attraction between two objects, right? So obviously, this is something. This is an observed phenomenon. The math would be an observed phenomenon, right? All of the subs observed, dude. I don't know why you're arguing from this weird point of like, well, you don't need to really observe it. Well, you don't need to observe it for it to be the fact. Like a third party doesn't need to observe it to be the fact or whatever. That's fine, dude. But if you want to if you want to prove these people something, it's something that they're gonna observe, and it's an observed phenomenon regardless. What are you arguing here?
Sorry, I was arguing with Alpha earlier, saying we can't know that atoms exist because we haven't seen them. That's the whole point of that.
You keep going back to that.
Because it's incredibly stupid. It's like the stupidest thing I've had in my entire life.
Well, you can just tell them that atoms can be observed under
I have repeatedly. I have.
Yes. No, he didn't. He didn't say that.
I have. You're lying again. I'm sorry. I don't care about this person. Okay.
Yeah, you need to.
I'll be honest. I was kind of waiting for the bit where he said, "Hey, look, here's the electron microscope. Here's the tunnel in the."
Yes.
Yeah, he didn't do that.
Yes.
He didn't.
He didn't do that.
That's the thing I was going to bring up too, dude. You can literally just tell him that under microscopy, right, using electrons or X-rays, you can literally see atoms, individual atoms.
He said he didn't. He couldn't see them, bro. He said I cannot see them. So if he backtracks and says that he did say that, everybody heard him say that he didn't. He cannot see atoms. That's why I was on his ass.
I'm sorry. Okay, never mind. You're actually stupider than I thought. Holy shit.
Did you ever say that you saw an atom, sir?
Wait, have you seen an atom?
I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Have you ever seen an atom?
No. That's the honest answer.
You've never seen an atom.
Okay. Okay. All right.
And you are retarded. Like, yeah.
All right, so that was 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't have a conversation. Yeah, that's simple. Yeah.
Let me... Alfmar. So, have you ever seen an image of an atom?
Do you mean artistic representation?
No, an actual image of an atom. Not like an animated representation, like on an explanation video. Have you actually seen an atom under these microscopic conditions or X-ray?
There's... So I think I've seen one photo where they used like extremely fast cameras to do one. I think maybe that wasn't atom. I don't remember if that one. I've seen the results of electron microscopes, although I don't know if they were on atomic scale or if they were larger or not.
So that he didn't. He's never seen one. Well, he said he's never
I've seen an atom because I've seen my wall. There's a bunch of atoms there.
Oh my god!
But I don't even know.
That's not what he's asking. I've seen my wall, therefore I've seen atoms. That guy.
when I'm asking you, listen.
You can't help
Mr.
him.
Alfmar.
It's like you can't help him. Like you try to, but it's like, what use is it? He just goes back to being As dumb as rocks, dude.
I think it's very funny how arrogant you are. It's incredibly amusing.
Yeah, you think it's amusing. I'm having a great time.
Oh yeah, I think it's very funny.
What that you
should rewind the tape.
That you have to listen to audio tapes to do a Cavendish test.
Oh shit.
I think it's funny
That
that
was
you
funny.
don't understand like spoken speech at all. It's very amusing.
Spoken speech? That's
Yeah.
deep.
No, it's actually not. No, it's not. I'm
Alright,
just calling
so-
you dumb in different words.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. All right, so you don't have any evidence of gravity, right? Is
I have plenty of evidence of gravity. You have failed to refute it.
Okay, so what was the first evidence that you had of gravity? You said mass attracts mass. I remember the earlier conversation with Larry. You were talking about mass attracting mass.
Yeah, that's the definition of gravity. Yeah.
Okay, and you said that mass attracts mass.
Mhm.
So what is the cause of mass attracting mass?
Isn't it superseded anymore by the
I'm sorry. Just to be clear, it's
We'll get to that
gravity is
next,
a
bro. Don't worry.
phenomenon. Gravity is a phenomenon. There's different theories about its cause. We don't know. It's just a phenomenon.
Oh, we don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that. I like that you say we don't know.
Yeah, it's called
That's
an
good.
honest answer. Do you know what that is?
Hey, no, that's fine. But see, what that
That's
does
right.
though, it sabotages your position.
It
Sorry to
actually
tell you
doesn't
that.
at all. Like not
It
at
does
all.
really, because
No.
your cause for the effect that you're supposed to be stating is not there anymore. So you don't know why something's happening. You just see it happening. Well,
No, we can
you listen
describe
to
how
audio
it
tapes.
happens. Yeah.
You can
describe
listen
how it
to audio.
happens.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter. But so the thing that you're
No,
talking
it does.
about.
That's the whole point of science. Do you know what science is? Do you know how models
You
work?
cannot prove anything in science by making inferences or inductive logic, kid.
Yeah, you do it by doing predictions.
You
which
can't. You can't prove by inference.
I'm sorry, did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. You.
So I'm gonna stop him here real quick. He doesn't have the
Because you're making up stories about an observation when you don't have any.
Yep. He doesn't have a causal mechanism for the thing that he's stating is happening. Just the effect of what he knows that he
Yeah,
sees.
the science. That's right. The scientific method itself ruined him.
Interesting.
Step one.
Out of curiosity, do you know what a model is?
Oh, what type of model are you talking about? A scientific model?
Yes,
What a model does? Yeah, models describe.
Really?
Can you give me a
simple.
definition of a model?
A model
Hey, hold
is
on,
a
Al.
slim girl wearing new clothes.
Hold on, Necros. Alpha. Hold on 1 second. Ego, you're cutting in and out when you talk. So when you're coming in, it's just like we're getting bits of what you're saying, but we don't hear all of it. Just letting you know, bro. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I think Jedi was on a point.
I was just asking for clarification if he's talking about a scientific model, that's all.
Yes, in this context, I wanted to know if Ego Slave knows what a model is. That's all.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked for clarification. Well,
Yep, and I
with regards to what
clarified,
type of model you were talking about, that was
Yes.
all.
Yeah, that's fine. And I just said I clarified.
Yes, I do know what a model is. Models in general just described. But if you want a scientific model, you need to have an observation, which you don't have yet, do you?
I've already shown you videos of an observation.
Right? Because I can create a model that goes into a video game to simulate Superman flying. That's a model.
It actually isn't a scientific model, no. Anyway,
It's not a scientific model, correct? It's just a model. So
yeah,
that's why I just differentiated for you model from scientific model. And the difference is a scientific model requires a naturally occurring phenomenon that you plan to simulate.
Okay, so why do you think we don't have observations for it?
For what?
For gravity.
Because you just came up with gravity in your own brain.
I mean, no, people came up with it a long time ago.
Yeah, just like I can conceive of Superman flying and create a model out of that. You know, you're thinking about gravity.
So
you have your own idea about gravity, and
so
you're
for
creating a
example,
model around
Cavendish-
that. Well,
so
where's
for
the naturally occurring phenomenon? Present one. Can you present a naturally occurring phenomenon for your model of gravity, your scientific model?
Yes, Cavendish.
Yeah,
That's
but
not
no, he's
a
talking
state.
about the naturally observed phenomena. Remember when I asked you, what did you see in nature?
Oh,
Remember
wait, you
that
guys don't understand what natural means. Okay.
Oh, really?
The Earth rotating around the sun.
You observed
Excuse
the Earth rotating
Dude, you're
around the
all
sun.
over the place. Fucking hell.
Dude, we're talking about Cavendish. When
No,
we
you
asked
guys.
you,
No, I'm asking. You
Hey,
guys are asking me what.
What natural occurring phenomenon? Yeah, that's the Earth around the sun, I guess.
yeah, but you don't observe
How do you
that.
know Earth is moving and not the sun? Because we actually observe the sun
sun is-
moving in the
both
sky.
are moving. Both are moving. It depends on your frame of reference.
What, both are moving? Well, how do you know Earth is moving? I need an observation of Earth itself moving, please.
What do you think moving means? Do you know what a wait? Do you know what a frame of reference is?
Yes, I thought we were
Yeah,
talking
I know
about
what the
Keep
Cavendish.
claim
doing
is.
this, Elfmar,
Claims are not
dude,
evident.
why do you keep doing
Okay.
that?
So-
Why do you keep going all over the place, dude?
Because you guys keep
I
asking me
can ruin
questions
you on
all over the
reference frames
place.
with Coriolis right now if you're interested.
No, I'm sorry. You guys keep asking me questions all over the place and then doing the Pikachu surprise
We can
face
go
when
with
we get
reference.
answers all over the place. Yeah.
Let's go with reference frames, okay? I'll entertain this, Alphamar. Reference frames. Can you prove? Let me ask you this question: is Earth an inertial reference frame?
Earth itself? Like,
Say
what do you
yes.
mean? Just Earth? Do you mean Earth?
Say yes.
Like with the? You mean
Matthew.
Earth with the
Even if you
with
help
the
him, it
moon,
won't help
or
him,
what?
Matt.
What do you mean? Just by Earth? Do you mean like
Even
the
if you
space
help him,
around
it won't.
Earth? Sorry.
What do you mean? What do I mean? We're talking about whether or not Earth is actually moving, and so I'm saying,
See?
okay,
Hold
do
it.
you think Earth is an inertial reference frame?
I mean, you can put one. You can define one that uses Earth as its center and therefore has it not move. Yeah.
This guy's my turkey leg.
Yeah.
But you don't even know what. It's funny. Okay. Is that amusing? To like, do you understand how these?
That's
how,
pretty much the end of the discussion. Is you conceded that Earth could be at rest? Yeah.
No, because that's why I asked you if you understand how movement works.
Oh my
Just
god.
listen.
Well, I asked you if Earth is an inertial reference frame. You said it could be. You said it could be.
Well,
Do you know
Elfmar,
what a reference frame is?
why are you all over the place?
Wait, do you know what a reference frame is?
Do you know what an inertial reference frame is?
Yeah, apparently you don't.
Okay, no mind. Whatever.
Because you think an inertial
Yeah,
reference
you
frame
don't,
could also be
Alphamar.
accelerating. Now, who's got cognitive dissonance now?
What the
I'm
fuck are we
sorry.
talking?
I'm sorry. How is? I'm sorry. How is a reference frame accelerating exactly if Earth is the center of it?
The fuck?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Why do you think Earth is accelerating if Earth is an inertial reference frame?
Never mind. Okay.
He's confused. I could just tell he's really confused.
No,
And you think I don't know any of this?
Yeah, you talked yourself into a contradiction. You said it's really dumb to think the Earth as stationary and everything
Is
else
Chris
is
too low, or is it just me?
It's
Yeah,
just you,
probably a little
Necros.
low.
No,
Okay.
no, you're fine. You're fine, Crit. It's Necros.
Oh, okay.
Turn him up, bro.
Yeah, you're fine, Kurt.
Yeah, dude, you gotta do is just walk this back, all the way back to you've got a belief system that you really can't explain or take questions on. And then when people ask you questions about your belief system, you get very defensive, which you won't really explain why either.
I have explained plenty why, but that's, I guess, for people that listen.
Okay, so why is it so important for you that the Earth is a globe?
It's not. I just find it amusing that you guys are stupid. That's all. I don't know. It's not important to me.
Oh boy. No. Okay.
No, it's no. See, the problem is that science works, and we know it works.
Dude, now that's a pragmatic fallacy. That is an absolute pragmatic fallacy. Can you speak without engaging in any fallacious rhetoric?
Yeah, I think you need to open up a history book. There's been many times where science has failed. Like one of the big things I just looked up recently was how the putting tires in Florida, they're going to make an artificial reef with tires. That experiment failed spectacularly. You should look it up. You should see what it did.
Do you understand the difference between a failed experiment and failing science? Yeah, do you understand between a failed experiment and failing of
Means a
science?
prediction failed.
Yeah, they said
predictions fail all the time. That's part of science. Congrats.
They said this will work. All their models, all their predictions, all their science said the best idea you could do to save the reef is to throw tires on top of it.
Do you guys think satellites exist?
Dude, look at
Hold on. Here's a great example from history. Okay, the Bohr model, right? Niels Bohr, I think it was 1919. The Bohr model was used in the development of atomic weapons and has since been superseded by other models.
Why do you guys distract?
It's now considered obsolete, but they used the Bohr model to develop atomic weapons. How's that possible?
You're teleporting all over the place, dude.
Why can't you guys answer a question? Do you think satellites exist?
You're supposed to give some sort of example.
That's irrelevant. Red hair.
No, I'm curious. Can't you answer a question? It's a yes or no question. You guys should be able to answer it, right? Do satellites exist?
Why are you asking a red hair?
I am curious.
Sorry.
Out of curiosity, can you guys answer a question?
Dude, we're trying to talk about one subject at a time, and honestly, as a bystander, you're the one who keeps changing the fucking subject, so we never get to a conclusion about anything, dude. It's now becoming frustrating. It seems like it's a tactic by yourself.
It's
you don't like the conversation, so you want to change it.
Okay, my polite answer to that is I've been asked about a million different subjects and I've tried to give answers to them, and to most of them I haven't even been able to finish my answers. So the answer why we don't actually finish any subjects is because most of the time you guys jump around.
That you have a belief system that drove you into pipelines.
I can't even finish my point about not being able to.
Yeah, this is
like
you
ironic.
got to a conclusion on that. You have a belief system that drove you into a pipeline that determines other people who also don't believe the same things you believe as stupid, and you are entertained by that. Dude, everyone knows exactly what you're talking about.
You're not
I have a great question that's absolutely on topic.
No one's trying to figure out what you're on
Alpha
about.
Mar, sorry to cut you off. I gotta go soon, but I want to find out if Alpha Mar thinks that models are used to validate things in reality.
He thinks that if the globe is debunked, so science would be fake. No, it's just it will separate the science from the pseudoscience. That's all. Science will still be science, and it would still be correct at some moment.
So,
and
Alphamar,
it
do
can
models validate reality?
You guys can't even answer my questions. Why should I answer yours?
Well, this should be a pretty easy answer if you're not
asked you a yes or no question.
Fallacies riddling through your brain.
You can't even answer yes or no question. Why should I bother answering yours?
Yeah, don't.
Well, this isn't an
answer. I don't care.
Specific. Sorry, I will answer. It's a little bit more specific than a yes or no question.
So
if you say, do we believe in? If you ask us, do we believe in satellites? Yes or no? We're going to have to get a little bit more specific. It's not necessarily a yes or no, because you invoke a satellite orbiting the Earth in the vacuum of space. We don't think that, but we do think satellites exist in another form. You understand how it's not a direct yes or no question?
Okay, sorry. So you don't accept the conventionally understood concept of satellites, right?
That would be the more definitive answer. Yeah.
Okay. See, that would have been a nice answer if the other guys in the call would have been able to give that, which apparently not. So
obviously, the answer you should have the answer without asking it. If you are asking not a specific question, like Jedi told you, if you ask about the satellites that are orbiting a spherical Earth, and you know that you are talking to some bunch of flat earthers don't believe that Earth is spherical and don't have any certain orbit around it, so yeah. Obviously,
you guys
we don't believe in those satellites that are orbiting a spherical Earth. You should have the answer without asking it. That was totally stupid. And Jedi wanted to help you and told you, if you are asking about just satellite in general, not those who are orbiting a spherical Earth that can be in other forms like Saturn or something like that, yeah.
You had your answer inside your own answer too, with reference frames, making the Earth the reference frame. You've got to get there yourself.
So just to be clear, everything you guys have asked me could be solved by like a fourth grader. Most of your questions are extremely easy to answer, and could have been done. So like the answer of it would have been easy to answer. Yeah, like all of your shit is Googleable. Like you guys are not asking difficult questions at all. So I don't know why you would bring that up. Secondly, then why didn't you just say no? You guys, You guys could have just said no. Why were you guys so resistant to answering a simple question? For a group of people who is so insistent that you guys are like, oh, we're just, trying to find the truth or something. You guys seem very resistant to having an actual conversation. It's incredibly amusing. So, first of all, I'm not calling you stupid because you don't believe in science. I'm calling you stupid because the things
and now
you're
worked up. So you're worked up by
difference.
things that you think are amusing.
I am. No, I'm.
That is entertaining for me. For you to be like, hey, I find this whole thing amusing. You come in here and say, your answer is all amusing, and then get continually worked up by it.
I think this is incredibly funny because you guys are incredibly hypocritical. Yes.
Yeah, ditto, dude. You are incredibly hypocritical.
You can say that. Doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah, you've got a belief system, and inside your belief system, you think other people who also don't believe what you believe is stupid, while also not being able to articulate what you believe in the first instance.
No, as I've said, you guys aren't stupid because you don't agree with me. You guys are stupid because of the things you say. It's all the content of your words, like the complete lack of
entertaining. So you're a simple person entertained by simple things. No problem.
Well, I'm a person entertained by you guys being stupid. I guess that's a simple thing. Yeah. Wait, if you call you guys. You just call yourself a simple thing.
Entertained by very simple things.
If you call yourself a simple thing, yeah, I guess we agree that you're simple.
Yeah, you're just that guy who thinks everyone else, like my uncle. My uncle, who's an alt-right dude who just laughs at liberals all day. That's you. You just found a different topic. You're just this dude who, like, the scientists, all the engineers who brought to market a product you can hold in the palm of your hand and understand where people come from. You're like, nah, hold your beer or your ketamine and let you just laugh at people you also don't understand.
Yeah, I'm an electrical engineer.
No problem. I fully understand where you're coming from.
By the way, I'm an electrical engineer, so the fact that you bring up engineers building electrical shit is incredibly funny to me. I'm an electrical engineer. You fucking
not even close. Not even close to possible.
Oh, that's amazing. Wait, do you know what a Fourier analysis is?
There it is right there. Electrical engineer when asked me about their expertise.
It's a rhetorical question, you idiot. Do you not understand what a Fourier analysis is?
That's how I know right away. I have to try to prove the point. You proved it for me.
Wait, do you not understand how questions work?
Use that answer too. So now you know
you're too stupid.
Why
Holy shit.
It's that easy to debunk you.
Because I'm not asking you because I want to know. I'm asking you because I want to see if you know. It's called it's like when a teacher asks you a question in class.
You're not a teacher. Don't even pretend to be a teacher.
I am so much closer to a teacher. I've taught children before. So this is nothing new.
Can you do a Fourier transform by hand and show us in chat?
Yeah. Or
who cares?
Or you're in
an infinite series. I can't do an infinite series. I can't do simple ones.
You are not anything but a triggered snowflake on social media. That's who you are.
Oh, who's crying? Are you crying? Do you need to be put to bed?
This is interesting now. It seems like a token. It seems to be
very. Sorry.
I have a little bit of respect for you, dude. I do actually have a little bit of respect because you've lasted so long with all of these questions and so on. But that little comment right at the end, come on, dude, you're better than that, surely.
Sorry, which comment?
That's professionalism. That's engineering professionalism.
Sorry, which comment?
The one about being a little child and stuff. Literally the right thing you said at the end, dude.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I can explain that to you. The problem is that every time I try to answer a question, you got not every time, most of the times, and not you, Jelly. You've been very respectful. I don't call you a child, sorry. The other ones, yes, though. A lot of the times that I've tried to answer questions, you guys have cut me off. That is what a child would do if they feel either threatened by an answer or don't want to have a conversation. That is literally childlike behavior, which a lot of the people in this call have engaged in. So if I call you children, it's because of your behavior.
Yeah, well, parents cut off children and they're being obstinate and dishonest.
Yeah, and you're also entertained by childlike behavior because you're childlike yourself. You've got some developmental issues that make you entertained by things that you subjectively just wave a hand and deem as X. No problem. I understand fully where you're coming from.
Yeah, I think it's very funny sometimes. It's like a.
Yeah, you're a simple person entertained by very simple
Yeah,
things.
you really like repeating that point, don't you? Is that the only thing you have?
Anything
Is that
worth saying is worth repeating.
Well, I'm glad you found your own cope. Off that copium, my dude.
And I'm glad that you find that stupid and entertaining at the same time.
No, I
and
find
it
you
highlights
stupid,
how
and I find
your
that
belief
entertaining.
system is contradictory.
The last 5 minutes has been very productive here, boys.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Thanks, Buzz. High five, buddy.
Oh, by the way, the last hour before that was quite close to that, actually. So, not much changed.
Did you get a good enough answer about the satellites, or did you want to ask another question?
No, Jedi's answer was okay.
Cool.
As I said, he's the guy. He's respectable. I like him. I'm sorry, Jedi. I didn't want to insult you. You're the only one.
No, you're fine, buddy. You're fine.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's all right. You've caught me on a good day.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. I have to feed my cat. Goodbye, guys.
Take care, man. We'll catch up at some point and go through the solar spectrum.
Yeah, okay, we can do that. We can talk about spectral lines. Bye.
Cool, awesome. Wow.
A bonanza of stupidity.
The last hour and a half has been quite entertaining to a point. I'm interested how you pronounce your surname or your last name, Commandant Tzuknik. I'm really bad with that type of pronunciation, mate. But Commandant, if you want to unmute yourself and ask any questions, that would be awesome. Welcome to the channel. You can also tell me how you pronounce the last part of your name. That would be great. Obviously, you don't have to, mate. Keep yourself on mute. That's cool. Hold on. I'm going to have to read this. The scientific method doesn't prove because it is an inductive method, and inductive logic doesn't prove, but you need to know basic logic and philosophy of science in order to comprehend that. So let me just have a stab, and maybe Commandant, you'll unmute yourself to reply to what I say. When you say that the scientific method doesn't prove, the scientific method, observation of a phenomena, then your hypothesis, the prediction of what causes that phenomena, inbuilt within that hypothesis, there is an alternate. There will be a change. One will change two, or there will be the null. One will not change two. Ipso facto, demonstrating it will or will not make the change you've observed. So that's what the scientific method demonstrates. You say it doesn't prove anything. You can't help but prove something. Even if there's no result, you've proved that that doesn't cause that to happen.
What's the point of science if it doesn't prove anything?
No idea. You'd have to ask Commandant.
Hi, how are you all doing? I'm doing like so good.
Well, that's good.
I'm doing so good. How are you doing?
Hanging in there.
I will happily debunk flat Earth.
What is that?
What?
What is that? What is flat Earth?
Belief that you hold.
Okay, you have to describe what. If you're going to debunk it, what is it?
The belief that the Earth is not round. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, so you're in the business of debunking beliefs. That seems pretty oof.
It's not oof, it's just what I do. I'm very good at it. You want me to debunk it or not, bro?
Yeah, I don't care what you do. Anything you say or do will have no effect on me whatsoever. You're a non-issue, like a virtually an uncontrolled variable. You could spin around in a circle, then collapse. You could walk a mile. You could do all kinds of crazy shit. Nothing you say or do will have any effect.
So if I debunk it, you're still gonna be a flat earther.
There's nothing you can do. You pose as much threat to flat Earth as a termite does.
Do you want me to debunk it?
Same answer as last time.
All right, I'll debunk it for you, just for you, okay? So you're my special guest.
Same answer as before.
All right.
If you didn't understand the first thing I said, you're already done. You already sunk your battleship.
All right, I'm gonna debunk it just for you.
Yeah, you already sunk your battleship, dude.
Do you care about the truth or do you not? Which one is it? Well, some of you guys don't even care about truth. You just want to be part of something, you know?
Yeah, that's most people then. So the whole world wants to be part of something. You even do that yourself. I bet you'll eventually at some point say, we went to the moon. You'll want to be part of some Moon mission.
No,
It
it's
happened
no, it's not.
decades before you're even born.
It's okay
All
to
you
be
want
part
to
of.
do, you don't care about the truth. You just want to be part of something. I
It's
get.
okay
Then
to
you
be.
apply that attribute to somebody else, and then try to debunk it as you hold that position.
It's okay to be part of something, but if it's not truth, then it's just like, what are you part of? You know what I mean? Like, we're all part of math, right? We all believe in 1 + 1 = 2, right? So why do you want to be part of something that's a blatant lie? Damn, bro, nobody's interested.
Not even you.
Huh?
You're not even interested in what you have to say.
No, I am. I want to debunk it, but I don't know if anybody's here. Is anyone even here?
Yeah, we're waiting, dude. You said you were going to debunk flat Earth. We're just
Yeah, but
waiting
nobody
for
was.
something.
Nobody was responding. No one's responding. I thought nobody was here.
This is the best part. He can't even tell you what it is to start with.
I just told you what it is. You don't believe in a globe Earth. Like,
Yeah, you're just coping and rationalizing ad nauseum, just like you did the other day ad nauseum. So
do you
I
want
don't know
me
how you want us to
to?
respond. We get it. Your feelings are hurt. You're upset. You're bummed. Oh, you framed it in a way. Oh, you guys just want to be special. What's there to respond to that? You did it the other day for hours. You're coping.
Okay. First of all, I'm never in a call for hours. That's a lie. And second
Well,
of
whatever the
all,
limit of your belly aching was, that's what it was. That was the duration.
I think you're just being dishonest.
Yes, and now you're crying more. We get it. I think this. I think that. I think this. I think that.
Yeah, I am. I'm a god. Okay.
And now you're praying to God like you did last time. So
No,
your
I'm.
prayers are noted. Do you want to start over, dude, or what? Or you just want to complain about us?
You're the one that started that, not me. But okay.
You said no one's talking to me. No one has a response.
No.
Let's start here. Give someone a reason to care what
Okay.
you have to say. Because all you've done so far
Okay, yeah.
is give reasons why people should not care what you have to say.
Okay, I'll give you a
Maybe
reason why you
offer them
should. I'll give
some
you a reason why you
reason
should care.
why what you
Because
are offering is
it's
valuable.
counterproductive to hold a position that the majority don't hold. Okay. It doesn't actually do
That
you
doesn't
any
make any
favors.
sense. So if a bunch of people were on a ship and it's sinking, and two people know it's sinking, and everyone else, what the band plays on?
Yeah, is what he said.
That's
He's basically orc.
that's a
He's an
that's
orc in
false.
Warhammer. If enough orcs think
That's a
red goes fast, then suddenly red goes fast.
no. That's a false. That's a false. That's a false equivalence.
You think it's not fruitful if people aren't dancing to the same tune that everyone else
No, you don't
is?
quite understand. That's a false equivalence. Do you understand that?
Well, you're the one that said.
No, I said it's a false equivalence. Nobody can hear, bro.
Bro, are you serious? Where's my... Where's my... Shit in Ibiza. Alright, you guys are cowards. I get it.
So run away. Show how much other people are cowards by you running away from your own claim. Well done.
What's the island? Get the fuck away from me, you fucking bitch.
Hey, Matthew, your hot mic.
What happened, Globers? Did we ruin you?
We had about 5 or 6 customers over the last evening. And I think Larry dispensed of 5 of them by himself, pulling the long haul graveyard shift. Hats off to Larry. And then Alpha came in and ruined the last one.
I had my fun on the other server, ruining people yesterday morning, afternoon. It was blast.
It's like therapy.
I love telling them that every time you look at a cup of water, you're always going to think about this, because just by saying that is going to make them think about it.
There's lots of running away today. Post and run.
Hitting runs.
Doing their drive-bys.
That's going to help me become a Glober again when they do that.
You can tell they're very confident in their position.
Except that You can tell we're more confident in our position. That bothers them a lot.
Bring me globe evidence.
Earth ain't flat.
What say you, mate? Can you prove your globe, Mr. Fly? And he flew away like the fly.
Hey there, you guys. It's me, Saudi Man. I'm happy to be here, you guys. I'm a new member of the Flat Earth community. If anybody wants to argue about Flat Earth, yeah, they can argue with me. I've done some research.
Now, what is your
today.
problem? Every time you come in here saying the same shit over and over. Are you okay?
I'm just happy to be a Flat Earther, man. You don't have to be angry about it.
Something's wrong with him. That's all. That's why I didn't do anything. I just wanted to hear the speech
I'm a
again.
Flat Earther and you globetard. Don't you dare
Okay,
say
so
anything
prove
bad
to
about
us
me.
how do you know the Earth is flat? Go on.
Okay. First of all, whenever I went outside and I never saw a curve, so like you can tell by that, you know, the Earth is flat.
Okay. And then?
Well, that's it. That's the entire flat Earth argument. If you have any
Okay,
issues
perfect.
with it, then please, you Globetard, be quiet. Thank you. These
Well, you shut
Globetards,
me
man,
up.
I swear.
What if you've got a globe that's so large that
Yeah.
on a human level, your lived experience, observer dependency, it would appear to be flat and stationary?
Oh my god, Kurt,
It's so
you're such
big.
an idiot,
Think
man.
about
You're
it. It's
such an
so
idiot.
big, and it moves so
Yeah,
slowly that
like
you
my
can't
balls.
tell
hmm
if it's curved or not, and then you can't tell if it's moving because it's just moving too slow.
You have to think about it critical. Okay? If it is that big, then I would still see a curve, but I don't. Oh my god, you're so dumb. This is how you make flat earthers shut up. See, he has an argument now. Next time, do some research.
Yeah, you just said I
You're
was
round,
dumb.
you're
That's
round
right.
earther. I mean, you are dumb, yeah. Like me.
Yeah.
You're all in a
You're dumb.
conspiracy theory, and I'm the only one who's actually a flat earther. They're all trying to make me leave the flat earth, but I won't let you. The government is lying to me. If anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I'm an actual flat earther.
How come when an Australian plane and a plane from New York meet at the equator, the Australian plane is upside down underneath it?
Listen, my guy. Listen. When that happens, it just means you have issues with your eyes, man. Or most likely the airplane is a hologram. Okay? So, there you go. Comes in the same time every day, very consistent. What do you mean the same time? I never came in the same time, man. I barely come here anymore.
Hey, Saudi man.
This
what's
is
your
how you
best-
know that.
What would be your best number one
sorry,
evidence
what's up?
of the Earth being flat?
My girlfriend being a flat earther, and if I have to stay in the relationship, I have to be one.
Okay, wait, what?
That sounds
I
like
guess.
abuse.
Chris said it sounds like
I mean, you
abuse.
are abusive. You are abusive, so I can't. You can't.
No,
say...
someone's forcing you to comply to their belief systems.
Oh my god.
They should accept you
I
for
mean,
you.
yeah, flat earthers, man.
I accept
mean,
you
I
for
wish,
you, Chris.
Yeah, me too, dude. I accept you for you.
The issue is they're the ones that always yell. They yell and get angry and mute you, my guy. What? You know, how come you guys didn't mute me today? What? You're letting me do whatever I want.
I think they're probably
You're being
bored
generous today. What's up?
There's not a lot of
Bro, they're
entertainment going
always.
on.
I mean, they are flat earthers. That's the only thing they can cling on for, like.
Wait, aren't you a flat? I thought you were just a flat earther.
I am, because I'm also bored. Like, whenever I'm bored, I become a flat earther, and then I switch back.
Okay.
I need people that I have something in common with, you know?
Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, my community is really good, man. We have Flat Earth Batman, Critical, Radwan. What can you ask for more, man, honestly?
I love flat Earth so much.
Same, man.
That's why I
Same.
came in here so much, because I love flat Earth so much. You know, I love imagining things like flat Earth.
They are very good at, like, for background noise while you're doing something. I do agree.
Do I agree with what?
They're good for background noise while you're doing something.
I think listening into anything is good for background noise. If it's an interesting topic, you know, I think there's so much interest in this topic, you know? So I think it's good for background noise as well. whatever, man. You know,
I
when listening to
usually
something in, it's like
I
listening to a
usually
podcast. You know.
I usually just like to listening to them ramble. If I'm being honest, it's really fun. Oh wait, my friend is here. One sec.
Isn't that right, old Oz? The flat Earth is good to imagine. Right? Your mic's not even on, old Oz.
This King isn't the best background noise. I understand you're trying.
You're kind of lagging out. I hear your mic.
Yeah, it's a good. It's an excellent platform for you guys to come in here and cope and rationalize this and give each other hugs when you realize that you've been wrapped up in a mythology, and it's excellent. Very multi-purpose place.
Yeah, so I agree with you. Multi-purpose place. So multi-purpose.
Yeah, it has the purpose of really, at the end of the day, challenging people and why they think what they think.
Yes.
And then if they come in here, they got like foregone conclusion. The Earth is a globe. Otherwise, the person's retarded. Then they have to run that back into their worldview. Like, how do they know the Earth is a globe? Because other people told them so.
I think that questioning people's belief systems is always a good thing. You know, I wouldn't be such a prover of the globe if I didn't get questioned when I first came in here. So I think that's a good thing. Now I can prove the globe even better than I first was able to. You know, so I don't think it's a bad thing. I think that people being questioned on why they believe certain things is always a good thing. But I love the globe, the true globe, the true globe, the thing that actually exists in reality. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, well, what you like to do though is examine everyone else and forego the inward inspection. You know, because when you start pulling that string and you find out that it's just a seed planted by like Sesame Street, some astronaut worm. You know, everyone has some astronaut worm cartoon in their past if you live here on Earth. So when you start pulling the string and you start seeing that little kernel of that cartoon astronaut worm, yeah, a lot of people have to turn away and say, "See, I've proven the globe." So yeah, I understand you're clicking in this stage of the day, Mooney, but yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe you'll figure it out one day. Maybe your pride has this is an era of your life where pride fucks with you. But you'll grow up.
Hopefully so, man.
Yeah, we were all arrogant little, well, I'll speak for myself. Yeah, I was pumped with the story and pridefully arrogant and ignorant about the idea that we were pond scum hurtling through space. How could we be anything else? That pride will go away.
Yeah, but when if you set the pride aside and you look at the evidence?
Like what?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. That's what you need to do.
That's the thing.
Because what you said is you just like to examine what other people believe. Why don't you examine your belief?
Well,
the thing is, I think okay, so what? You're acknowledging that it's a belief system?
Well, I say if the Earth is flat, we take Kamala Harris off the ballot.
I think
you did this the other day, Big Iron, and it got you muted.
Breaking news: the Earth is flat. Kamala Harris.
What are you talking about, Kamal Harris, dude?
He's
So I think
coping, bro. He's coping. He's one of these people. You just reminded him that it's a belief, and he had to cope about it. He did this yesterday.
I think the first time I came in here, I was probably prideful about the foregone conclusion about the Earth being a globe and all this other stuff, right?
You're still dealing with immense amounts of pride. It's pride that you're unaware that it's even occurring.
But then I said, I'm gonna take a step back. Let me look at some evidences of the Earth being a globe. What's observational that's only possible on a globe and impossible on a flat Earth?
Well, that's circular, dude. That's circular reasoning. See, that's your pride. You're looking through your circular reasoning with rose-colored glasses. Anyway, but that's what you're doing. You're just rationalizing. You have all these stories of circular reasoning that fooled us as well. And now you've exalted them to evidence when you realize that's all there is.
There is
your house of cards is okay. That's a what evidence, dude? You have circular reasoning. The evidence that you just described is circular reasoning.
For example, if we look at a flat Earth, should we expect certain things on a flat Earth and expect different things on a globe? Should that be the case?
All we have to look at is reality.
Yes.
Correct.
And reality comports best to a globe.
Spit it out. In which way, dude?
There's just certain things that you wouldn't expect on a flat Earth that you get on a globe, though. Right.
Well, what would you even expect of a flat Earth if you don't think a flat Earth exists?
Well, I don't.
How is it you could be pontificating about a flat Earth if that's beyond your comprehension?
I don't think I have to. I don't think something needs to be in reality for me to know what I should expect. Right.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, for real. Like I think.
So where are you going to check? Where are you going to check for it then? If it's not in reality.
Well, like a flat Earth would have certain physical attributes that a globe Earth would.
Yeah, like water, like the surface of water. Everywhere water is.
Like that's the thing. There's certain things a flat Earth would have that a globe Earth wouldn't have. So then you look at reality and what does it present?
Well, all the telltale signs when you look at water, all the telltale signs are there for flat, not curved. We're talking about reality. You guys are dreaming that water's curving, even though you look at it, see that it's not curving, measurably not curving, but you see the globe on TV, so you enter into cogdis. You resort back to your pride and willing ignorance and just nuh-uh.
I don't know if the whole water thing is a really good argument, though. I don't know about that one.
For you? Yeah, maybe you'll need to figure that out. It's too simple. Yeah, it's reality. Call reality weak if you must.
But then you have if you like dive in deeper,
No, you have to imagine there's no deeper diving. Horizontal water doesn't get. What do you mean?
Yeah, you need scuba tanks if you're going to dive deep.
Yeah, and still horizontal at the top.
This is the
thing.
No,
there is no thing. The thing is horizontal water. Do you have curved water is the thing.
Yeah,
that's the thing. That's the thing. It's so simple that you have to say, nuh-uh.
Well, this is the main thing, right? Like sometimes we look at...
hold on. Are you acknowledging that water... What are you acknowledging water does at its surface when in a vessel?
I acknowledge that the water on
Earth... Spit it out. What?
It's curving.
You're thinking it's curving. Do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence in reality of it curving?
Yes, I do.
Where?
When I look out at objects far at sea.
Hey, Matt Nuclear, time out. You told us a long time ago that you've never done these observations. You said you've been to the beach, but you weren't paying attention. But I have a little thing you can do. if you can get to where there's like a harbor where there's lots of boats around, little boats, I'm not talking big boats. You sit in the sand. I'll film this next time I have some time.
Yes.
You can sit there in the sand, okay, with your feet right on the edge of the water. And there's boats in harbors, there's boats 20 feet from you, 300 yards away from you, and everywhere in between, left and right, forward and back, correct? I guess you're making these pontifications about what you see at the beach, but I always forget you've admitted that you haven't done these yourself. So you're expecting to see what other people have expected to see. Well, if you're going to pontificate, yeah.
Well, just
if
think
that's
about
your
it.
evidence, yes. Hold on. Think about this. Let me finish. Sit down in the sand in the harbor. You look at the boats. Stand up. Sit back down.
Yes.
See if you notice anything about the boats in the distance. Not even that far away, within 100 yards, they'll start disappearing bottom up.
Yes.
From you standing up to sitting down. So there, in that instance, that has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth.
Well, when you stand
maybe
up and sit back down,
what I'm telling is, before you want to comment on that, go recreate that for yourself, and then you won't be so confused.
yeah, but this is the main issue that you're having. When you stand up and sit back down, what are you doing? What are you changing? You're changing your perspective, right? So when you sit down, you're also lowering your height. So the water would be obstructing.
So boats going over curve have nothing to do with a geometric edge of a water ball.
They do.
Well, not in the example you just explained it to me. Not in the example that I gave.
When you're sitting back down, how does the water affect your viewpoint? Do you know?
You're just lowering your angle in what you're seeing out there. I'm saying that if you sit back down, you'll see it'll give the impression that the boats in the distance, not even that far away, within 100 yards, the water will appear to be, dude.
Yeah.
Just listen. I'm not going to argue with you over this point, but this is a simple thing you can go out and do and get a different point of view, figuratively speaking, literally and figuratively.
Literally, huh?
Literally and figuratively, yeah. But it's just an example. It's just an example of why boats' holes disappear. You're higher up looking at them and lower down. Has nothing to do with the curve.
Well, what if you do this then? What if you because when you're hold on ad nauseum. So,
listen, we won't talk about this until you can say what you want, but I'll make a video. Well, then I'll dox myself. But
somebody
just do it yourself. Oh, ad nauseum, you're back. Welcome.
I can easily debunk this form. So the reason why you don't find curvature is because you're asking for 0.0000000000002 centimeter of curvature. That's a ridiculous
hold
claim.
on.
We all know.
Matt Mooney found curvature.
We all know we can't observe 0.000000002
Yeah, we love your horror.
centimeter of curvature. We can't observe that. That's
Big Copper's today, boy. The Hurt Feelings Club. Ad nauseum. So why are people?
Oh my God!
Why are people chanting "boats go over curve" if you have to say 0.0000000 and the other guy has to yell the N-word?
That guy was funny, but look, you're asking for something.
Oh yeah, a real laugh riot.
You're not
comedic
asking.
genius.
You're not asking for something that is observable. It's like me saying, how do we know atoms exist? Can you show me an atom right now? Can you show me? Like, that's just a stupid question. Okay. The reality is this: you're not going to be able to observe curvature that is 0.000000002 centimeters. Okay? Do you understand that, you donkey?
Okay, so as a donkey, I just have to believe the TV then, just like you, right, Mule?
He's muted now. But all I was going to say...
He didn't say much now, did he?
Not really. But this is what I had to say, right? Is the fact that if you put your viewpoint lower than the water, then obviously the water would be the main obstruction. But if you're high
lower than the water, it would be underwater.
No, like I mean, if you sit back down, right, compared to
That's above the water.
Well, I mean, it
It's on
depends
the
on how
shore.
big you are. Depends on how
I'm
big
on the
you are.
shore. What? If I'm on the shore, no matter if I was the Jolly Green Giant, I would be I wouldn't be in the water.
Good. So what we need to do to make sure to see
If
whether
I
or
was
not
an ant, I would be above the water.
when you're on the sand,
If I was an ant,
if you're an ant on sand, and
I'm above the water.
You're above the water, really.
Yeah. Do you think if I was standing next to the
Well, you're
ant, I would
higher
have
than
a
the
better?
water in front of you if you're an ant.
Yeah. Do you think if I was standing next to the ant, if the Jolly Green Giant, myself, and an ant were standing in line at the beach, which one's going to have the better view?
Probably the Jolly Green Giant.
Yeah.
Right, but an ant would have a pretty shitty view because it'd be lower than the water itself. So if you really want to figure out the root of the problem, you get yourself to a decent amount of height. If you're 6 feet above the surface of the water, right, or you're 6 feet tall, you'd be high enough. You'd have a good, you'd have a decent amount of, you'd have a good amount of angle, and then you look
And
at
then
the
you
water,
sit, and then you sit back down, and you'll notice the view changing.
Well, you're not really making a point here, though. Still, right? So the main thing is if
it was you. Time out. It was you who started the boats go over curve chant, and I'm giving you example of how that could occur, and it has nothing to do with the boats moving. The boats are stationary.
Well, the boats
try. I know you're having a hard time wrapping your mind around this, but yeah, that's an option for you to do in real life. You understand the boats are staying in the same place.
Well, no, they're moving.
No, they're anchored. They're on their moorings.
Yeah. So boats
they're not
move,
moving. Right? They're in the harbor, bro. They're not moving away from you. No.
Oh, so you have this weird type of perspective going on, huh? So as far as I'm concerned, boats when they're moving, move. Right?
They're not moving. They're in a harbor on their moorings. They blow in the wind. They're not traveling away from you.
Which
the reason why? Listen, the reason why they're disappearing bottom up isn't because they're moving away. In this case, you get that, right?
Well, I don't know about your case. Not your case, probably, right? Where the boats are really close or whatever. I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. Well, I'm giving you, but your excuse as to why your best evidence as to why the Earth is a ball is because boats go over curve. Well, I'm just showing you.
My best evidence.
Well, that's how this all started.
Well, yeah, that's usually because this is the thing when I mentioned earlier that you expect certain things. So, like an observer on a globe, you'd expect that a object moving away from you would be basically disappearing bottom up, like on water.
Yeah,
right?
And what I'm telling you is, in a harbor, time out. In a harbor, if you stand up and then sit down, you'll see the same effect.
Oh, I don't know what harbor. I mean, you have to demonstrate that with a video camera.
You'll have to do some legwork. Wants everyone to do your homework for you, dude.
This is what happens. You're funny, man. This is what happens This is what happens when you make your claim needs to be substantiated. Okay, I can't help you with your claim. Right? You can't tell me. Well, just go somewhere and you'll see this really cool like.
Well, what I'm saying is you can see the same effect with boats that are stationary, and all you do is change your point of view. If you're too thick to hear what it is I'm saying, then that's on you.
Listen, I know exactly what you're trying to say, right? You're changing your perspective, you're angled to the boat. I get that. But the main issue is if you have a perfect line of sight to the boat,
So the boat isn't moving away, going over a curve, yet it's showing the same result of bottom-up obstruction.
But it's not, though. As far as I'm concerned, it's not showing the same result.
You've not done this. You've not done this, bro.
Yeah, but you haven't demonstrated this to be the case. You're giving me a thought experiment, basically. You know?
Yeah. Go do your own homework. Otherwise, just argue from ignorance.
But
you already admitted that when you went to the beach, you didn't pay any mind.
Yes,
we remember.
But you know what? I don't need to right now. Well, I will eventually. But right now, for me to know that boats disappear bottom up, I don't need people who have saw it happen. It's a very well observed phenomenon. And the main point here is that you expect that on a globe, and you don't expect that on a flat Earth. So the flat earthers would then need
there's
to make
demonstrations of it. Listen, there's demonstrations of it at small scales.
Oh, the shitty ones?
So from tables to the ones that you have, the ones that you know are so damning that you must call shitty. These are things also you can recreate.
Those shitty ones that prove me wrong are so shitty. That poopy horizontal water in my cup, bathtub, lake, pond, mud puddle.
This is the thing. This is the thing.
No,
right?
there isn't no thing. The thing is, water at rest, you need to show it's curving exponentially squared, not 0 point nothing. You got to show something. That's fucking retarded. You guys say water curves none, and you can tell because it curves none, and we know because we can't tell it's curving because it's curving none, because we know it because we can't tell. You guys are so awesome.
Well, yeah, we are, but you guys are more awesome, though.
Yeah, because I know, because we don't lie like you guys.
Yes, you guys are truthful people. I know. So this is the thing, though. Everyone lies, right? Everyone lies. I think that the facts themselves aren't lying, right? I think the interpretations that people might take might be the lies on purpose or whatever.
Interpretations of horizontal water. I think it's pretty horizontal.
Well, this is the thing, right? Do you expect horizontal water to act like horizontal water, though?
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. That was the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life. Listen,
this is the thing,
water does what water do. Don't give a fuck about anything or you. Water gonna do what water gonna do. Don't give a fuck about opinion about you. Right? Water don't give a fuck about your opinion.
You're hitting me with lyricism.
Stop having a dumbass opinion about water is what you should fucking do.
Welcome to the bar business. Yeah, dude, how do you think they play hockey? They throw the puck out there on a frozen pond and they skate.
Yes.
What do you mean, how would it expect it to be? It is what it is. It's a surface to play hockey on.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? You expect horizontal water to behave in this way. And then it doesn't behave in this way because you have boats disappearing bottom up. And that's what you'd expect. Oh, my Lord. Right?
Yeah, but that's your bastardized interpretation, bro.
Well, is there a...
You're putting the cart before the horse. You're doing the whole circular reasoning bit.
Well, no, what's the circular reasoning?
If water were a globe, it would be blue. Water's blue. The Earth is a globe.
Oh. I take
your hand waving. You're hand waving all these other examples of things disappearing bottom up because it doesn't match your story. Because it occurs for a reason that you're not claiming.
Well, I have a true story, right? I have a doctrine that is true, so it's fine. It's fine to have that. Right? But this is the main issue with the whole flat Earth is that it's not circular reasoning to say I expect this on a flat Earth and I expect this on a globe. I get this on a globe, therefore the Earth is most likely not flat, right? That's the thing.
But you're completely ignorant to the entire concept of flat Earth. It's above your pay grade.
I'm not.
Well, dude, if you understood it, you wouldn't categorize it with the water ball mythos.
What do I not
know?
So
if you have such,
what am I?
Well, how is it that you understand what you would see when you can't even fathom the concept?
Well, I can fathom the concept of a flat Earth. I understand. It's very simple to understand.
So why do you have
understanding?
Okay, so why do you have to cope when we show examples of bottom up obstruction at small scales? You have to cope about them. You understand the damning nature of them.
Well, the whole small scales thing, I think that they're pretty bad. I think that most of the videos I've watched with the whole RC boats are pretty.
Well, go do your own. Get your own RC. Go get your own RC boat.
That's another thing. I think that there's a crisis in flat Earth photography because there's a lot of bad quality resolution videos out there. So, you know.
You tried that one the other day and flopped.
But that's the thing, though, is that I think that the quality needs to be a lot better. I think that the heights that they claim on the video need to be demonstrated to be true. I mean, you guys do claim to be skeptics, right? So I'm being skeptical myself, and I'm like, they claim
go do it
that's
yourself.
They claim that
do
that's
it yourself, dude. Why are you so afraid to do this shit yourself?
well. I don't want to do your claim. Well, have you done it yourself?
Yeah, I own all the gear
Yeah.
already. I told you this. I got the P900. I have a sky tracker. I can track the moon, the sun, the stars, whatever. Yeah, I've done it all.
Good. So you've
Have
really
have you done it yourself?
have I done what myself? Made the little coin video
Oh my
table?
lord! Have you made any? Hey, listen, have you made any? Have you got an RC boat? Found a little pond at a little man-made pond at the park? Watched it disappear bottom up and said to yourself, "Man, that's some shitty video, bro. What are you doing?"
Well, first
No,
of all,
you haven't done it yourself.
well, this is the thing. First of all, I wouldn't get like shitty quality, right? I try to use a camera that's modern, not the ones from like.
Get to it. Sounds like you have some work to do.
But I
Get to
wouldn't.
it, pal.
I don't want to get your evidence for your claims either, right? I just want when
Why
people
are
make
you afraid
claims.
of that? Why are you afraid to prove flat Earth? What's wrong with you?
Well, I don't want to prove your.
You don't
claims.
want to prove it to yourself because then you'll be a flat earther and you won't be able to come in here anymore.
I think that if flat Earth had a good enough evidence, I would be a flat earther. But I don't think that there is good evidence for flat Earth, right? I don't think that the good evidence is there.
Yeah, but you're speaking from a position of naivety, pride, youth,
ignorance. Flat Earth is easy. The globe is hard to imagine. Flat Earth is easy to do and be and exist. Isn't that crazy? You can't even fucking experience a ball anywhere. Nowhere do you experience you live on the side or the top or the bottom of a fucking ball that's moving. Nowhere. Nowhere can you demonstrate in the lab how that would even work, dude. Isn't that crazy? You can't even you only can imagine.
Well,
imagine everything, brother.
Hold
What
on.
the fuck is the science in having to imagine your ball bends and water curves, brother?
This is the main issue that we have, though. When you say flat Earth, it's just easy. This is where I see issues. This is where I run into problems with you. It is because you say, well, we look outside and it looks flat, therefore it is flat. But then you don't understand the scale and the nature of a ball compared to your size on that ball. That's where you run into issues. It's just,
you don't understand it either. So what are you talking about?
It shouldn't be too simple, right? You're oversimplifying.
Go ahead and now, since you said you live on a ball, show us. Take a video and show us how we live on a ball.
Well, I wouldn't want to show you the evidence that NASA has because you don't believe what they say. So I would want to give you observational evidence so you can prove to yourself.
Yeah, your own that you've done with 3 cameras, one showing you doing all the work, and then you edit it all together. It's
well, I don't do all the work.
That's all you have to do.
I don't do all the work though.
Oh, you don't do any work, you mean?
I don't do the work of flat Earth, right?
See, well, how do you? A flat Earth, he would be a flat earther, but he doesn't want to go look for it because he's afraid of what he's going to find.
I've been here for long enough that I think I've been shown most of the evidence that you guys have. So I don't think I'd have to go like make my own evidence. I think that you guys would have the evidence.
No, you just hand wave it when you understand when you understand the implications of it. When you're able to see the writing on the wall of what the video is showing, you have to. Oh, it's shitty.
Well,
that's you.
That's something that I'm saying.
Well, okay, then go. Okay, then if you want that dismissal to hold any water, then go do your own excellent non-shitty video, and say, here's a non-shitty video. In the RC boat doesn't disappear bottom up. Good luck with that. Because in reality, when close enough to the surface, things in the distance look as if they're disappearing bottom up.
They do.
Yeah, maybe you have you've not taken any art classes, have you? Like Art 101, Drawing 101?
I don't really like art, man. I think it's pretty
okay. You do. Yeah, so you have a little shell of ignorance from which you make your arguments from.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
You think you might have a little bit of ignorance?
Do you hear what I'm saying? That the shell of ignorance that you formed allows you to make invincible arguments. I don't like art. What the hell did that? I didn't ask you if you liked it.
Well, yeah. I mean, when you said like,
have you ever enrolled in a Drawing 101 course?
No, I don't.
Okay, it shows your lack of understanding of perspective. You've highlighted it.
Explain the perspective though, because as far as I've heard about the Rayleigh.
I just did with sitting down in the sand in the harbor and standing up, sitting down, standing up.
That hasn't when you demonstrate, when you want to show someone something like, you know, your thought experiment, that's something that you haven't demonstrated, and we'd be able to probably contest to it.
You could do it. You could do it yourself. You could do it yourself, so you know what we're talking about. You could enroll in Drawing 101, so you could know what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. I've heard
if you remain ignorant, all these arguments you hear, you'll only be able to, you know, garner so much from them.
When people make claims about saying it's perspective, I don't like the vagueness of just saying, well, it's perspective. Right?
Well, how would you know? How would you know it? How would you know if it was vague if you're ignorant on the subject matter? Listen, dude. Listen, Mooney. Mooney, hold on.
Subject
matter. Yeah, you're ignorant about Drawing 101.
Yeah, probably.
Here's the thing, Mooney. You can remain ignorant. We hear you clicking. We get it. You're
I'm
one of these people who has to
I'm playing
click.
Xbox right now.
I know, dude. You're a gamer. You're lost in games. So here's the thing. You can remain an ignorant gamer who can't go and do these things on their own, who just have to denigrate anyone's homework that they did, that they showed you. You can do that. Just don't come in here and hoist a trophy. It's a bad look.
Well, this is the thing, right? I mean, when people show evidence of whatever they're trying to prove, I think that people should be able to try to address them. And I think I've refuted most of the evidence that's been provided here, right?
Oh, my Lord, dude.
I don't think I need
you need the part. Listen, Mooney, the part of your brain that's gaming, you need that for this conversation. Because you're not making any sense. Because saying it's a shitty video is not a refutation.
Well, that's not the only refutation I have of it, though. Like, it's not only is it a shitty video.
Now who's getting vague?
Well,
so what is it, dude? Are you just coping and rationalizing like ad nauseum?
Well, this is the thing. You got to let me respond real quick. You got to let me respond, right? So this is the main thing, right? So not only do I say that the camera quality is really bad, right? But I also mentioned that the height of which it was taken at, all the other stuff that they mentioned in the video, hasn't been demonstrated. It's just blatantly asserted.
Yeah, so go to the harbor. Hold on. Time out. Pause like you're a gamer. You're good at pausing, aren't you? Hold on. So if you don't like it, go do the example I gave you. You don't even need a camera.
But I wouldn't want to do your work for you.
Okay, so I already did it.
Well, then why don't you record it and post it?
Well, it's like I said, I don't want to dox myself. Next time I'm in a harbor somewhere that's... yeah, anyways.
Is taking a video doxing yourself? Like taking a video of the perspective doxing yourself?
Yeah, well, yeah. Yes.
Like, is it you mean doxing your location, maybe? Right.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So anyways, at this point, Mooney, you're just arguing from ignorance. You've not done the homework yourself.
I didn't do your perspective.
All right, Ozzy Osbourne. I
didn't do your perspective observation for
you. Yeah, you just found out about it.
That's your
do
job.
It for yourself.
That's your job, though, not mine.
How would you even know what a ball looks like when you think a ball looks horizontal? How in the hell can you come in a room if you don't know anything about what a cube and a sphere look like? I mean, you think a sphere is 360. That's how retarded they taught you to be. You think a sphere is 360 degrees when it's way fucking more than that. A hula hoop or just a line on the circle on the wall would be 360. A flat one. So like the things they taught you are kind of fucking retarded, right?
I don't know, man. I seem to I seem to have the correct worldview, the demonstratable
horizontal water.
objective worldview. The horizontal water doesn't act horizontal. That's a problem. That's a problem that you have.
What do you mean doesn't act horizontal? I didn't know water was an actor.
Well, yeah, water is an actor. Yeah, it acts.
No.
It acts. Yeah. When I say,
so what's where your aquarium has curved acting water, dumbass?
So yeah. So this is the thing.
No,
when
not
I say
so.
the water,
No, there is no thing.
Hold on.
Show it. Now you're gonna come with stories, right? So now you don't have any Kirby water is the thing.
Well, this is the thing. When I say that the
This
water
is always
isn't
the thing.
acting,
You're gonna write us a fucking dictionary.
when I say that the water isn't acting horizontal,
You show it.
what I'm saying is that the water is not observationally demonstrating what we'd
Let water
expect
talk for itself. Get the fucking water out. Let's see it.
Which would
circle where it's curving at. Stupid.
Which would conclude
that you don't have horizontal curving water.
Yeah. And you're talking about objects on the water, dude.
Yes.
Okay, so not the water. So go find a flat floor and you can recreate what is seen over the sea by moving something away from you and putting your face on the floor looking outward.
Well,
and then you'll know then you'll know that you have a water ball in the brain.
You know what's interesting? One of our fellow Globers actually did one of the experiments you guys have done. They've done it themselves, so then
They saw a cube turn into a sphere in front of them. That grab and turn an aquarium.
Post it, Mooney.
Let me finish. I'll post it here in a second, right? So this is the thing.
Use a horizontal line of
Hold on,
reference.
Denmark.
Be
Hold
sure
on,
to
hold
show
on.
your water goes above it like a protractor in the center, son.
So this is the main thing, right? So Mez, right? He's made a video trying to refute the whole coin on the table thing that the flat earthers claim is, evidence of bottom-up disappearance. And he's shown that the aperture would be the cause for that they're not manipulating a variable that would explain what they're seeing. Right? There's a video of that. I'll post it when I can here in a second. But it's been so he's done these experiments just so he can refute them as well. So he's done that.
Aperture? Who goes and changes the aperture of their phone?
We're talking about the aperture of a camera.
You fucking retard. Most people just sit their phone down upside down on the fucking horizontal ground and then pull something away from it too. Regular random people yeah, no, you can do it right now. It's not my fault. You're too fucking slow.
It's not my fault that you can't afford the cameras.
Stupid. I just said you can do it without. But you can use your phone camera. No trickery. Dumb fuck. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Take your phone. Don't mess with no aperture. Turn it upside down right now. You and I will see the same thing. You fucking idiot. No camera.
Hey, Mooney. Mooney.
Yes.
Which is a bigger aperture, 72 or 1.5?
Well, I don't know. Which camera are you talking
Okay, so no need for you to lecture us on apertures, bro. We already know you've never held a camera that wasn't your phone.
Well,
whoa. So which one's the bigger one, 72 or 1.5?
This is the main thing.
I don't know, but I'm going to lecture about apertures. I missed the easiest question, but I'm going to lecture.
It's a very simple thing. You increase the
very
aperture,
simple answer,
and you decrease the aperture. It's that simple, right? What happens? What happens when that happens, Old Hoss?
When you decrease it, if you're looking through an F72, you're going to see like an Ansel Adams image. Everything's crystal clear. If you go to 1.5, you're going to see something in the foreground that's clear, and the background's going to look all blurry.
Yes.
Yeah, like those photos.
Manipulating your aperture can.
What does that mean? What does that mean to manipulate an aperture? No, what does that mean to manipulate an aperture?
Yeah. When I say manipulating an aperture, hold on, dude, hold on. When I say manipulating an aperture, I say like increasing the aperture and decreasing the aperture. Now, what Mez shows in his video is that the light comes back when he increases the aperture, and it goes away when he decreases it. That's all. That's very simple.
Yeah, because you're letting more light into the camera.
Good, exactly.
The hole's bigger.
Yes. So what do you think he's refuting in that video then? What do you think?
Oh, you'd have to post the video, bro.
He's refuting the
It
dumbass
sounds like
videos
he's
that
learning how
don't
to use a
manipulate.
camera.
Yeah, he's basically refuting the dumb videos that don't do this. They don't increase and decrease the aperture, right? That's all, right?
What?
I'll just post a video in a second. You'll see. You'll see what I'm saying.
Yeah. So if you're gonna eternally, if you're just gonna
The videos
listen,
you guys made to
if you're going to ad nauseum complain about videos and pictures, then go use your own eyes in the example that I gave you, and all your confusion will go bye bye.
I don't think I'm the one confused though, right?
Was that a question? Right?
Yeah, I don't think I'm the one confused.
Well, dude, you're using half your brain. You hear all that tapping?
Yeah, I'm currently.
That's sapping necessary brain power.
I'm just fighting someone in UFC 5. So, but yeah, I'll post a video. I'll post a video here in a second, which demonstrates this, obviously.
Anyways, dude, yeah, it's must be rough times for the water ball mythologists if this is the best that they've got today. Wow.
I mean, we always have the best.
It's coping, bro.
But let me post the video that I did say I was going to post. So here's the video, right? Here it is. This is Mez doing the demonstration. You know, you guys always say, well, why don't you guys do it yourselves? Well, he did it. No shitty camera quality. He manipulated the aperture. He changed the f-stop as well. And he showed that this can happen just depending on your camera. He said that the people should just manipulate the cameras. And then you'll see that it comes back. So that's one thing that they didn't do. They didn't manipulate the aperture or show any of
That's
that.
what changing the f-stop is, bro.
So that's something.
Time out, nuclear. That is what adjusting the f-stop is.
Great. So why did people in the videos do
time
so?
out, genius. Why did you say and?
Well, this is what I'm saying though, right?
No, time. Listen, dude. Hold on, Matt. Nuclear. I'm exposing that you're just talking out of your arse.
Well, what if I'm talking out of my ass? What if I said it's wrong?
Time out. We've already established that you've never used a camera that wasn't your phone, right? So here's what you said. Shows highlights that you don't know what you're talking about. I'll watch the video. No problem.
Okay, go ahead.
But you said they increased the aperture, and he adjusted the f-stop as well. That would be like saying I tied my shoes and I created a bow of the strings that are holding my shoes together as well.
Well, this is the thing. There's two different names. Right?
You don't even listen, do you?
Well, I don't think you're listening though, because it's a very simple thing. Where this is just a refutation of the people that didn't do the thing.
Do you acknowledge that you were being redundant, and your redundant speech highlighted that you don't even know what he's talking about?
Well, I watched the video, so I think I would know what he's talking about more than you.
So
this is
you
all
know
I'm saying,
that
right?
you know adjusting the f-stop and changing the aperture is the same thing then.
That's fine, but they have two different names.
Now you know.
Different names, right? So, but this is the main thing that I'm saying is that these people that made these videos didn't do this, right? And Mez is just refuting that they didn't do that, which would explain their perspective. So, it's very simple.
Hey, Matt. You believe we went to the moon in 1969, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So, how many years in the future would you have to live on the Earth without being able to go to the moon, without being able to buy a ticket to the moon? until you are suspicious of whether or not they went in the first place.
I don't think that I would ever need to go to the moon to know that the moon landing happened.
So, like, even if you somehow live to be 100 years old, even on your 100th birthday, you'd be like, oh, yeah, no, I can't go to the moon right now, but we definitely went in 1969. Definitely went. You'd be like that.
I mean, I think that the going to the moon will always be something expensive. I don't know when it will just become cheap randomly. I don't know how that would work. So I think that unless I became a billionaire, right, I wouldn't probably be able to go to the moon. Going to space takes money, right? For you to have a trip up there takes money.
Well, you believe it does.
Stop saying right like that's a fact.
Well, it does take money, though. That's a fact.
How do you know?
Well, because I know that NASA has a budget, and I know that the companies that will
You said
allow
going to
you
space
to take a
takes
trip
money.
up
Launching
there.
rockets is what costs money.
I know that the companies that will get you up there cost money. So that's how I know. There's a
There
price.
is no
I mean,
up
if
there
you
to
really want
float
to know,
around in a rocket in. There is no place that you're floating around in rockets.
well, that's what you think. That's what you think, but you're wrong. You're wrong.
So.
Yeah, he's wrong. Oldas. I mean, people are wrong all the time. He's
Well,
wrong.
that's funny. Yeah. Then why is all the evidence of all this space travel just, to use your word, shitty video?
It is shitty video. And by the way,
And that's what you're left holding the bag with.
By the way,
So
Mr.
how do you
Oldas.
know? So
Hold on,
how
hold
do you
on.
know? No, time
on,
out.
dude.
How do you know? You ended the sentence with so. So how do you know that these space travel events that they've sold to the public are real?
How do I know that they're real? Because that's what the observational evidence gives us.
Okay, way to be vague. That doesn't make any sense, bro.
And by the way, I was right in giving a little bit of a distinction.
Hold on. What observational evidence can you glean from a moon golf film?
Well, we have cameras.
A very
we have
bad quality cameras and all that shit. Remember?
We have, yeah. So this is the thing, right? We have
Shitty early 70s TV.
Yeah, that's the quality that you're complaining about. That's like 50 times worse than what we have today, and you think that's better quality.
But this is the thing, right? Is that the high-resolution images of the moon show that the objects that we say we left on the moon are still there, like the flag. So
Stop the cap.
that's what the high-resolution images give us. So that's the
Stop
evidence.
lying, dude.
Well, I mean, how am I lying, or am I just being ignorant?
You're
here?
lying. You're telling a lie.
So you think so you know what a lie is, right?
Yeah, you're intentionally trying to deceive us.
So I've taken that data, and you think I'm purposefully trying to deceive you.
Yep.
So I think that data is wrong, but I'm telling you that it's right, and I truly believe that it's wrong. You think that's the case?
You know that they didn't go to the moon. You're just trying to pass on a lie to us.
Well, I don't know that. I don't have any reason to lie to you, to be honest.
Yes, you
I don't
do.
really care.
You
Like, what
already
reason do I have
said
to lie to you?
that you don't want to admit that you live on flat Earth. You've already made fun of too
Why would
many
I care,
people,
though?
and you cannot change now.
Why would I care, though? Like, if they're like, why would I care?
You do care. You do care.
Why would I? This is the thing. Why would I have a problem with reality? Right? That's the thing.
You do have
Let's
a
think
problem
and
with
ask yourself.
reality. Don't say right.
Why would I have a fundamental issue with accepting the objective world? Right? Like, there's no reason for
it's
me
not
to not
right.
accept. There's no reason for me to not accept flat Earth if flat Earth is the case, but it isn't. So I should not accept it
to be the case. So, if the Earth were flat, I wouldn't have a problem with it. It's just not
and
flat.
right don't make it true.
That's fine. But I'm just saying that, right? I'm just saying that.
I know you are, right?
Yeah. I'm just saying that there is no reason for me not to accept flat Earth if it were demonstrated to be the case. It's not demonstrated to be the case, therefore I should not accept flat Earth. But if something is demonstrated to undoubtedly
Wait, is
be the
this VC to prove Earth is flat?
then I think that we should accept it to be the case.
Wait, what is this VC about? Topic?
It says right there on top. You should be able to read words. And if you can't read the words, try again.
Wait, if Earth is flat or sphere? Like, what is it?
Yeah,
It's
there's
definitely
no
not a
weight,
spear.
okay?
It's definitely not a spear.
There's read the words.
So Earth is flat.
Catch up quick. And don't interrupt.
But what about those cameras that NASA show us?
We don't believe in NASA here or the government.
It's not just NASA, and different countries also show, right? You guys want to say something about it? So Earth is not flat.
Well, Earth is not flat. You're right. It's not flat. It's curved.
It's curved, what?
It's curved.
What do you mean by that?
The Earth is not a plane. Right? Do you know what that
Okay.
is?
So
You
what
say
is the shape
right.
of the Earth?
Why do you say right every time you try to end a sentence? Right?
I don't know. I just like to do it.
So he
stop
said curve,
doing
I
it or I'm
said
going to
right.
mute you. How's that? Use some self-control now.
Does it hurt you when I say right?
Yeah, because you're trying to say right as if you're correct and we should agree with you, and that's
No,
not
no, no. I said
is it
you're
like,
right, but I'm asking you more questions so I can
I'm not
confirm
talking to you
myself
about
that
that.
Earth is flat. I just want you guys to prove me Earth is flat. That's all.
Did you ever think to check yourself somehow, some way, if the Earth is flat or not? Like, did you ever think to ask yourself, is there a way that I could figure this out through my own first-hand experience?
I tried to be an astronaut, but I failed, so I have no other choice to.
Would that be
talk
the
with
only
people
way,
who
though?
believe.
Wait, quick question. Would being an astronaut be the only method to do that?
What else method you have? That's what I know. That's why I'm here to ask you guys.
I'll tell you two things. One, you can observe the Earth and observe the water, or you can measure the Earth and measure the water. You can observe and measure the Earth. You know,
Measure
to see
the
if you can
water.
to see if you can detect convexity, curvature, you know, directly, as opposed to really far away.
Okay, so do you know the place which is the end of the flat thing? Like
None
the
of us in
end.
here really know how far it goes. I'm sure someone out there knows, but they're not going to tell you, and they're probably a very wealthy, powerful person in a very
There's an
high
ice
place.
wall.
Well, hold on, buddy. You gotta be very careful with what you mean by ice wall. Are you talking about an ice shelf of Antarctica or a wall that would
The Earth is
imply
not an
there's another
infinity land.
side to
It has a limited land, right?
Wait, say that again, what?
Earth has
all
limited
over the
land.
place.
It doesn't have unlimited land that you're saying it has never-ending land. It's not.
We're all over
It's
the place,
limited.
dude.
Well, to be clear, no one has ever physically demonstrated the concept of infinity, so we have no logical reason to assume that anything is physically infinite. So yeah, as far as we know, it's not infinite.
The government hides.
So wait 1 second. So if I walk from Japan exactly straight, right? Exactly straight, and I walk as a Superman, I will straightly, fly and completely unlimited, like infinity time, right? So you're saying I would not come back to Japan again? I would constantly
If it's
flying
Dead Reckoning, do
for
you know what Dead
millions of
Reckoning
years?
is?
Sorry, what do you say? What you say again?
What's Dead Reckoning?
Dead Dragon? What is that?
I don't know, dude. Look it up.
I don't know what that is. Explain to me.
It's using the terrain as a way to navigate. Check or hold. I could go into deeper context, but if you understand that, it could be enough. If you don't know what that means, let me know.
I don't know. Please explain.
Okay, so if you know,
Mm-hmm.
hold on, can you still hear me? That's
Right.
okay. So you're traveling from point A to point B.
Yeah, right. Hello? Wait, what happened to you? Does anybody help me prove that Earth is flat, please?
Go outside.
You look at it. What do you see?
You need to
Okay,
go
see
outside
nothing.
and see that it's flat. Look around.
You gotta prove to us why it's
Look,
correct,
where?
dude.
Where should I look?
Anywhere. You can go
I
30,000
look
feet up.
at
And
outside, there's
everything.
only trees, a sky, and people, buildings, dogs barking outside. That's all I see.
Yeah, just increase your altitude a little bit to see over that stuff and look at the horizon. You won't see anything. It'll
Yeah,
be
get a
flat.
drone, lift it up 100 feet, and look straight ahead.
Yeah, exactly. You just brought something interesting, horizon, right? So if you look at the horizon, you know, there's a limited distance. So
The horizon,
horizon is the
horizon's
curve
always
from the individual person to prove that Earth is sphere.
so the horizon is a fixed point from you.
No, according to horizon, what do you think it is? Is it an infinite amount of land,
Is the
never-ending land?
horizon a fixed point from where you're standing?
Yes.
Oh, we
Uh-oh.
got a live one.
You
Take it
sure
away,
about
guys.
that, Carter?
That wasn't me.
Oh, who was it? I saw your light up. Yeah, whoever said. Oh, Jag. You sure about that, Jag?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure that
Okay,
Earth
here we go.
is.
Backpedaling.
You just joined. Look,
Bro, I've been listening for
what I'm
hours.
saying, from individuals' point, right, as a humans, individual points, if you look at the horizon proves you that Earth is sphere, it's not flat. Because, you know, when you like, look at it, so you don't see nothing in the end of the horizon, you see only sky. It means it has curved a bit. So, unless you go to that place, in forward certain distance, you won't able to see
So you
what's,
know that. So
below the
since you know
curve.
the size, since you know the size of the ball, since you know the Earth is indeed curving, you should be able to predict where that point would be. Correct? The point to which you can no longer see because the Earth is curving away.
I didn't
Hello?
understand the question. What exactly it is?
Well, you're claiming that the horizon is a geometric edge of a ball.
No, what I'm saying is Earth is
Yes,
sphere.
that is whether you realize it or not.
Yeah, that's what you're claiming.
I'm
But
claiming Earth
if
is
you go
sphere.
out in reality, you can see objects far beyond that point, which should be the limit if the Earth were curving.
No. The thing is,
Have you
so
ever
you
been
put a certain
outside?
distance. I have been to ocean. I took a boat, a big boat, and I tried to go like approximately like 40 kilometer, and I from one distance I go to 40 kilometers straight in the ocean. So the things which I couldn't see from the point where I was standing before, but when I go to the forward 40 kilometer, from then I could see the buildings forward, which I couldn't able to see from the beginning. So that means Earth is sphere indeed.
Or their angular size was just increasing as you got closer.
No, it's not increasing. It's not like, the ups and downs like streets, but it's a curve. Because if I go 40 kilometers more, then I would see some more buildings which I couldn't see in the beginning. So, it's stuff like that.
What? Well, yeah, dude, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just saying, Earth
Yeah,
is a
yeah.
sphere.
Did you figure out the dead reckoning thing, or are you still confused by that?
You haven't described the reckoning, you just muted yourself.
No, I disconnected. Okay, so what happened was, what happens is that you're traveling from point A to point B, and say you know that the direction you have to go is, say, a mountain in the distance, or some point of elevation that you can see, and then you know where you want to go from there is somewhere in between the two, like some landmark. You also know there could be some other things, like say a river that is going to be on your right hand side, and right before you get there, the river is going to go away from you, or something along those lines. You can navigate using just those features. It's called dead reckoning. And even better, this system can also work with stars, because they're repeating their patterns that they move through the sky is repeatable, observable, and measurable.
In this case, if you're saying Earth is flat indeed, so if I make a hole right now in the ground where I'm standing right now, so if I make a hole constantly, so I will come the other side of the Earth.
Go ahead
and
try it. Give it a shot. See what you think. What happens?
And in there will be like lands and everything.
Yeah, start digging and see how far you get.
I see. Okay.
See if you've got something.
How depth do you think it is?
Inside your rule of view, if you think that's an adjudication process, have at it. Like, I mean, there's nothing better than doing it for yourself and seeing what answer you come up with.
Right. One other way that you can prove that Earth is,
Go back to your
indeed.
dig. Just do your dig one. Start digging, and at
Mhm.
some point when you don't get to the other side,
I did. It didn't happen.
If you do
I
get
tried.
to the other side, and there's buildings, all kinds of other things upside down from you.
Oh, look!
then you
I
know you're
tried,
on the
but there's
floor.
only fire. There's nothing else. There's only fire.
It's only hell. You dig all the way to hell.
No, it's only fire, like
Is
volcano
that hell?
fire. It's like liquid fire.
Like hell.
Dude, your troll sucks. You guys got to practice these things before coming in here.
Bro, what I'm saying is like if you stand in a point, right, and in every single angle, in 360 angle, if you measure the point from one point and you encircle, you come back again to the, your point, then according to the measurement, like you see in 1 degree you might get 300 kilometer. I'm just saying as a example. In angle 2 you'll get 302 kilometer. In angle 4 you'll get 306 kilometer. So in geometrically, if you calculate this, you'll understand that Earth is sphere indeed. Think about it.
Some amazing thought process you have.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's really brilliant, and the best way to adjudicate this is have at it.
I
I'm
always
actually-
tried it. So
I've listened to Don Pettit, and there's no difference between you and Don Pettit, and he's an astronaut. I'm not sure why they didn't accept you.
I don't know. Like I tried, but he said like I'm too thick. Like my belly is too fat. But I'm not
You
fat.
don't
Like,
have the
You
right
don't care
stuff.
about that shit. Look at Scott, whatever his name was. He's a fat ass. William Shatner went up in space. He's a fat ass. So you're no different.
yeah, but that's the problem. My belly is fat, but my ass is not. So they want there's someone whose ass is fat. So
Yeah, we've got a concrete thinker. Big shocker.
yeah, I hate Neil Armstrong.
Shocked? I'm nowhere near electricity. How could I be shocked?
Damn.
I know you guys
can
hate
have a
Neil
girlfriend.
deGrasse Tyson because he's highlighted how desperate your guys' religion is at this point. You find it
Religion.
lowbrow.
Interesting
You find it lowbrow. I get it.
What religion do you think is the right religion? And you also have to tell the reason.
Off topic, bro. Off
The
topic.
reason that is
I don't
not
care
common
what
to other religions.
religion. Listen, I think the religion that kills the least bugs is Jane. But, you know, this isn't the topic of the server.
Yes. Human reason. You're right. You're right.
Listen, if you're right here acknowledging now that you're involved in a religion, then thank you for sharing your belief system. Thank you for that, sir. Yeah, I get it. I once was part of the outer space
Yes.
travel mythology enthusiasm group.
I understand that. So, if we're talking about astrological things, I wonder, do you guys think there will be any time in future from 1,000, million, or billion years from now on that scientists would find out the exact beginning of the universe?
That's an appeal to the future.
No, I'm just asking you now. Do you think there would be possible?
No, I think that mysteries will abound always. There will always be people who pretend to have the answer.
Mm-hmm. Which people, majority of people do.
You know, like
which is
P.T.
God.
Barnum said. P.T. Barnum said, "There's a sucker born every minute." So he made a circus.
Oh,
What you could do is look up which astronauts believe in which religion, and then see if you've got the right stuff or not.
So you're saying if you want to confirm that if you're actually following a right religion or not, you can confirm with an astronaut.
Whether you could, because you wanted to be one, how close
I
are
wanted.
you? Like either physically or metaphysically? Where are you at in comparison to like baseline astronauts, especially in America? Like, are you an American citizen?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so at least you got that going for you. Because that's number one. Like a lot of people say, I want to be an astronaut. I'm like, dude, NASA is a federal agency, a U.S. federal agency. You are not going to become an astronaut, even work. You're not even qualified to sweep the floors unless you're a U.S. citizen. So let's check that box first.
I don't think that's
You're
true.
right. You're right.
That's not true. They hire non-U.S. citizens.
He's right.
Brenda, that's
He's
a
right.
mute right there.
Yeah, do they give them
so
W-2s?
stupid. Like this
So do you
is
guys want?
fifth
Do you
grade
guys
level.
want me to debunk? Do you guys want me to debunk flat Earth or not?
The dude comes in and doesn't last long. He says,
Here,
"That's
I'm
not true. That's not true," and then he gets muted.
Yeah, here, Brenda, look at this. Okay, you need to. This is fifth grade civics right now. To work, to be a civil service employee, you have to be a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
for fuck's sake, it's like
you're right.
That's not quite. That's not quite true,
adulting
actually.
shouldn't be this hard. It
That's
really
not quite
shouldn't.
true.
Right here, there you go. How to
You
apply
can-
for NASA? Number one, are you a U.S. citizen? If you are
Yeah, that's
not
the
a U.S.
first rule.
citizen, you may wish to consider other opportunities for international partners. So get a job at your own space agency, your own, if your country has one. If your country doesn't have one, sucks to be you if that was your goal in life.
Yeah, because if someone is like, some kind of spy or something, they're planning to destroy your spaceship, that would be really dangerous. So, yeah, unless they're like, born in your country, and also not just born, also you have lived like more than 10, 15 years in the country, they won't allow you
Here's
to
JPL
join.
right
18
here.
years.
That's not true, actually. You
18
can get
years?
a security.
That's crazy.
You can get a security clearance, and you
Yeah,
can
here's
be a
right here.
non-citizen.
JPL, due to the rules imposed by NASA, JPL will not accept applications from citizens of designated countries or those born in designated countries unless they are a U.S. citizen.
That's not
This
true.
stuff isn't hard to grasp. This is basic civics. This is a fifth grade civics.
No, that's not true.
You're right.
Look at you don't have to be a U.S. citizen to work at NASA. This is Golden Globe.
So what I'm saying is,
where did the at what point did basic education, K through 12 education, fail Brenda so significantly that she doesn't understand what civil
I said
service
you
is?
you can be a third-party contractor with a security clearance and be a non-U.S. citizen.
That's not an employee at NASA.
Oh, you guys are talking about employees? I thought you guys were talking about people who work at NASA.
Yeah.
Yeah, people who work at NASA include contractors. You can be a non-U.S.
People who work at
citizen
NASA.
contractor, okay, working at NASA.
No.
To work for the U.S. federal government as a civil service employee, you must be a U.S. citizen. All of them.
Yeah,
Every
but you
single
can
one.
be a contractor, you donkey.
Yeah, that doesn't count, dude. Subcontractor, contractor doesn't count.
You mean contractor
it
from some
does.
other country?
Yes, you can be a non-U.S. citizen contractor.
No.
With a hold on, let me finish. With a government security clearance, and you can work at NASA.
Not always ad
How could
nauseum.
actually- How can they
The
secure
contract
a
forbids
trust from a
subs to be
person?
uncleared.
So you have to
warrant.
obtain a security clearance from the Department of Defense. Okay.
Wait, how could they
Typically,
test someone's trust?
it's like a base.
Okay, this is just completely.
Yeah, that's not always true ad
I
nauseum.
posted the citations right there, and you can go to the website yourself and try to enter an application and see what feedback they give you. If you're a non-U.S. citizen, it'll click like you have to be U.S. citizen to work here.
Yeah.
It's like this is shows you just how stupid globalists are.
The
They don't
born
even know basic shit. The basic.
Yeah, giving birth to in the country and living for like 18 years is the security clearance of the trust. There is no other way. So this is the only way. You have to give birth in that country, and 18 years you have to live there.
I don't think so. I don't think you need to be born in the U.S.
Yeah, here it is. Executive Order 11935. You must be a U.S. citizen to qualify for federal jobs. This is duh. This is basic adulting right here. This is like, if you do not know this, how the fuck are you voting? Like, holy shit. Like, who is your slobber nurse? Like, how can you think that you could work for the government, the U.S. federal government, and not even be a citizen.
Yeah.
They would just fill the ranks of the federal government with non-citizens who took
Yeah, if that
control.
I don't get it. If that weren't the case, why the need for a fake Hawaiian birth certificate? You know?
Yeah, you can't even be a green card holder. Permanent residence, like this goes even better. It's like, hey, as a permanent resident, do I qualify for civil service? No. As a green card member, you well, it goes into more details. It says you do qualify for employment verification, but not for federal work. This is fucking amazing. This is why I wanted you to dive into that idea about being an astronaut. Do you have what it takes? Because all of them are U.S. citizens. All of them are Christian conservatives. All of them are heterosexual. So if you don't have the right stuff, how would you be so much better to be ahead of the pack? Be like, you know what? You've got demographics that don't match 100% of the astronauts. How are you going to be qualified if the getting there would be a tightrope walk? You're like, even if you did everything right your whole life, from the moment you were born all the way till you took that final test, and you did everything perfect, there's still no guarantee you would ever go to space. And yet somehow you're going to be some triggered snowflake on social media, and that's your pathway to space. Dude, spiraling out of control because you don't know basic shit is the problem here.
Yeah.
This is the problem. This lack of education.
That's true. That's true. But still, like US is far more ahead than any other country. So I guess they're actually more educated than any other country. I mean, overall.
Let me ask you something about this space thing, Jag.
Yeah.
When you see pictures from the vacuum of space, do you believe they're real?
Wait, do I see a picture from space, like from NASA and on YouTube and everything?
A picture of the Earth from the vacuum of space. Do you think they're real?
Yes, most of the time.
So let me ask you this: Have you ever seen a horse with your own eyes?
Have I been a horse, or have I been?
No, have you ever seen a horse with your own two eyes? Yes or no?
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
Right. So if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that picture of a horse is realistic or not?
Realistic. If as there is AI,
would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not a picture of a horse is realistic or not? Yes or no?
No.
No, you would though, because you've seen a horse with your own eyes, right?
Yeah. I mean, I would say this is like the real horse.
That's what I'm trying to say. The moment where you saw the horse with your own two eyes, that's a reference point of what a horse really looks like in reality. So what I'm saying to you is, since you've never been to the vacuum of space, you've never had a reference point to use to tell me whether or not pictures from the vacuum of space are realistic or not. You have no reference point. You have a reference point with the horse, but not the vacuum of space.
Look, you don't have to go to space to realize Earth is sphere, because a horizon is an example. You can know in Earth how the horizons work, like in the ocean, right? It is, like if you, in the ocean and you just like go straight, so you'll see the things which you're not able to see. You're able to see when you, reach to that farther more straightforward. So if you reach there, you're able to see. So this is an example, and this happens on every single direction, right? There is an ending of which you see, but when you reach to that ending, you will see there is more things which you can see. That is a sign. That is the physics you can understand by whatever calculation or whatever you can understand. It's a sphere.
Physics doesn't calculate Earth's curvature.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
mean, right now
in
they've been to
response
space, they
to
have seen it. But
in
I'm just saying
response
as an
to
example.
in response to your picture and reference point idea, how would you go about assessing a picture of Antarctica? Would you just say it's false because you don't have a reference point?
Well, no, I wouldn't because I have a reference point of snow and ice. I have walked on snow and ice before. So the idea of there
Sir,
being
you have
snow and
not been
ice somewhere
there.
on the surface of the earth is not so far fetched, and it's not an extraordinary claim. That's the difference between an extraordinary claim and a claim that's not an extraordinary claim. Like claiming that you went to somewhere where things don't fall down, that's an extraordinary claim. The vacuum of
That's
space,
not
where things don't fall
yeah,
down.
sure. So like in a picture where there's the sky, you can see the stars, you can reference the night sky and you can see part of the picture. So like essentially it's the same as saying, well, I can see the snow on the ground, therefore Antarctica probably exists.
Wait, what picture are you talking about with stars? And I'm a little confused
No,
on what you're
I
talking
mean, there
about.
could be
it's
any
distant
picture
from
where
the
there's
equator.
stars depicted
Carter,
in the sky.
Carter. It's
Sir,
distance
have
from
you
the
been to the
equator.
stars?
The farther
No.
you are from the equator, the colder it gets.
Okay. And the higher up you go, the more you can see the stars. The darker the sky gets, the less blue it becomes, and the lower the pressure. So like, I mean, it kind of hints to the idea of becoming a vacuum.
Nope. Gas doesn't stick to itself. Forgot that one from yesterday.
We
You
know.
did a major reset.
I didn't.
Gas
I'm not
doesn't
saying.
get
We
so
don't know
close
where the edge of
together,
the container is,
mixed
so
together, forms a barrier so other gas can't get through it. That doesn't exist in real life. Just in imagination land for you.
we don't know where the edge of the container is. It could be past the solar system. So like that doesn't exclude space.
Can you prove a solar system in the first place? That seems to be a bit of a problem.
I say it is past your solar system.
Yeah, it's a little far fetched. Solar system.
Well, at least the edges of the container could be past wherever the pictures are taken.
When you say solar system, you mean the sun in the center and the Earth orbiting it at 66,600 miles per hour? You mean like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you prove that to be reality, or are you just going to assert that?
I don't need to assert it, but I mean, based on
Well,
my
you
model,
are.
it
You are
doesn't make
asserting
sense
it.
to say it doesn't make sense to say the container just stops at like the edge of whatever we consider space because you don't know where the container
It's not an
is.
ever expanding container. We have a continuous approximately 14.7 psi at sea level, so we know the container isn't expanding and contracting like you just claimed.
I never claimed it expanded. What are you talking about?
Well, your paradigm does, though. Do you know that? Are you aware of that? That within your own religion, they claim that
Sure,
the
you
universe is
probably don't agree
expanding
with
faster
every
than the
flat
speed of
earth
light.
claim. You probably
So,
don't
are you
agree with
aware of
every
that?
flat
Yes or
earth
no?
claim. I'm aware.
So, but you don't believe that yourself now. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
haven't
now you're making up
seen
your own cosmology.
I haven't
Great.
seen evidence for freaking the atmosphere expanding, so why would I assume it is?
Wait, is this the reason
I'm
they
trying to
actually
think.
found out the beginning of this expansion is Big Bang?
You're lost, dude.
What did he say?
He's lost. He
I'm
wants to
saying
talk about
they say the
blowing up
universe
the
is expanding or something. So what is the origin of this expansion?
The Big Bang.
Yeah, that's what I was
story
asking.
that
So
you
is
guys
it?
were told. It was the story. Yeah, it's story
It's
you
not
were
a
told, and
story.
you guys all
It's
believe.
reality.
So is there any beginning of the Big Bang, or the Big Bang just
That's
that's
why
it?
when you look at the rotation of galaxies, they don't rotate like they should. There should be a lot more mass, but there's not. It's called dark energy, and that's what's causing the expansion of the universe. Pretty crazy stuff,
Wait.
huh?
Yeah, I mean there has to be a beginning to the dark energy too.
No, it's just there. Just like how gravity exists and
I
things
mean, it
drop
cannot like
repeatedly.
pop out of nothing,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it has to become from something or somewhere. I mean,
I don't
I
know why
think
you
scientists still
why
like
would you
studying
try
about
and
it.
posit some sort of creation if you don't know? It's like, yeah, you don't know why something is. I mean, that's a mystery, I guess.
No, I think that's the question. We that's our purpose to find out. I think, never-ending research.
That's what scientists are doing right now because they
Yeah,
try to uncover the truth about things.
it's humans' job to create the things which cannot be created without us. That's our job to create it, and to find out the answer of the questions which which we supposed to. I think that's why we exist.
And you're starting to find out some of your answers are wrong answers. See,
Yeah,
did you see?
through
I
you
just
guys.
tagged you with something. Yeah, hold on. I just tagged you with something. I'm not going to be antagonistic, but since you said you've been around the sea, have you ever noticed, like at the end of the day, you'll see a boat disappearing on the horizon? Like I'm not talking about a big tanker or a cruise liner. I'm just like a boat.
Yeah, why?
Okay.
I have
You
seen it actually.
hold on. You've seen that. And then if it's
Yeah.
around dusk, so you'll see the boat disappear. And then dusk arrives and wow, there's a light out there. Huh. That's that boat. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, hold on. Work with me here. And next time you're
Why does
out
it
at the
happen?
sea, hold on. Next time you're out at the sea, think about this. Because a lot of the time, when dusk arrives, not only will you see the light of that boat, you'll see boats that are way beyond that boat. So what you thought had occurred earlier, boat disappear because boat go over curve, hadn't actually
Yeah.
happened at all. That's just something. Let that sink in. Next time you're out there, just since you have done some homework, add that to your list and see what you think about that.
Oh,
Wait,
does
whatever
what?
you said, that's proving that Earth is a sphere indeed.
No, that would point towards flatness, that the boat hadn't gone over a curve. You could just no longer
Oh,
see
it
it,
did go over the Earth.
and when dusk arrived, no, the light of you can see the light of the boat. The boat's right there, and there are boats beyond it.
You can see the light because the light is expanding towards some certain distance, but you
That's
cannot see the
fine.
boat.
That's fine, but yeah, that's fine. Yes, the light is arriving from your eye from some distance. No need to tell yourself that it's going over a curve.
But but the thing is,
It's fine. You can
if
just
even if
not and hand wave it. I'm just offering you something you could do to alleviate your confusion. That's all.
look, I can tell you. So in this case, we need to talk about reality. So that if the boat continue to go forward, you'll see the only path, the only curve is downwards, right? It's not upwards. So indeed, if you constantly go straight forward, you will come back to the same position that you have started on. Indeed, it's a sphere. Because if there is some upper part, like you could, the boat could go to up instead of down, then yeah, I could agree with you that Earth is flat. But if you constantly, non-stop, keep going, the only way you can, the only curve there is downwards, not upwards. Hence, indeed, Earth is a sphere.
Put the server down.
Wait, so what was he saying about the boat in dusk? He was saying Before dusk, you won't see the boat or something.
I'm just saying, all I'm saying is you can see a boat disappear. And then a half an hour later, dusk arrives. Oh, there's the light of that boat. The boat's still there. I still see it. And not only do I see that boat, now that the lights are on and it's getting dark, there's a green light out there, and then a little red light even further. And here's another, and oh wow, a boat's appearing. You can see this. Yeah, that's all I'm saying is these are things you can go do for yourself. If you're still stuck thinking that a boat is going over the curve, you can make observations that you can still chant that to yourself, but it'll be right there in reality where you'll know that you were confused.
The only person that can go, on Earth, the exact straight direction is Superman. The only person, because no one else can. Maybe also Green Lantern can do that too.
Oh, what about the Flash?
Flash, he might die. There is a volcano in the straightforward. He might, he might turn his direction a bit, but that's the problem. Only Superman can go through even volcano.
Okay, Jagfish. Hey, next time you're at the beach, just take it in what I said.
I will put it. I'll try to think about it. Okay.
Okay.
There is a lot of superhero movie. There's a lot of mutant movies. Why isn't there a superhero or supervillain in the Earth? Like what?
In the Earth.
Molten.
Yeah.
Man?
Who?
Molten Man. I don't know.
Are you suggesting a Dig Dug film?
No. I'm saying like there is a lot of superhero and supervillain, like mutant and extraordinary power in the movies. Why isn't there a single in real life, real superhero who's mutant, has some extraordinary power?
Look in the chat. There's Dig Dug. Maybe they'll make a movie about him one day.
Dig Dug? Let me check. What the hell is it, Dig Dug? Wait, that? What the hell is
that? That's your superhero. Want?
Oh damn!
It's amazing that you believe in superheroes too. So nothing amazes me about you, really.
Bro, I want to see similar to a real life Spider-Man or like real life Sandman or like.
Why would there be such people?
Or maybe real close to the science, real life Iron Man.
Why would there be people like that?
Because I don't know, existence. The Earth's only never inevitability rule of the universe is creation.
If the Earth is flat,
and existence.
They would probably exist.
You guys ruined him. Now he wants to talk about superheroes. You guys fucked him up.
Do you guys know Iron Man is back on Marvel?
There you go. See, he can't stop now. He's stuck in a loop.
Yeah, like Robert Downey Jr. is back.
Okay, but how does GPS work on a flat Earth again?
As ground positioning. Bunch of cell towers.
It's from cell towers.
Huh?
And they triangulate your position.
Yeah, how hard is that to do?
I don't know, pretty hard.
Oh. Probably have gone to school.
Why couldn't they be in the sky?
Why do you need things to be in the sky? It would be moving around. It'd be hard to do that.
But it just doesn't do anything.
That's what skies exist for.
Sky exists to fly around in? Dude, what is wrong with you?
We put all this stuff in the
What?
sky. Where did it go?
Oh, they come back.
What?
It's an example of what you give, you get back.
Yeah, I put stuff in the sky, and you get GPS.
You get back.
You put stuff in
But
the
seriously, like
sky.
we launch all this stuff in the sky. Where does it go?
It goes back down again eventually.
Yeah, I mean that's where the Newton is, famous for. Because he found out the answer. Where does it go? It comes back.
Yeah,
But
rockets go up,
why do we
rockets go down, balloons go up, balloons go down.
why do we
Yeah,
launch
rockets
it
come
in
down
space
too.
though?
Have you seen SpaceX rockets? They always come down.
They don't go to space, you're right.
Yeah, but they come
They
down.
do. They definitely go to space.
Right, they don't go
They
to
do go,
space.
but they
They
come
come
back too.
down.
No, they land
Come
in the
down. They
ocean
don't
and
go
you
to
don't.
space.
They go to space for a little bit.
No, they don't.
Yeah, obviously.
Why couldn't they go to space?
They don't. Ask
Hold
Elon
on.
why they don't.
Yeah,
Why
if they're
couldn't
dude, hold on. If they're coming from space, why don't they make a bunch of steam when they hit the ocean?
How would they make a bunch of steam?
Well, they're
Yeah.
flying. They're
I mean,
returning from space.
it's a
Don't they
lot
They
of
have,
have
water
these
for
things
one
have
space.
heat shields. Remember the heat shields of the space shuttles?
Is there
Yeah.
no steam
I
whatsoever?
used to wonder that when I was a kid.
I mean, the air probably cools it down at a certain whenever it slows down.
Cool
I mean,
story,
It's a
bro.
lot of water.
Wow,
first
yeah,
it
like
applies,
5,000
Guess what?
degrees to zero
Guess
in like
what?
10 seconds.
at
Yeah,
first
air cooling metal takes a lot longer than it hitting the water. I can let metal sit there that I've molten for 10 minutes and I'll throw it in the water and it'll bubble because it's still that hot.
The metal would crystallize and shatter if it happened too fast.
I mean, aren't the heat shields on the freaking spaceship like very insulative? Or
2,000
what's
miles
the
an hour to slow down. Slow enough for a parachute to deploy and make it slow down even more.
TensorFlow gravity exists.
Gravity
I mean,
braking.
have you seen the video of the heat shield and the guy like makes it red hot and then he can like touch it? Like they don't get that hot. Like
Wait,
the one for
what?
the one for
No way,
the
that's true.
the one for the space shuttles. They have, like it's like freaking
Sounds like magic.
very insulative. You can watch a video of it. They
How
like
is
can
that
touch
possible?
the
What?
edges of it.
Maybe it's a fake video?
No, it's not fake.
They usually use like some ablative properties, right? Where it sheds as it gets too hot, revealing cooler layers beneath.
Yeah, for
Okay, here, where there's the ceramic tiles. What are they made of?
ceramic, I guess.
Oh, right. I didn't know if you guys actually listen because I do this a lot. I give you guys the answer in the question and you can't answer the question.
That's funny. But yeah, I mean, if they're ceramic, they're probably not going to be extremely hot when they hit the surface because they cool off a lot faster than.
But the Apollo 10 can.
We'll play with molten glass, see what happens. You guys never try anything for yourself. Just laugh and giggle. You never try anything yourself. Somebody else did it already. I can just look it up.
I mean, there's a limited resource for people to try it. Or limited
an
people to try.
experiment. I was trying to think about an experiment you could do to see if the surface was curving. Maybe you could tie a rope to a pole on the ocean and then make sure it's straight, pull on it, or whatever.
No.
And then drive a boat. Why not?
Because the rope isn't gonna. It's just gonna sag in the middle. You can't do that. Don't even think things clearly at all.
What about like a fishing line?
Nope.
Those are probably too short, though.
No matter how hard you pull on them, they still have a little bend to them.
Oh, that's what you guys do? You say they always freaking have sag? That is funny.
Well, hold on. How far out are you going to
No,
put
it's a
this
property of
fishing line,
physics.
dude?
So you can't make sure it has tension. Really? Is that what you guys are saying?
You can't
Yeah,
have full complete tension ever.
Yeah, put posts every 10 feet then. Now you fucked up. Now you don't have a one solid line.
Seems like you guys want to avoid these experiments badly.
No.
Not an experiment.
Listen, it's called a catenary curve in physics.
Yeah, catenary
I think
curve
I
is
heard this one.
loose when there's
It's
no
like a cat in a
tension.
box
Right.
experiment.
It's how they developed arches in medieval construction.
It's like
They
St.
took an
Louis.
inverse of a catenary curve, flipped it upside down, right? And then that became an archway.
Is that the St. Louis Archway or whatever? But yeah, like that's because there's no tension. Okay, so that doesn't make any sense.
You will always have a sag, no matter how much tension.
Nah, I
Carter,
don't do
look,
that.
man, look,
You
look,
gotta cite
look,
that.
Carter, look.
That's what she said.
Carter, look,
Like, why
you're
would
right,
it be
but we're
sag?
flat
The idea of
earthers, man.
sag
We're
is
always
that
correct.
gravity is pulling it downward, but that you have tension force, meaning it's straightening out.
If it's going to be perfectly straight, you need infinite tension. Good luck, finding fishing line that's strong.
Okay.
It's always a giggle just
what
because
would
they
you
just don't
propose?
understand, so they giggle. It's so weird.
That's just me.
Sounds gay.
Okay? That's just me.
Giggling.
I'm an alpha male.
I try to control myself. It's just funny, dude. I just think a lot of this is ironic, but that's just me.
It is
It's a big
ironic.
one, dude.
What would you propose that I'd use to make sure it's straight? I use a laser.
Yeah.
That wouldn't really work.
Oh, now you don't want to use a laser.
No.
Use a laser.
How would you use a laser in
Yeah,
that
I
scenario?
get it, dude. You don't want to use the laser now because I said use the laser.
They also don't like infrared optic.
How would I use the
Nope,
laser?
they don't like that either.
How would I use the laser to do it? I'm trying to come up with an experiment. I need you guys' help.
No, you don't need
Like,
my help.
If
I can
I'm
figure
wrong,
it out
then
on
I'll
my
be a
own.
flat
You should be
earther.
able to also.
I'll help you.
If you can figure it out on your own, then you'll be a smart person. So figure it out on your own.
If I'm wrong, I'll be a
Hold
flat
on.
earther.
You knew how to. You had some idea of what to do with a string, and now you're dumbfounded by a laser.
Yeah, I don't know what the laser is gonna do.
Okay. Well, have you ever used a laser to hang a picture, a framed picture in your head? Probably not. But anyways,
No,
if you take the laser and shoot it across the wall, it'll give you a straight line. Well, try to put a nail and tie a string around it and get it as tight as you want and see if your string is as straight as the laser. So just whatever you were going to do with string, I don't understand how you had all kinds of ideas with string and you're dumbfounded by a laser. That's weird.
Because the laser, the only way you can, the thing with a string is that you could tie it to something and then walk a certain distance, and if it's straight, then it'll always be a
Okay,
straight
that's
line.
okay.
You can set a laser.
I don't
You
know
can set
how
a
you would
laser
do
up
that
on
with a
a
laser.
tripod and hold a stick and walk away from the laser with the stick, with the beam on the stick, for as far as you want until it flies
Till I go
up in
over
the
the
air over
horizon.
your head from Earth curve.
Till I go over the horizon, like it doesn't work. I can't keep pointing the laser once I'm
What are you
past the
talking
horizon.
about? It goes over the horizon.
If the Earth is curved, I would be over the horizon, right? So how would I maintain like the laser pointing? The idea with the string is that it would like hit the water at some point because of the Earth curve. That's the idea, but you can't do that with a
No,
laser.
dude. If you were running a string out in this thought experiment, if you took your fishing line out 3 miles, the string wouldn't go into the water ever. The Earth would curve away from the string.
Dude, do you understand the difference between like
Dude.
a straight line between 2 points in a geodesic, like we've talked about this before.
Yeah,
Like
well, we're
obviously
talking about. Listen, we're talking about what you think is reality of putting a string out for 3 miles, and you say if the Earth is a ball, I'm on your side here. Well, you're confusing yourself, I think. Your proof wouldn't be that the string went into the water. That would be a concave Earth and a concave sea.
No, what are you talking
Yeah,
about? If it was
dude.
concave, I would be going upward, meaning the freaking string would be going into the air.
Shit. How do you know there's a geodesic in the first place?
That's what I'm testing for. If it was just because if the string is straight, then it would just be a straight line between 2 points. Therefore, it would hit the surface.
Oh, so like a laser.
I don't know how you would do that with a laser. That's my point.
That's because you're never going to work in construction, so don't worry about it. Do this, take the sewing classes or whatever you guys do nowadays, pillow making and all that shit.
Can you imagine giggling like that on a construction site?
It had to be screwed up.
Come home with no front teeth.
I'm sorry. I'll try to stop giggling, okay?
It's all right, man. I'm laughing.
No, I guess yes. If I hadn't, yeah, I get it. How it could produce giggles. You're in disbelief that something so grand could all be a fabrication. I get it.
Yeah,
it's a little dumbfounding. I mean,
it's like unbreakable illusion, right?
well, especially if you have to take it all in one giant.
Suddenly.
Do you understand the experiment though? Like
most people don't care about logic or science. They try to believe what majority believe. So they don't care about logic even if you tell them and show them in the paper.
I'm going to show you something from the paper from 1970 maybe. Let's look and see what they said in the paper. Since you said if it's in the paper, then even if I show them it's in the paper, they won't believe me. Here you go.
What I mean to say,
Look,
like in
read
paper,
that.
yes, no,
Paper's from 1970, I think. NASA sees colonies on the moon by 1978 or 78. They put because they wanted to make sure that if they didn't hit it, they could put 2078 in there.
Oh, Redwin, check mod chat real quick.
2070. Maybe
they're looking pretty good.
But newspaper industry, they don't make mistakes. So I would not believe they put it in an accident. I don't think so. Has to be a reason. I mean, I always had a feeling that time travel is real, if you actually think about it.
Would you guys agree that as you increase in altitude, the sky becomes more and more darker?
Nope.
Changes color.
Every time I've been in a plane, it looks the same to me.
Not when you have a torch.
Not when you have what?
A torch, light.
Nope. When I go in a plane, it's still, if it's daylight when I leave and daylight when I land, it's daylight when I'm flying.
Okay, so that means always the same color, blue.
Yeah.
So these like videos of amateur rocket launches going into the stratosphere, I guess, and showing
Guess what? Guess what?
the sky
Guess
being,
what?
like,
I was talking
really
about
dark.
an airplane, and you went to balloons.
If you're a small baby born, blind, so what imagination that blind baby would be imagining.
Wow. It's rough these days.
I mean, when there's no light and we
And
look in the
had
sky,
some
it's
years.
really dark. It's almost black, right? When there is light,
So is it only black, like no
it changes
imaginations,
color.
nothing?
Changes color to blue, many different colors.
With colors?
Yeah.
Two are having two separate conversations and don't even know it. That's how much you're just wishing that this would go away.
All right, fine. I'll
Okay,
go
what you
with
want to
that.
talk
What do you
about?
think? No, I'll go with him. What do you think?
I like the blind baby one.
Yep. Nothing about flat Earth. Blind babies now.
Okay.
Yeah, hey Carter, it is interesting though in those gradiated to black pictures you're talking about. Where are the stars?
What do you mean?
I'm just
Put
saying.
those in.
Just like at night when there's light pollution, you don't see the stars, even though the sky is black.
Oh, so it's light pollution. So you never have a clear day of these?
You can.
That's
if they're-
fine. I mean, the
they're like
astronauts themselves, when they got back, when they were asked if they saw the stars from the moon, the guy they asked, he couldn't get into his act quick enough, and the guy who was up in the space capsule going around the moon decided to answer for him. He goes, "Well, I don't recall seeing any. We don't recall seeing any stars." Anyways,
Yeah, stars are really hard to
I'm sure
go
there's a
though.
logical explanation. I just don't know it.
well, I'm just saying
Well, the logical explanation is they didn't go there, and it was those guys were just making up shit on the spot. That's the logical explanation.
Yeah, what's
No.
logical about the guy who didn't have the point of view that was asked about answering the question?
According to AI,
Yeah,
stars are
dude.
not invisible.
Oh, Lord.
And photos taken on the moon
The
primarily
future is
due to
bleak.
camera settings.
Yeah, they're only going to
Yeah.
use AI. These guys don't know anything about. Listen, you guys aren't going to be able to get a job. It's already on CNBC how all these kids coming up are basically worthless in job force. So we're going to have a point where people are just like marshmallows walking around.
We're cooked, bro.
Yeah, I mean that's
Pull
why
out of the
those
nosedive. Pull out of the
World War
nosedive,
III is
gentlemen.
happening.
Unless you
World
see
War
fake
III is a
news.
solution for a lot of things. Global
The
warming,
information-
overpopulation, stupid people, many stuff.
More stories. Yeah, more stories, dude. Jag.
I
Okay.
don't know what he's saying.
All
this
these
is- this
stories
is-
involve outer space water ball.
My
Look,
favorite
the
are
thing
the
is,
asteroids. My favorite stories are the asteroids are coming and they're 14 drafts wide.
Yeah, what's Flat Earth going to do when an asteroid hits the surface? They can't shoot
It's
lasers
gonna
at it.
collect. We're going to collect all the diamond and precious metals, diamonds, rubies. We'll just become a precious stone salesman.
Yeah, the Flat Earthers are going to be poor
The
because they don't
market
know how
will
to
be
mine
flooded,
asteroids.
but whatever. There'll be a wave.
They're going to be left behind. And all the scientists are going to be super rich because they know how to mine the asteroids.
You just live in fantasy land, don't you?
Dude, they'll flood them if they come back with spaceships full of diamonds. The market will be flooded, and where the money be then?
Yeah, they're
We're
not
like,
going to
geez,
allow
we
that
spent
shit.
$1 trillion on the trip.
Diamond miners will not allow people to go up in space and get other diamonds.
Yeah, probably. It'll be regulated.
No, their ships will blow up before they leave the launch pad.
Well, yeah, or they can just do like another Leonardo DiCaprio movie where he's a guy on one of these diamond planets and he sees all the cruelty to the diamond mining aliens up there, and he sells that myth so everyone hates precious stones for a decade or two.
As
Yeah,
everybody hates
that was a
something,
Blood Diamond reference.
price will go
Yeah,
down, and
probably.
then in a couple of decades, they'll be worth something again.
Yeah, why hasn't Leonardo DiCaprio gone to outer space on the silver screen?
He's a flat earther.
Yeah, maybe that's his limit. You know, he'll play anything. You know, no astronaut for him.
Hmm. So, flat Earth, right?
Do you guys think
Somebody
angular
please
size is
prove.
based on the orientation of the object?
Please, somebody prove me flat Earth.
Say that again. Jag's kind of mumbling. What was the question?
Do you guys think angular size is based on the orientation of the object? I just want to know.
What do you
So
mean?
if
I
I
mean,
had
if
a
something
2x4, yeah, or a 2x10, and I looked at it from the 2x side, it would be 2 inches, and it would get smaller as I walked away from it. But if I flipped it so it's wide, it would be 10 inches wide, and as I walked away from it, it would get smaller too, but just not as fast. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, what about it?
I don't know.
It's not a
Some flat
belief
earthers,
system. It's
some
not a
flat
belief
earthers,
system.
I know. Some flat earthers don't understand that idea.
No, stop talking about flat earthers or you're going to get booted.
Like, who's that one guy?
It
What's
says stop
who?
talking
Or
about
something?
flat earthers or you're going to get booted. And he's like the one guy. Who is it?
I was trying to think about his argument.
Yeah, he's in disbelief that this conversation is even occurring, and now he's like, "Hey, but what about this one guy, guys? Been looking into this for a while. Yeah, you were in disbelief 20 minutes ago, chuckling to yourself."
But in that case, you haven't proved Earth is flat either, right?
Yeah, but here's what you guys are doing. You guys are going to, I don't even know what guy he's talking about.
His name
But
is
but hold on, but usually it's some sort of damage control propaganda that's been fed to you by a charlatan that you come in here. It's just a kicking the can down the road. It's a Band-Aid.
Dude, all my ideas are original. Besides maybe ChatGPT sometimes.
All the time.
Yeah, I mean, that would be like going to a park and walking up to people playing basketball. Well, watching people play basketball who are now the special needs bus shows up to play basketball, okay? And you watch them play basketball. And then you go to the NBA locker room and you say, "Hey, did you know there's guys out there who are playing basketball, running around?" I mean, guys in the NBA talking about traveling might not be the best example, but yeah, that's no argument to critique the sport, when you're just talking about some mythical group of people that some damage control charlatan has presented you. This is why flat earthers are confused. ABC. So it seems like the damage control has reached you.
He's one of your guys, so I wouldn't be quick to dismiss him.
Well, that's
But
what I'm
I don't
saying,
know what you
dude.
mean.
That's how it's been presented to you. The things available from a simple Google search now, I rarely, I'll do it on YouTube every once in a while just to see what video came up that day. But what is put in the search bar, if you put those two words, and there's nothing that can be done about this, but it ain't what it used to be. So yeah, you have to just don't look at the surface of what is presented to you from these charlatans. There's a lot of production being done and presented to make excuses these days.
Wait, are we still talking about flat Earth?
What do you guys think about refraction? Do you think it exists?
Wow, you're just a clown.
Yeah, bro.
Why you guys strongly believe Earth is flat? Like, what makes you going against the world, going against the majority of what they believe?
You're funny, Jag. There's something
Yeah,
about
majority
people
of
with that
people.
particular.
Yeah, why don't you guys appeal to consensus? That's so
No,
confusing.
no, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying what makes you think
No.
that
How come all the
you're
people that
different.
believe in Santa Claus? So I should go along with all the people who believe in Santa Claus, and that means Santa Claus is real.
Yeah.
No. I mean, only
Exactly
children
how it
believe
works.
Santa Claus is real, not adults.
This is a children's belief.
Yeah, the idea of Santa Claus preys on the same naivety that has you wrapped up in this water ball idea. It's the same proofs that exist. The same
But like,
type of proofs that Santa Claus exists to the believers are equal to the same proofs that the water ball enthusiasts have. Prove me wrong.
no, I mean, it's only
So
for
why
children's brain.
don't scientists believe in Santa Claus then?
Wow, what is going on with you people? Yeah, they're just preying on your naivety that you don't realize exists.
Okay, let's just say my point is wrong about majority and minority.
Listen, don't pretend that the globe Earth outer space mythos is ever present in academia, our lives, commercials, television, movies. Don't pretend like it's not been force fed to us.
Okay, let's just say they believe that. I'm asking you why you believe it's flat. What makes you so strongly that it's flat and not sphere?
Yeah, you like that B word, don't you? What it is shedding the belief, leaving the naivety behind, having the ability to connect the dots after realizing, I realized decades prior to the whole flat earth conundrum that the outer space narrative shown on TV was fabrication. So once you're able to connect the dots of the things you always took for granted, that now you're being forced into morphing and bastardizing to protect the globe, i.e. water seeking and finding level, that now has to be interpreted to you guys as, but it does, but level is a curve. So once you're able to ditch your pride, I would say it's an issue of pride or just naivety or maybe willing gullibility because you see the writing on the wall. I can't help you shed your naivety. No matter how many, there's all kinds of, no matter how many of your friends who stopped believing in Santa Claus, you had to realize it for yourself.
So let's say, if you're never going to realize the Santa Claus is real, so it's not real.
Yeah, welcome to
So
Flat
in-
Earth.
Yeah, the day Santa doesn't bring presents when he's supposed to, and you're sitting there by yourself and no presents come. It's the same as in 1970 when they said, in 1978, we're going to have colonies on the moon. 1978 came and went, and there's not colonies and hotels and buses and people running around on the moon. It must be a lot.
Yeah, you waiting for
Is
the
it
boat.
because
Yeah, dude, you waiting for the boat to disappear at the distance that the 3959 radius globe would tell you it would disappear, and not seeing it disappear is the same as you keeping an eye on the cookies all night, waiting for Santa to eat them after he, arrives via the chimney. You're waking up the next day and just still believing. Nothing in reality points to this globe if you check it out.
so you think majority, like let's just say 6 billion people, what is 6.5 billion people believe, obviously, right? Let's just say Earth is globe because there's a lot of camera and all these things. So you think from all those 6.5 billion people, you are smart?
Yeah, I'm
sounds
smarter than them.
sounds like you're upset about that, bro. Yeah.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
upset. I'm asking
I'm not
you what
as
you
gullible.
think.
I'm not as
Do
gullible
you
as they
think
are.
you're smart
I
than
don't fall for it
6.5 billion
anymore.
people?
Yes.
Yeah, I looked into what they fed to the people. I don't think you've even looked at the narrative that's been presented over the decades.
In that case, if you strongly believe that much Earth is flat, but when I ask you to prove me, but you couldn't.
Well, because you have invincible ignorance. You hand wave in
No, I have an
everything.
open mind. Trust me, I have more open mind than anyone else.
Okay, ready?
Okay.
Ready? Water is flat and level when it rests. So the Earth's not spinning or anything. And air pressure needs containment. In order to breathe, we need a container to get 14.7 psi at sea level. You need a container for that. So that's it. That doesn't work with globe in a vacuum spinning around a ball of fire in a vacuum. Those two things are opposite.
And the curvature is nowhere observable unless fed by a third party, in this case NASA.
Okay. What about the spinning water? You said
No, there is no spinning water.
there
Earth
is
is
no
station-
spinning water.
No, Earth is stationary.
You know the speed of the Earth.
No, I don't, because we can't measure it.
Yeah, let's not go back into
they
the fairy
actually
tale.
did.
Just time out. Let's not go back into the fairy tale. Just the reality of water, a simple acknowledgement of the nature of water when compared to the water ball shown on TV. If you're able to connect those dots, that's what you think is being, oh, you're so smart. Oh, you smart. You're the smart one. No, I was just able to connect the dots that how we treat water in reality.
So
How it acts,
all those
how it
people,
presents
they
itself
have.
is antithetical to the myth. We were able to
Wait.
connect those dots eventually.
Okay.
Here comes the all those
Connecting
people
dots is
thing.
one thing.
Here comes up.
Why
Would they lie? Why would they lie?
Okay, connecting dot is one thing, and the government, who has a lot of resources, years of education, lot of money,
Okay.
and everything, so they
hold
don't
on,
know
dude.
better than you.
No, they're immersed in it.
What does that mean?
They're looking. The people who are in academia, they're looking forward to the finish line of when they graduate and go to live at their vacation house up in the mountains. That would be like going to the Vatican and saying to all the cardinals who are living the lives of Riley, drinking wine on their off hours, saying, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Don't you guys know you're dressing up in robes and doing rituals all day?" Well, they're living the lives of Riley. They're reading books. They're writing books, doing whatever they want in Rome.
How is this connected to the government and their
Even
education
coming
and
up with the
resources?
Big Bang Theory. They even come up with the Big Bang Theory there.
Yeah. Do you think you're going to be able to talk them out of their cush jobs?
Okay, let me ask you this. If you go on YouTube,
YouTube,
there's a video, right? There's a there's a constant, live, videos of the like
No, it's
Earth,
not. Only
the
90-minute
satellite and
loop.
everything.
Only
Okay,
a 90-minute
let
loop.
me tell you. Let me tell you. So those
Only a
videos.
90-minute loop.
Listen.
Yeah, they're
There's
not live.
videos.
They
If you
go off air.
Okay, listen. Those videos, if you see, there's a lot of videos, right? And if you see those, collect all those videos together, there'll be like hours
Okay.
and hours and hours and
Let me
hours
ask you
of
this. Let
videos.
me
You
ask you
saying they
this.
look. If you saying they have edited all those hours of video all day.
Dude, there's more hours of guys fixing cars on the internet than there are space movies.
And you saying those live videos, they have actually editing live and posting.
Not live.
Yeah, and anyways,
How would they animate in every
okay,
second
time
and
out.
put it on live?
First question is, can a lens create a curvature? Have you ever seen the videos of the guys that climb Mount Everest and then they float the little drone up with their fisheye lens? And it looks like they're standing on a marble?
Yes.
Anyways, yeah. And B, a lens can create curvature, and if you really believe those videos are the end all be all, get a screenshot of one of them sometime, bring it in, and tell us what it is being depicted, what landmass, what city, what body of water, and then we'll complete the curve that's being shown there and see if that is the curve of the Earth. We'll see if all the other continents and oceans and seas fit on that ball. Yeah, you're starting from the idea that must be legit. Well, you can send a plane up high up with a lens and get the same thing. And hell, that
You
could be a
almost
model. It could
convinced
be
me,
some.
bro. Earth is
In
flat.
5,000 feet.
And
Looks
it
just
doesn't even
exactly
look.
the same in a
And
GoPro.
yeah, and it doesn't even
You're
look that
almost
convincing
convincing
that
me.
it's real.
Earth is flat.
It looks straight up CGI, to be honest with you, with a lens added to it. Or it looks like a model, like one of
You're
those things you would
right.
see at the science museums. Yeah, it's very vague
You're
what they
right.
show.
You'll need to see some live stuff. You know, when stuff is live, brother, you can see airplanes, cars, people walking across the street in real time. Bob was late for work that day. The guy who was supposed to go get the victim, and he couldn't make it because the train stopped him, so the victim got away.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see all that real time, brother.
Dang, Earth
People
is
walking with
flat.
boats, helicopters, missiles, launches. You don't see any of that shit, do you? Real little
You're
people looking
right.
like ants doing stuff. That's what you need to see for live, brother. I promise you.
God damn, Earth is fucking flat? So all my life was a lie?
Yeah,
No,
your
your
whole life's
life's not a
a lie,
lie.
yes.
Just the ground and the water that you're standing on. It's not a
Yes, your whole
ball.
belief of
Fuck.
living in space and wanting to go to the moon and visit Mars and going to the hotel and see the lady with the 3 tits when she sticks them out. All that fake.
Yeah,
Right.
not your
Oh my
whole
god,
life.
bro.
Not your whole life. You're gonna live on. You're still living.
Yeah, you're still alive. Reality's still here. Now just look outside and understand that all this is flat. And now take into account all the math and all the attributes and all the, effects of flat and horizontal. And that's what you've been, just switch it to flat. That's it. You're good.
Oh my
No
god.
gravity.
Look, in that case, there will be a lot of other things too. That's what I'm believing is might not be true.
Right, like all the gases, but that's another step. You're not all the way there yet. You're still on understanding that it's flat.
Makes me ask a lot more questions.
Yeah.
Oh,
I just
good.
found
That's what it's supposed to.
Yeah, I just found out there's no potatoes in Pringles. I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of things. You learn something new every day.
I hate government, I swear.
Now it's the government's fault?
Off topic.
Yeah, they put me wrong information, right?
Why would you listen to them in the first place? Who told you to do that?
I mean, how would I know? Everybody is
Where's
believing,
the right
right?
information? That's what I want to know. Where's all the just pure right, 100% right information from your so-called NASA government that's never been wrong ever?
Hello?
Look, when you're childhood, like you believe Santa Claus is true, but when you grow
Listen to
up,
what I asked
you
you,
get
brother.
adult, you
Brother,
believe
listen.
something not.
Nah, we ain't got to worry about all that. Where's the channel of No Belief? Where's the website of No Belief? The Discord of everything true and factual and 100% proven to you 100% by the government. Where's that at? You know, they show everything from scratch to prove it. Do they
That's
have
true.
that? They don't have that. So what
Yeah.
you're asking us or saying, it's kind of weird. You say too much information or too. No, all information is too much information. I fell and bumped my head because of a banana peel. That's information. Was it useful? Who the fuck knows?
No.
Next time, watch out where I'm walking, right? You know, it's useful. Depending on, you know, that's where relativity comes in for ignorant stuff like that. That's about it.
Oh. Don't you think we need to help people like aware of this thing?
Get out there and tell all your friends now.
I'll try my very best.
No,
They need to
Jag.
know
There
this.
you go.
Here's the thing, Jag. Here's the thing. When you're told just to, hey, check out water, you go into a cope spiral. So no, you can lead a horse to water. You can't make him drink. People are going to remain believing in whatever they want to believe in. They're lost in an outer space mythology. They can't even fathom anything else. So big deal.
Some
The
people are supposed
masses,
to remain. Some people are supposed to remain robots and only listen to what the government tells them. Otherwise, this shit wouldn't work.
yeah, that's the way
That's
it
how
works.
everything
The masses are usually in the dark.
God damn it. Wait, how many percentage of people right now who believes Earth is flat? Like, do you have any idea?
Whatever
Yeah,
number you want to come.
last poll was around 35-40%.
Like 30 million people? I might create a website. I need to tell people. From now on, I would not use Earth emoji on Instagram because it's beer.
Isn't it funny the Earth emojis they give you? It takes 3 of them to give you 2 sides of a ball.
That's actually true. It even looks flat too. So, are you guys Christian?
Yeah, we're all Christian, every single one of us. Yeah, we don't have any
Yeah,
independent.
I also go to church.
Well, if you read the Bible, there's 200 Bible verses referencing flat Earth.
I was like atheist before, then I chose Christianity because, you know, a lot of amazing teachings. But I'm still reading.
Start at page 1. That's a good starting point.
Yeah, I have seen a video that there's a lot of books in Christianity, and even though it's written by different people, but the cross reference of all those books connect extraordinarily. And that kind of inspired me, like, really, wow, that's extraordinary. So I said, let's just look into it. It's really, really unique. Different time, different books, but still matches every single book. Cross references, information. What do you guys believe of second Jesus Christ? Do you guys want to talk about it?
Not really, dude. It's not really the forum for that.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
I'd love to, but yeah, it's not really the forum for it. I mean, how the religious scriptures point to Earth being flat is kind of interesting, but yeah, we've got other evidence Earth is flat, like it's measured flat. It's navigated flat. All navigation requires flat.
Yeah.
Water's flat. So water naturally finds its horizontal. So if you're in the middle of the ocean, the horizon is level, flat, 360 degrees, right around. So how can you guys think the horizon's Earth curve?
Yeah, I was thinking that before.
And that's regardless of altitude. You see these high altitude videos where the camera's properly mounted. You know, it swivels, it swings around a little bit, but it swings around. You can see the horizon is appearing at eye level, and it's flat right around. Globers roll in here and say, "Oh, my evidence of Earth curve is the horizon." When it's completely flat.
Yeah, that's true. Damn.
That was an early thing that got me into the argument that was when you go up in elevation, the horizon is always appearing at your eye level, which corresponds with a flat plane. I don't know what would happen if you're on a globe. Then the horizon would be dropping away from you as you rose up in altitude.
Okay, I mean, look, I get it. Also, in America, the government, most people working, I mean, they're scientists, Christian themselves, right? Why would they lie trying to,
Money, power, control, power, money, influence. Women.
Same reason why 3 years ago. Same reason why 3 years ago you ran around not touching people.
How about delusion? Delusion is my number one summation of the whole situation. Yeah,
Only Asia?
like an urban myth, right? You know what an urban myth is?
No.
It's basically a story that everybody accepts at face value because everybody accepts it at face value.
Have you ever seen the movie The Village, Jagdish?
The Village? No.
M. Night Shyamalan. Take a look at that. That's a great encapsulation of the state of the masses of humanity.
I'll check it out. The Village.
M. Night Shyamalan, yeah.
2004, I see. Wait, is it an Indian movie?
No. But it's yeah, it'll answer the question of how could they lie, why would they lie? How did
Like
people figure out that
Mr.
there was a
Night
lie?
Shyamalan. It's like a book.
Yeah, probably. I think most of his movies are based upon novels.
Yeah. So what did he say? Like,
What I'm saying is, in that movie, I'm not going to give the spoiler, but there in that movie will answer the questions how such a lie could be told, why someone would tell a lie, and how that lie could eventually be found out. It has to do with urban myths and legends. And people not, well, I'm not going to spoil it, but yeah, it's a good movie that addresses humanity's
Is that the movie where they're not allowed to go in the? Is that the movie where they're not allowed to go in the woods?
Correct.
That's a
it's
good
true. I would
movie.
agree that there's a biggest to biggest lies that people believe every single day. I do believe that exist. The lies told by the elites. Evil elites. Just like ghosts exist.
Oh, Bigfoot exists too.
Cutting off or
What's
you
with all
stop?
this trash talk of Bigfoot, man? There's more evidence of Bigfoot than outer space.
More evidence of Bigfoot than ghosts.
Yep. More evidence of Bigfoot than gravity.
We should
I
call
do
this
believe
the
in
24/7
skinwalkers.
Bigfoot, 24/7
The
Bigfoot
ghosts.
channel.
Yeah, I'd watch that. Oh. Have you seen those videos where the dude's just walking in the woods and he's talking about mushrooms and you just hears this unbelievable scream from this, and he just goes, I better go. He runs back to his car.
Do you guys think Mars is flat?
Mars, it's just a light in the sky, as far as I can see. It's an orange light. I don't think it's
Orange.
a red
flat?
ball of dust in a vacuum. Like, how fast is this red ball of dust going in your in an infinite vacuum? It's like a million miles an hour, and there's dust just sitting on top of it. Really? Okay.
So, did Rich Evans come through with any of that globe proof? Guess not.
Apparently, there could be some globe evidence down in Antarctica. So they're going to go down there and see if they can find some. Because there's none around here. Since none on the Earth. They like pointing at the sky and say, "Look, Earth's a globe." But that's all been debunked. So they got like, well, there's got to be some evidence somewhere. How about Antarctica? Let's go and have a look. So, bon voyage.
I think we need to work on like some sort of AI that just like answers all of these stupid globe questions over and over and over again. Because it seems like they're just trying to ask us stupid questions relentlessly to wear us down, and it's like, well, what's the point of that? If you're seeking truth, then it shouldn't be about tactics, right? But apparently,
So
it's
it's
about.
funny you should say that. Yeah, I have already developed a Discord bot, which takes all of the text from our 24/7 lobby and live chat, and it listens for keywords, and it'll give you back a response based on those keywords. I have it working in typing, but not for voice.
Okay, well, that shouldn't be too far off.
Oh,
The ability to do that.
so if somebody types out a big sentence like "gravity pulls things down," it'll just come up and go right to all the gravity section that it's figured out and come up with, and it'll talk like a flat earther to you. Won't talk like an AI trying to give you an explanation. It'll say, I told it to be mean, basically. Give you the facts only.
Yeah, good.
Definitely would be a good experiment to run in the lobby of the main server. That bot in there. You don't have to prompt it. It's just listening the whole time. It's just like as if you gave it a listen command or a bot where you / bot command. It's installed as looking at the text and just responding. And if there's not keywords, it won't respond. It'll just sit there until the normal questions that people always ask. It'll give you a response back.
So it's close to the end of 2024, and we still got people that think they live on a spinning ball. Is that correct? Anybody here?
Yeah, I don't know if they're here right now, but that's a correct statement.
There is people that actually believe that nonsense, correct? Okay. Well, I used to too. I'm not blaming them a whole lot. But, yeah. Anyway, if you're out there listening to the sound of our voices, you think you live on a spinning ball because you were taught that as a fact, and everybody just accepted it, went along with it. They sent shit to space and whatever. I understand. Come in here and discuss with us. Let's get down to the brass tacks of reality and examine reality as it really presents itself. Is that too much to ask? Back to you, whoever talked to me, or silence. This has been Dead Air Day.
Well, what's up, Dave? Sounds like you're a pretty grounded fella. How about you? Can you give us a little background? What brought you into this whole thing?
I'll give you the short version. Let's say around late 2014, I was researching, I believe, mainly about 9/11 and the many deceptions involved in that facade, whatever. And over to the right, my YouTube feed said something about flat Earth, and I just laughed my ass off. So I thought I'd click on that video and just laugh for about 10 minutes and never think about it again. And
You mind
really
if I pause you that right there?
Well, here I am 10 years later, still looking for the Kirby water. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off. I just kind of want to meditate on that point. You know, like just how absurd it is when you first come across it. I think pretty much everybody, when you hear about it, you're like, yeah, okay.
Well, the first natural instinct after the indoctrination that most of us went through, the globe is just a common fact. Everybody knows it. Smart guys figured it out. So how could it not be a globe? That's just ridiculous, right?
Absolutely absurd. It's laughable, right? As we've been taught.
I'm just saying that when you first come across it, like I did back in 2015, you think it's ridiculous because you think it's a foregone conclusion that we've already figured out it's a globe, right? But then you actually start investigating the actual physical claims of the globe, and there's problems. Many issues. Number
Many
one
problems.
being we can't determine the curvature over bodies of water, which is physically impossible anyway. But back to you.
Yeah, the spinny water ball, man. I mean, that's a big one for sure. Mostly water curving on this ball. Absolutely absurd when you get down to considering everything. And the amount of times that they have to bring in, what has become their god gravity in order to blame, to define things, I guess, in a proper way for them to believe in their curvy ball. So, yeah, it is absolutely absurd. There, I was just up there listening. Oh, go ahead.
I wish I could go back in history and find the first human being that saw something fall down and started talking about gravity and making up that story and just slapped the shit out of it. But anyway, hopefully a globe believer will join us here soon. You guys continue or be silent. I have to mute.
It was good talking to you, Dave.
Likewise, who was I talking to? Chronic FPV.
Yes, sir.
Have a good one on your part of the plane, wherever you're at.
Too, brother. Looking for globe evidence? Anybody got any globe evidence? Come on in, bring it.
All day. What's that?
There it is, chiming in. Where are we at?
Surface tension. Surface tension is the arrangement of molecules on the surface of the mass. They tend to form a curved surface. They're never in a perfect row to create a line along the surface of the mass. The molecules tend to find the smallest amount of space where they can compact, which creates a curve. You type in surface tension, it'll show you a diagram of our understanding of molecules. And yeah, surface of mass bonds and creates a curve. So even though that's not particularly Earth curve, we can observe water curving.
It's not the same, you dumb fuck.
I just said it's not.
Okay, good for you then.
But you see how like deductive reasoning might lead you to understand that the surface of water can curve?
Doesn't matter. It's not the same.
When you use deductive reasoning? Okay.
Yeah, deductive reasoning doesn't exist, I guess.
How about this one, Quetzalcoatl? Since you say that's not Earth curve, then why don't you show me Earth flat? Show me where the surface of water is so horizontal, there's no deviations from horizontal. And not just any old 100 feet, 200 feet. I want to see a large body of water measured to be horizontal. Or is that just a presumption because you can find level, which is at a datum point? It's not the entire span of a body of water. So real measurement.
Somebody cue the Jeopardy music, please.
I don't got music to cue.
Yeah.
Boom.
There we go. All right, time's up. What's your answer? Going once. Going twice. And mooted. Cool. That's easy.
I know the answer, right? There's not a single experiment where they can measure the perfect horizontality. Like, okay, we use water to find level, woo, right? Okay, so show me a body of water that's perfectly horizontal. No one's done it. You know, the only person who's coming close is Jesse Gordon. Jesse Gordon's going to take a buoyant fishing string line and he's going to lay it on a lake and he's going to pull it as taut as he can. And if it goes under the water, that means that there is a bulge somewhere in the water. If it stays above the surface, then you got flat water. I bought.
This
I
is
bought
this
a.
is usually the part. But oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, completely unrelated. I was going to talk about the blunt I bought.
That's
I
fine.
bought.
Go ahead. I'm gonna bitch and complain. So you go ahead.
No, what were you going to say?
No, it's just me griping about the Globetards. But no, go ahead.
What about
I need a
Globetards?
transition. Go for it. Yeah. No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Please.
I was just going to say this. I bought a $30 blunt yesterday. It's infused with oil.
$30.
Yeah, Moon Rocks. This is like one of those premium luxury bougie blunts.
Something.
Yeah,
That'll do it.
it's
I
really
mean, if
cool.
it gets the job done for that price, hey, I mean, that's good. Was it worth it?
Yes.
Have it. For me,
Are
then.
you? You call me a globetard? I can't even tell if you're a flat earther right now.
I'm actually a Globetard myself, and that wasn't directed towards anybody here, but many of those that know me here know that while I am a Globetard, I do side with the Flat Tards' arguments against them because they fail to be able to provide a substantial argument for their claims. They do a pretty poor job at it. So, for example, right? For example, people, I had this conversation with Alpha and Jedi many times, and many of those that are here in this VC, about how it seems that now we've gotten to a point, and I think there's a psychological theory to this, but we've gotten to the point where discussions are now becoming repetitive from the Globetards. It's almost the same argument each time, and it's becoming where it's just so consistent. There is no differentiation.
All kinds of arguments, right? But I choose to not bring up the ones that really like open a can of worms and make people really not like me. Even though they don't like me right now, I've actually been holding back. There's so many
Good.
things.
Respect. Because at least you're perpetuating an argument that can be litigated. Whereas others, what I'm talking about are those that come in. There's been a few that have come in here, for example, that start to say or make the weird claim that flat tards base their arguments on religion. That to me has been I don't understand that. Because I've never heard that talked about in here. And then the other argument, of course, is big G and little g. That's, when I say refraction, you say gravity. So that's
Earth Awakenings. The
yeah,
Discord chat.
that something.
Yeah, that's kind of where you'll find the religious sect of flat earthers.
Yeah, I've never heard that, but see, I have never heard that argument in here. And these people that came in a couple weeks back were claiming that Jedi, especially Jedi, they were claiming that Jedi is religious dogma. They're using religious dogma to make his points. And if we all know Jedi here, I have never once ever heard him bring up religion. I've never heard that man ever make an argument based in fucking religion for his claims. Oh, that was just funny.
I have a theory why. I've experienced the conversations go in that direction in Earth Awakenings, and it ends up being you start making claims about a model. If you use the Bible as if it's giving accurate science, and then you take God's description of the earth, you low-key end up talking about Enoch and the pillars and the four corners and the face of the deep and the firmament. And yeah, when you start doing all that, when you talk about flat earth in that sense, now you're making claims. So don't make claims.
Right.
That's what
I'm with you on that, man.
But what's really interesting to me is, so check this out, right?
Yeah.
In Enoch, it says that there's actually 4 pillars of wind that hold up the earth, believe it or not. When they talk about pillars in Enoch, it's about wind. Pillars of wind, like tornadoes.
I need to get in there because the folks know here I'm a meteorologist, so I would love to just that one I would love to just shit on If they're making bullshit arguments like that, that's wild.
It gets even crazier, dude. The four corners could be like if you try to really conceptualize a model from what Enoch says, you get this. It's really like remarkable, actually. Like it is probably the most viable flat Earth model, if you ask me.
That's funny.
I should do that one day. I should just like read through Enoch and then just like Microsoft Paint live stream. Like, all right, we're gonna make Enoch's model.
For real. Well, is this? You said this is a server? Is an actual server for that?
Well, yeah, I don't know how they feel about me promoting other people's servers while I'm.
Oh
in
no,
here.
I'm not going to join it. I have no interest in that garbage. But my whole question was not for advertising. It was more so of like, okay, hypothetical. This probably is more of a question for Jedi and Alpha, but I wonder if could they technically get a VC in this server, or is that technically TOS? Like what I feel like what they are doing, probably a TOS violation. Is it not? Because that's what would you call that? Like saying there's not. I mean that's harmless, but I think under TOS what they are doing, that server you're talking about, I think that technically is riding close to that line. You know what I mean? I don't think that Doobie would ever be okay with them fucking coming in here. That shit. I think that's kind of crossing it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but that's why I was more curious about it.
Yeah.
Because if they ever did, I would be the first one in that VC to rip them to shreds.
I'm going to tell you something that I don't talk about ever in here. It doesn't seem like anybody wants to interrupt what I'm talking about.
Well, I want to interrupt if you don't mind, actually, if you're going to ask. I have a quick question for you. I tagged you with the image in the chat there, and but I have a quick question for you. Like, if you search bodies of water measure flat, right? Because you're talking about surface tension, right? So you would ascribe to this idea that bodies of water are not perfectly flat, quote unquote, and that they exhibit a curvature due to the force of gravity.
Yeah, waves undulate.
This curvature is more pronounced in larger bodies of water.
Yeah, waves undulate in the shape of curves. Like, we literally observe tides and curving water.
Right, but you understand that's kind of like, the argument of elevation is not curvature, right?
It's the surface of water.
Right, yeah, the surface of water being perturbed, right? But I mean, if you've ever seen the surface of water when it's not perturbed, kind of like the picture, so go to the picture, right? And this has been brought up, I'm sure you've heard it brought up, but that reflection in the water there is not possible if the water is curving. Even, so according to the search results, quote unquote, by this, very intelligent AI guy, even a 10 centimeter wide container of water will have a curvature of about blah, 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 which is too slight to be noticed or measured. It's 0.000002 centimeters. In contrast, a 10 kilometer stretch of ocean water will have a bulge of about 2 meters, it says. Do you understand that's impossible because a reflection like this would not happen if the water was curving?
Talking about the reflection of the water?
Right, the reflection of the mountain, right, in the water, right? It cannot happen if it's curving. Right. In summary, reflection is only possible on flat surfaces.
Okay, so first things first. How far is that mountain? If we're going to analyze, there should be an amount of curvature seen here. But I want to know how far that mountain is proposed to be.
I would argue it's irrelevant, unfortunately. Like the reflection is impossible on a curved surface. That's the argument. At no distance.
can't resolve the
I mean,
curve.
obviously that mountain. I mean, you think that mountain's close up? How far would you suggest that it's away? It's very difficult to tell. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know where it's at.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is the answer. You're saying that there should be a certain amount of curvature based on the globe model, the proposed size of the globe, the amount of curve that we should see between this observer and the mountain. There's an amount of curve that should be there that is not being seen. Okay,
No,
if I
what I'm
don't know,
telling you is that that reflection cannot
don't know
happen on a curved surface. I just want you to understand the argument. That reflection itself cannot happen on a curved surface, period, end of story. It's not, there should be some curvature. No, it's that reflection of the mountain you would not be able to see the reflection of the mountain if you were indeed also looking at
not
a
a
curved
curve
surface there.
to the human eye resolving, that person might.
Has
That
nothing to do with
camera's
the human eye.
probably. I don't know what camera that is. Is this person trying to resolve the curvature? Like, how do I know how much curvature I should be seeing based on how far away that mountain is? And there's nothing I can really deduct from this.
Well, it's quite simple, right? A reflection cannot happen if it's a curved surface. It's period, end of story, right? You would agree, like when you're on a lake and like you're, seeing like tall trees or mountains, like if it's relatively unperturbed, like if it's a nice flat day, like you can see like a mirror reflection.
Because you're a local observer and you're probably using a not super great camera. What the hell, dude? Can you hear me?
Maybe there's a bit of a lag.
You're delayed, man, by like 5 seconds. I think that's what it is. I believe. He was delayed pretty bad.
See if maybe that helps coming back in.
I check. Hello.
Yeah.
Yo.
Hello.
My bad, dude. I didn't know that my shit was cutting out.
You're delayed by about 3 seconds. So if it seems like he's cutting you off, it's not, because I had that same experience with you.
Great. I got a delay. Thanks.
I'll just try to be aware.
I was responding. Virtually, you can't resolve any curvature. I'm guessing that mountain is probably within a range where the amount of curvature that you're trying to resolve with your eye is probably indistinguishable because Earth is really big. The globe model proposes that Earth is really, really big ball, not just small ball where you see curvature a mile away.
What I'm, but that's kind of speaking out of. I just want to make sure you're done, right? So I guess, okay.
Yep.
Like that's kind of speaking as far as the quote unquote model or however that's speaking out of both sides of the mouth, right? Because it's like, they're saying even a 10 centimeter wide container of water will have a curvature. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
that's not controversial.
And what I'm telling you is that the reflection is essentially impossible on a curved surface. It's not like because you're not resolving the curved surface, you're still. I mean, you still understand it has to be curved, right? Just because you can't see it to be curved doesn't mean it's not curved according to you guys, right? It's still curved. Like that's what I don't like. I think you guys think because you see it as something that means that it is that thing. But unfortunately, no. It still is going to behave the way that it is. Not just how you
right.
see it.
I wouldn't use a reflection just standing on the ground, a reflection of a mountain. I'm not using that to determine the shape of the Earth myself. I think that
it's a very simple way to do it because as we see,
with the proposed size of the globe, I don't expect to be able to resolve curvature on the surface of this body of water between me and the mountain. I just don't think that's how I'm going to observe the globe.
Right, and I would put forth, right, that it's a pretty simple way to determine that you're not seeing any kind of, like, there is no curvature.
You wouldn't.
Right? There is no curvature there.
You wouldn't be able to resolve. You want to see the mountain curving in the reflection. What, like?
No,
Can you tell me if you think you could even distinguish the curve within that reflection?
What I'm
from the
telling you
actual
is that
mountain?
no matter what we see, right? It's kind of like when you see, what are they called? Like a mirage, right? In the desert or whatever, or the little floaty stuff above when it's humid out above the road, right? And it makes everything look all distorted, right? It's not
So
like all of a
that's what's
sudden
imposing
that
curvature?
stuff is that, right? What? No, that what I'm saying is that in a way that's what you're suggesting is curvature. But what I'm telling you here is that just by simply looking, like, and we can experience this anywhere. Like, this is not something unique to one area, right? But that these reflections, right, cannot happen on a curved surface, period, end of story. They wouldn't happen at all.
They would happen on a really, really, really big curved surface. It's not controversial. You should not see the mountains curving in this reflection. I don't think it's far away enough. I don't think that you would see the curvature in a reflection, even if it was further than that mountain.
Yeah, I've always found the ball too big kind of an interesting excuse, right? Because at some point we've said that we've gone all the way around it, right? Or we have experienced all of it. And so there must be people accounting for it somewhere, right? What you find is that nobody really does in reality, except for people who are perpetuating, in theory, the globe model.
I think the issue is you're conceptualizing a small globe, and you just standing on the earth looking at the reflection of water. The globe is proposed to be 24,901 miles in circumference. That doesn't mean you're going to see curvature just standing there looking out into the distance. You're going to have to get some good instruments and some really good cameras. And
can you tell us at what point we would see the curvature?
It's not about at what point. Technically, it's already there. It's just hard to distinct because your eyes don't really resolve the tiny fraction of a difference from what it should look like from what it does look like.
Well, that's what I was kind of trying to tell you, in that, like, no matter you being able to distinguish it or not, the mountains would tell you that it's there in that quote-unquote reflection, or the non-reflection that would be there because it would be indeed a curved surface if you were
It's the same thing as saying, like, if I look at a building and the building is 50 miles away, the building should be tilted 50 inches or whatever the argument might be.
Another great point.
Yeah, but how do you know you're able to resolve 50
Well, you're saying it's
inches of an
disappearing
angle?
behind a curve, aren't you?
Something
You're saying
50
it's
miles away,
disappearing
you can
behind a
tell it's
curve,
an
but yet
angle.
you can't see it.
Dude, think about it. Like imagine there's like two pencils. Freaking, like, let's say that they're both like 500 meters away. You think you can distinguish if one is like slightly angled from the other? You just gotta like conceptualize.
I didn't follow
the size
the
of the globe.
it is kind
Isn't
of
that-
again like to if I can just get this one point out.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's kind of like speaking out of both sides of your mouth again in the model, right? Is that, oh, you can't see the curvature, so everything looks flat like the horizon, but then these buildings and the boat are disappearing behind what? A curvature. Seems very
That's
weird.
not a
Go ahead.
contradiction. That's just an issue with you not understanding these very basic concepts. So the difference is that when you look at images of like the Chicago skyline or boats disappearing bottom up, that's exactly what you'd expect on a globe. Now, scale-wise, the Earth should look pretty horizontal when you're on the surface of it, right? If you go on Desmos and you put an equation for a circle and you zoom in, it looks pretty straight. The line looks pretty straight. So that's what you'd expect on a ball, right?
Wrong.
No.
True.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to say.
He's saying wrong. It's not a refutation. Let me post this photo in the image real quick.
Well, you just
Oh,
asked
is
the
this a
question
straight or a
right,
curved
as
line?
if we agree.
Is this
So
a straight
we're
or a
just
curved line?
answering
And
the
if it's a
question.
curved line, tell me where it's curving. It's in the chat.
Do you think that this little like
Hold on,
magic trick
dude.
proves
Please
anything?
address what I'm posting. Okay, is this a straight or a
Yeah, we
curved
can address
line?
it. You're gonna zoom out and you're gonna show a circle.
No,
Wow,
I'm
did
not
I
zooming
just
out. It's
ruin
just
your
an image.
magic
It's a
trick?
straight or a curved line.
Like
Straight
can
or
we
a curved
get to
line?
the point that you would have to again, like I was asking
Straight or
Callie,
curved
at
line?
what point can we verify that we're gonna zoom
Straight or
out
curved
and
line, please.
see that circle? I'm
Okay, straight or curved line?
we're already past your little rabbit in the hat
Straight or
there.
curved line? Which one?
Does somebody want to address it?
Do I need
You got it, man.
for your
Straight or curved line?
imagination?
I've already told you.
So which one?
You know, hey, sorry.
Did I miss it? Callie, did I miss what he said, or?
I'm thinking
Yeah, can you tell
an
me
experiment right
at
now.
what point, at what height we're gonna?
That's not
go
that's
and
not an
see
answer
the
to my
curvature?
question, dude. I can answer you as soon as you can answer me. So straight or curved line?
I don't play carnival games. I've already responded.
He doesn't like it. You see, he doesn't like it. So straight or curved line?
I
It's
don't
easy.
play carnival games, bro. The
Okay,
carnival
so
game.
since you do refuse to answer, I'll just explain it again. That is a curved line according to you, right? That is from a curved circle. When you zoom in, right, you can get this. You can get a very straight looking line. So that's just what you'd expect on scale. There was a guy that had a microscope and he brought a basketball, and on the surface of that basketball under a microscope, it looked pretty horizontal. So this is what you'd expect on a globe. And then obviously you have the consequences of the globe that you see with images all the time, which are there.
This is you proving that buildings disappear behind a curve. And
First of all,
that look
one of
that
them was
look
me
flat,
teaching
quote,
you what
unquote,
scale is,
without
and
actually.
number two would be
you
that
know,
too.
Without actually, investigating and negating perspective. Also, at what point can we verify this basketball that you're assuming?
The basketball,
which is
thing
what
that
I was
mentioned?
trying to get to. You know what I mean? What?
Do you want to see the basketball thing I was referencing?
No, I don't.
Okay, but anyway, I just posted in the chat images of Chicago skyline. For some reason, I can't see the bottom of those buildings. That's interesting. That's exactly what we'd expect on a globe, by the way, for you not to be able to see the buildings.
Yeah, when you sit behind like a tractor trailer and it obscures your view of the street light in front of you, does that mean that the tractor trailer is curved? I'm confused about what you're
You have a
actually
problem.
showing here.
You have a problem.
You know what I mean?
So the observer.
Because like we said, those,
hold on.
No matter how far
Listen,
down,
listen.
like you see how far down it goes, it doesn't
Listen.
tilt in any way.
Listen. Hold on. Slow down for a second.
So they're going straight
So,
down
you need
for
to-
some reason.
Yeah. So this is the thing with you. You either
On a curve,
have never spoken to
they're
anyone
built on a
before, or you're
curved
just learning
surface,
that you have to let people
And they're
speak.
going. I'm
So
just trying to.
the thing is, you
understand
can't see the bottom
what
of
you're
those
claiming
buildings
here. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to get
and
a
the
full
observer
understanding.
is above the water, right? So the observer line, right? The perspective that they have is the perspective that would
And
be
the observer
above
would always
sea
be above
level.
the water if he was seeing
Right.
buildings, wouldn't he?
Great. So he's above sea level, right? So he's above the water, right? So what this means is that the only thing that we're looking at is the water, and then we have the objects. And then the objects are bottom up, obstructed, right? Which is a problem for you.
It's not a problem.
Okay, what's the explanation for the objects being bottom up?
You think that those buildings disappearing like straight down as if they're going, you know, on some dumb waiter straight down means that the
What do you mean
the
straight
Earth is a
down?
curve? I
They're
mean that they
disappearing
never
bottom.
tilt back. They never tilt back away from you.
How are you talking about tilting back? I think what you're just imagining is like just a very small ball. Where
Look
you
how
just
you
see
just
like
like,
where you
what
just
are you
see
talking
certain
about
things.
tilting back?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
you're claiming that they're
up
built
to
on a curved
scale.
surface.
Hold
my
on,
friend.
dude. You got to stop freaking out.
You
You
know
got
what
to
I mean?
control your emotions better.
I'm
Up
not.
to
You
scale,
asked
this
a
is not what you'd
question and I'm
expect. It's
trying
just I
to
think you're just like
clarify.
imagining
Is
things
it
like
me
on a
or
smaller
him?
scale, and you're like, it's supposed to be tilting back and it's
Who's
supposed to be
really
crazy.
cutting who
Not
off?
really. You're just not thinking up the scale. That's why I had to teach you scale earlier.
Scale.
Yeah,
You had to
scale.
teach me scale earlier. I don't recall
Yeah, you
the
couldn't
lesson.
even, dude. You didn't even want to engage. I asked you if it's a straight or curved line. You didn't want to engage. That's how
Yeah,
how
'cause
much
I.
scale like scares you,
Oh, you're
dude.
talking about the line.
Straight or curved?
Once you zoom out, it's gonna be a circle.
Well, I'm
'Cause I
asking
already
you if it's
knew
straight or
what it
curved. I didn't even
was.
ask you all that yet. Is it
'Cause
straight or
I already
curved?
knew what it was.
Okay, is it straight or
Because
curved?
I already
then?
know the carnival trick, and I don't want to play, and you think that
Okay, so
means
is it a
what?
trick? Is it a trick though? Is the question.
It is a trick because, like I
It is a
said, you
trick.
won't
What's the
engage
trick?
with the follow-up question in that how high do we need to go in order to see this
Wait, hold
supposed
on. You
basketball
said it's
that
a
you're
trick. What's
claiming?
the trick?
Exactly.
What's the trick?
I just told you, and you
What's
won't
the trick?
listen.
Yeah. Tell me.
I
I
just
have an
followed up
answer
with
to
the
that question.
question.
Let
Okay,
me
go
What's
answer
the
ahead.
that
trick?
question.
Go
I
ahead.
want
Go
to
ahead.
answer that question. Dude, there's a video. Dwayne Kellum. He resolves the curvature at 110,000 feet. You should be able to resolve it at 50,000 feet. But you need like really good. You got to get really good instruments to be able to distinguish it, right? You can't just
Yes.
look out the window of a plane at 50,000 feet and say, "Oh, I think I see a little bit of." That's not distinguishing a curve.
Yes.
You understand, right?
Yes.
You're going to see the curve more and more the higher you go up. It becomes slowly more resolvable as you gain altitude.
Yeah. I
So,
mean,
like, there's a video where I think it's clearly resolvable at 110,000 feet. I got the video right here.
I think I know what video you're talking. It'd be good if you could post it. I think I know what you're referencing. Pretty cool video. But yeah, like when you asked what point, it's not about point. It's about height, right? How high do you have to be to see curvature?
Okay, can you show me a curvature from a certain height?
I
That was the
can.
original question, Mr. Semantics,
I
but because you
can.
wanted to gish
Well, I'm not
gallop all
Mr.
around,
Semantics.
you know
I'm
what I
not
mean?
Mr. Semantics. If you want to not understand what scale is, I'm gonna have to teach it to you.
Yeah, sure. Show us a curve
Again,
at your height, and I'll show
okay.
you a higher height, perfectly flat.
Well, the thing is, you guys always claim that you like have seen it not curving at a higher height, but it's just a claimed height. Like the video doesn't actually
Yeah,
demonstrate any evidence that it's at that height.
pictures, just like
Well,
you're gonna
it's a
show me.
picture with just 120,000 feet at like marked on it. That's all it has.
Okay, just like what you're gonna show me.
False. What I'm gonna show you is gonna be from down to up.
All right, I posted the video. This guy, Dwayne Kellum, his whole channel was like his journey as a flat earther, sending high altitude balloons into the air with like a whole. He spent thousands of dollars on this balloon that he sent up, so he could get readings of the pressure, the angle of the lens, made sure he had the right camera to reduce barrel distortion. Like he did everything he could. This guy knew what he was doing. That's what I would say. So to
Uncut video
dismiss
too.
this guy's experiment, I think is whoa, because he was a flat earther. He probably still is. Honestly, I think he still is a flat earther. I don't know for sure.
Are you serious? This video is garbage. And obviously he doesn't know what he's doing because the camera's flying around all over the place. So this is absolute garbage.
No, it's
But
not.
thanks anyway. Nice try.
You're gonna dismiss it. Oh, it shows curvature and you're dismissing it. Nice try.
Yeah, it's garbage. Of course I can dismiss it. The camera's spinning around and it's a
Yeah,
fisheye
you
lens.
dismiss all
So yeah,
things
of
within
course I can
science.
dismiss it. It's garbage.
Anything that is an
Absolute
experiment,
garbage.
anything that is a measurement, you have to dismiss.
You don't know what an
because it
experiment
doesn't
is,
support your
bro. You've proven
claim. It
that.
doesn't support your claim, so you want to dismiss it.
Like you're dismissing his critique right now.
Yeah, I could dismiss a poor critique of an actual experiment. Why not?
Right. So you have the right to commit the error that you're indicting him for, but
Yeah,
he
you don't
doesn't
tell me what to do.
have the
That's
right to
right.
commit the very same error that you're committing.
That's absolutely right. You don't tell me what to do. Shut up.
Actually,
Oh, that's absolutely right. So yeah, I just exposed your hypocrisy.
maybe you can
Dude,
help us.
why don't you expose to wherever you work that you're a flat earther? Why don't you do that? Why do you got to keep your true deep down thought secret? Shouldn't the truth come to the light? So don't come in here immediately ready to condescend and act like a dick towards me again, because you have nothing, right? Here, I'm going to post a picture of the South for you. Let's talk about the South. You want to condescend. So what's happening in the South on a flat Earth?
You want to specify what you're asking about?
Do you not understand the difference between a flat Earth South and a globe South? Like the fundamental difference in geometry of the land and the water?
No.
You don't know the difference between a 3D object and a 2D surface? You don't know the difference?
I do know.
Great. They're fundamentally different. The positions, the locations, the fixed distances between land are drastically different in the South than on a globe. You can't just turn a sphere flat. You can't turn something flat into a sphere. Okay?
Thanks
It's
for a
not like both
truism.
work. Both models
Thanks
don't
for
work.
a
One works
truism.
and the other doesn't.
Hey, thanks for a truism.
Guess which one works?
Ambling, just yapping. Thanks for a truism. So what?
You know which map works?
You gonna tell me which map works?
There's only one map. There's not even two maps. This flat map, the A.E. Gleason's, is a globe projection turned flat, and all the distances are distorted for the flat.
So there's only one map that exists?
Correct.
You want to give a citation for that?
A citation for the fact that one map works on the Earth? The map of the globe?
Yeah, cite your source. Prove your point.
Cite the source that the globe works?
Yeah, that's not a source.
There's a citation out there. This is why the globe works. Citation. Let me go get that.
Yeah. Not citing anything. Not citing any. You know what a citation
I gotta
is?
give it to you. I gotta give it to you, though.
Do you know what a citation is?
You really feel like
Do you know what a citation is?
Within this argument.
Do you know what a citation is?
What is your point within this argument?
Do you know what a citation is?
What does that have to do with the South?
You know what a citation is? Yes or no?
Yes.
What is a citation?
You want my definition of a citation, or you want
What a citation is? Tell me what is citation?
Googling citation.
What is citation?
It's a reference from a book or a paper or an author.
So when you say because it works, is that an instance of that? Yes or no?
What is this dumb line of questioning you're trying to get into?
So when you
address
say
the South,
because it works, so when you say because it works, that's not an instance of a citation, correct?
what is this fairy tale
Yes or
fluffy
no?
dancing? Like, what are you
Yes or
dancing
no?
around? Do you know what you're dancing around? You're dancing
Yes
around
or
the South.
no? Yes or
What
no?
is the South? Remember
Yes
my original
or
question?
no? When you say it's because it works, that's not an instance of a citation. Yes or no? Yeah, you've been embarrassed again. All you have to do is like actually just give a citation. But no, you just decided I'm just
Dude,
going to
I'm
blurt out
having a
whatever I
blast. If you
arbitrarily
think
want
I'm
to go
getting
it out
embarrassed, you're
because I'm
sadly
not in the
mistaken.
mood to actually do what is logically required to demonstrate that my proposition is true. I'm just going to talk back with belligerent
Dude,
ignorance.
every single
All you have
citation
to
of
do is like actually
anybody
cite.
ever trying
All you have to
to
do is actually give a citation of something.
do
All you have to
radar
do is actually
or
give a citation of
seismograph.
something. All you had
Hey,
to
I'm
do was
giving an
actually
answer.
give a citation of something. But you chose to just say, because it works, as though that was a fucking citation, after I instructed you to give a citation for your assertion. You've been
No, you don't
embarrassed
instruct me
again.
to do anything. If you were
But
really
yeah, I
interested in
gave you
this
an
topic, you would
instruction
go
and you
get the
failed.
citation
You
yourself.
obviously don't
But
have
you're
the
so fucking dumb,
intelligence.
you want to
You
sit there and
obviously
ask
don't
me
have
for a
the
citation
intelligence.
when you
You
know you could
obviously
have
don't have
looked up
the
a citation
intelligence to
already.
do a simple task that is to say,
I
give a citation for your
You don't
assertion.
look up citations
You
yourself.
belligerent, ignorant fool don't even know how to give a citation. All you know how to do is just give Ipsy Dixit belligerent troubles.
I put a citation in chat for him.
Yeah, you don't really know how to talk to people. You just say weird shit.
Yeah, more deflective ridicule.
Yeah, you just like live in debate form. Like you're just like a debate monger.
Yeah, more deflective ridicule.
Like you can't have a
You've been
normal
embarrassed.
conversation about the fact that you
The
can't
more
address the
deflective
South.
ridicule because you've been embarrassed.
This isn't a debate. Just address the
Yeah,
South.
continuing to give deflective ridicule because you've been embarrassed.
I don't get embarrassed being up in here.
You're
I'm always right
continuing to
because I
give
defend the
deflective
globe. That's all I
ridicule
do.
because you've been embarrassed
I
on this
can't
very
be wrong.
simple and
All I'm
trifling
doing is
point.
defending the globe. You just look goofy not
Yeah, you're
addressing the
just
South.
continuing to give trifling retorts.
Dude, why would I get embarrassed by being around
You're
flat earthers?
continuing
You
to
guys
give
are embarrassed to
trifling
admit
retorts
that
that
you're
have nothing to
flat
do with
earthers to your
anything.
job. You
You're
can't tell
continuing
anybody
to
that you're
do
flat
the very
earthers.
same thing that
You're
you're
afraid
being
of getting
admonished for
fired because
doing.
you don't want to look
You're
stupid.
continuing to just talk back with cavils, not talking about anything worthwhile saying.
Yeah, you ignore it and try to talk past people. It just makes you so
Yeah,
inept to
you're
that.
still not talking about the subject. You literally abandoned the subject that you initiated so that you can run your mouth with all the cavils in the world.
You know why conversations with you go so poorly with
I'm
everyone,
still
Gregory? Because
doing
you
it.
don't listen. You don't listen to what
Still
people
doing
say
it.
to you. That's why
Are
you
you
just
going to
mumble a
presume to
bunch of
teach me
debate numbers.
pedagogy and communication skills?
You're just full of meta. You don't
Yes, you're going
address.
to continue to give me pedagogy and rhetorical and communication skills.
Yeah, go and tell your boss, Callie, that you pretend to be a voodoo doll on the internet.
Don't be.
Yo, you know what's funny? I've told my manager all kinds of stuff about Flat Earth before, and they think it's funny. They love me.
Well, yeah, you know, Callie, if someone fired
Yeah,
you
we
because you,
laugh about your guys' arguments all the time.
yeah, that's fine, and we'll be laughing all the way to the bank once they start firing people for being who they are.
But you can't tell anyone you're a flat earther. Like, why not, dude? You got to
I
do it in here.
I tell plenty of people, dude. I don't have to
The
tell
only
people.
place you
My
really argue like
reputation
this is
precedes
on
me.
Discord. Because in real life, in real debate format,
Yeah,
you
people
don't get away
flame
with
out.
these
Listen, I know
extremely
people are
poor arguments.
crybabies like you in real life too, so I don't even have to tell people. One person knows, it spreads like wildfire, and everyone just flames out when they see you. No biggie.
Yeah, okay, dude.
Nope.
I don't know what you like to shout
Kelly
about.
just
I
have
don't
a
know what you're
Tourette's
talking about.
spasm. We literally heard Kelly spaz. He's literally
Hey, Gregory,
spazzing.
I'm waiting for you to address
And you
the difference
literally
between
spazzed just now. You literally are an
Gleasons
insane fool that just
and
spazzed
the
out
globe
because
are
someone said something
fundamentally
that refuted your
geometrically
cavil.
different.
And you're still trying to talk past the expose that you literally just spazzed out because someone refuted and embarrassed you again about your stupid cavils.
I hear you spaz out all the time, dude. Stop. I hear you spaz all the time.
Yeah, that's not spazzing. It's called admonition.
I'm literally in here listening, waiting for you to spaz.
Yeah, so what?
You want to talk about being embarrassed, dude? I feel embarrassed for you.
And he's continuing to talk back.
Who are you talking to? Is there like a ghost you think is listening?
And he's continuing to talk back.
Yeah, Callie, listen, I understand you have a simpleton's point of view where you're bound by peer pressure, but IGF.
Hey, what's
I
up,
don't
old boss?
IDGF give a fuck what anyone else thinks. You realize that, correct?
Let's see if this Mr. Cheeto can
Spit
address
it out, bro. Spit it out.
Do you know the difference between A.E. Gleason's and a globe?
Well, one's made of paper mache.
Because Gregory doesn't want to address it. He wants to go into meta world with all of his debate language. Can you tell me
They made a hard
what's
segue
wrong with
to
flat
saying
Earth?
another
Can you
cavil
tell me
about
why 99% of the
he just
population
initiated
doesn't think
again.
Earth is
He
flat?
just did it again. He
Hey, I was in the
initiated the
middle of a
subject about
sentence.
the maps and then digressed to saying another cavil about
Oh,
me.
oh,
He
I
is
hurt
so
your
obsessed
feelings.
with a
You want
hate
to
boner
interrupt
for
now?
me that he cannot help but say another cavil and some other calumny against me rather than just focusing on the subject
What?
that the channel is actually
Calamari?
designated for.
What are you,
Hey,
a
The channel
Chinese
is not
Italian
designated
restaurant
for
right
you to
now?
run your mouth about your hate boner for me.
Wait. Callie wants to have a debate with Gregory. We should. What is Callie's claim? Let's let him make his
He
claim,
doesn't.
and then
He just wants to say any and all vitriol that comes
What's
to
my
his mind.
claim, Gregory?
People
Do
have
you know what I'm
embarrassed him on
talking
several
about?
instances about the subject. He literally
I
He's
asked,
such
initiated
a
the
poor
subject
listener.
about
He doesn't even know what the
everyone's
argument
talking
I
is.
to me
asked
for some
Callie
reason. I'm
for his
talking about the
claim. He wants
subject.
to make a
Yeah,
claim. He wants to
yeah,
make a claim.
everyone's
Let him make a
talking to me for
claim.
no good reason. I'm explaining what's happening. Callie
Gregory, I
initiated the
asked.
subject with Old
Yeah,
Hoss
he wants
again
to do
about
meta
the issue of
reviews.
maps, and he's still trying to talk to me again. Because every time
Yeah,
I
I
say
asked.
something to embarrass him, it doesn't agree with him and cuts
He
his
doesn't
pride and
want
has
to
to talk
talk
to
about
it.
the
And he's
topic. He
still
wants to do
doing it.
meta
That
reviews.
means that's the cue for you to stop doing it. That's the cue. Get a
I don't do
clue.
what you say. I
So,
think you're
just
an idiot,
stop
dude.
doing that, right? You're just being
I don't listen to
distracted.
you.
Stop.
You're really stupid.
But there needs
Okay?
to be
I don't do what you say.
bickering incessantly. Ridiculous. He
You're
initiated the
stupid
subject
as
with
fuck,
Old
dude.
Hoss about
Nobody
maps,
listens
and
to
then
you.
the very next reply after Old Hoss
Take a
gave him
breath.
the reply to his
Take a breath. Take a
initiation of
breath.
the
Let
subject,
someone else
he talks
speak.
about giving vitriol against me again. It's
He's
Take a
doing
breath.
ridiculous.
damage control. He
Take
thinks that
take a
like
breath.
talking is damage control. So he's just talking forever.
Okay. Well, if Globers come in here and make claims all the time. Let's hear out Callie's Globe claims, and then Gregory, you can go ahead and
The South is fundamentally
explain what.
different than on a flat Earth than
I
on a
tried that
globe.
already. Are
Right?
you listening to what I'm
Geometrically.
saying to you?
The
Go
He
take a
doesn't
distances
want
breath.
to
on
talk
Take a
about the
breath.
the fixed
subject.
Take a
positions
breath.
on a
Let
sphere
He's still
fundamentally
talking to
greater
everyone, just
distances
being
on a flat
disruptive.
Earth.
this is the
Like,
point of
why
the
is this
channel.
not
Let
being
him
said
talk.
going on incessantly? He doesn't want to talk about a subject. He literally initiated a subject about maps, and the very next reply after Old Hoss replied to him was to make a hard segue to his vitriol and hatred for me. He doesn't want to talk about a subject.
Is that true, Callie?
He's doing meta reviews? Like, this is all this is. He just doesn't want to
Yeah,
attention.
that's
He's just
you.
doing meta
You're
reviews.
the one that, listen, you're the one projecting when you say that endless yapping is helping your cause.
Gregory can't adjust to sound.
Yeah, it sounds like your best argument of the last hour is you can't tell your boss because you'll be fired. Ha ha. Well, that just highlights how
Oh,
much peer
I
pressure.
got all kinds of things like
Spit
that.
it
You
out.
guys don't hear half of them.
Yeah, dude. It only highlights how bound you are by peer pressure.
This isn't about anything what you think, dude. Like, I'm not here because of anything
Spit it
that you
out,
might
bro.
think. You're completely
No, I
delusional. You think
understand.
I
I
work
don't
for the
care why
government.
you're here. What I'm saying is the water
You think I
ball is
work
on
for the
your
government? Tell me, do
brain.
you think I'm an agent? Do you think I work for the government or something?
Dude, I don't care. If you are, they
Because you're
wasted your
just dead
money.
wrong about like anything.
Yeah, you're an idiot, bro.
If they are, they wasted their money.
Yeah, it's insane that
Right.
someone ever thought you were clever.
It would be crazy for the government to let me come up in here. But you really do think I'm an agent for the government.
Dude, you're an idiot, bro. You wish I thought you were that clever. You're an imbecile.
Oh, I've heard you tell me this before.
Well, maybe it'll sink in.
Maybe that delusion stems from the larger delusion that Earth is flat. Because you
Spit it
think
out,
that
yeah.
the globe is the result of deception, like a whole bunch of
It's
satanic
a result
warlords.
of, listen, you continuing to
You
believe,
think you're being
listen.
manipulated by rituals and demonic,
No,
like
dude.
satanic sacrifices, and that
No,
they're
bro.
making a globe
You are
model by
off the
means of.
reservation now, dude.
All right, then how are they able to deceive the entire world to believe that it's a globe?
Most are just as gullible and more impressed by their cleverness than they should be as you are.
What's the point?
They prey on your pride.
So they're just like, what? Like,
They
what's
like
the point
it.
of
They
making
like it
everyone
that
think
you're
the
in
Earth
here
is a globe?
babbling nonsense in defense of their myth. You're a tool.
I'm just having fun. See, you're all hostile and wound up because this really means something to you.
I'm laughing right along with you.
Like, you're trying to validate your intellect right now. You think flat Earth makes you smart. I'm here telling you that no, that's just fucking dumb. So You take this very seriously. I'm just getting entertained.
I've always wondered, like, at what point does when Haiti overthrows their government, or like Afghanistan, the Taliban's in charge now. At what point do like the world governments accept them into the fold and like start cueing them in on what's going on? Or do they ever do that? Is it just like a couple of world governments?
Yeah, Flat Earth low-key is satanic because you guys think that somebody is using deception to rule the world and make everybody think Earth is a globe, and that you're trapped within this small circle, rather, that Earth is flat, they're lying. They're trapping you in a small circle, and they've succeeded. They successfully...
Oh, he got muted.
Go over, bro.
You're being kind of a dick, Kelly.
Why don't
Spreading bullshit is not gonna go fly by here, you fucking cunt.
why don't we just talk about flat Earth?
I'd
Reasons
love
why
to,
the
man.
Earth isn't flat.
You guys can't handle the truth.
Like in 1776, like
I can
when
handle
America was formed, when did they become like defenders of like the flat Earth mysticism?
That's the interesting part, though. The conspiracy is probably one of the main things a lot of people bring up here.
For sure.
Is who is they, and how long have they been working to, protect this flat Earth belief? That's a good question. No real answer to it yet.
That's for someday.
I would
I'm
just
just
assume. I would just assume there would be enough observational evidence for people here on the ground, right, to be able to know that the Earth is certainly not flat. I don't know how you people hide the observational evidence from them, right?
Yeah, just let the future historians figure out how it is a ragtag group of people expose the grown-up Santa Claus version.
So, does this propose?
You know what I'm saying?
A one world government? Then are they all together as part
Oh
of
my
one?
God, dude! What is wrong with you people today?
Well, I'm asking. I mean, how does that
You
work?
guys
How
are
do you-
really grasping at straws, aren't you?
is North Korea in it too, or
Oh, what do you know about North Korea other than what you've seen on TV, dude?
I'm asking you? Are they in it too?
Yeah, dude. Your worldview is formed. Listen, your worldview's been molded by television. I hate to break it to you.
Television's very, very.
Yeah.
Let me just ask you though. I mean, you think North Korea thinks the Earth is flat? They got
Never been to
Turn
North
back on
Korea,
Modern
bro.
Family. Get some yucks in. Turn on NBC. Watch The Office reruns.
Yeah, go back to Rick and Morty.
I mean, you gotta admit, Otas, right? It's a very interesting thing to hop into. The whole conspiracy aspect. How would it work? Is it realistic? That's an interesting part.
They've got you fooled, don't they?
Who are they though? Who
Well,
are they?
The myth makers.
Who's that?
Those who tell the myth. The original myth makers are in graves.
Oh,
correct.
So they pass the torch on to their.
That's right.
Myth makers or what?
Yeah, they kicked the can, and another group saw the can. They kicked the can.
But just think about it.
And you said, "Hey, hey, we've kicked the can." Literally, even though it's figurative.
Yeah, just think about it for a second. Why lie though? Is it? I mean, I can understand.
Hold on, I understand you're incredibly naive, but here will be a life lesson for you one day.
Yes.
Good when you find out someone's lying to you, go ahead and ask that liar why they've lied. See if you get a straight answer.
Well, as far as I'm concerned with lies, usually there's a motive for lying. Unless you're dealing with a pathological liar, usually you're dealing with someone who's lying for a reason.
Yes,
because lying. Hold on.
I have the answer.
What's the answer?
They like the masses, people like you, to just be simpletons. They have a project, whatever their project is, and in the process of their project, they have you denying the very nature of water in some delusion that you're on a water ball hurtling through space.
Well, Yeah, this is the thing. Like I was gonna say with lies.
So
You know,
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not the fibber. So I can't tell you the number one reason on their reasons to
I
fib
know, I
list.
know, I know, I know, I know. You can only
And
do
if
so
and if
much.
you and if you can't figure it out yourself, like at least a half a reason.
I could theorize why.
Yeah, well, as
Absolutely. I can come up with multiple
I
different
could
reasons why.
speculate until the cows come home.
Yes, I could too. But this is the
So
thing with
there are
lies.
so there are plenty of reasons then.
Well, I think that there could be a reason why. But I mean, if as long as that reason is unknown
Well,
and just bigger than us, we wouldn't be able to
you
know.
answered your own question. So hold on. You think that you think if they have a good enough reason, that's a reason enough to lie?
Yeah,
Huh?
I mean, yes,
okay. Well, okay. Well, that's nuts.
That's nuts.
Yeah, you're asking. You are admitting and bowing down to these authorities that you don't even know, and just admitting that you're gullible and you need to be told what to think. That's a bad look.
Well, I don't get told how to think. I tell myself how
What do you mean you don't, dude?
That's
we've
something
gone
that
through.
probably happened to you.
We've gone through this before. It's with the subconscious, and it's like you were like, I've never smoked anything. Yeah, that's because the subconscious, the notion of smoking has been throughout your life. So, anyways, yeah.
Smoking's good now with us. I mean, shit, dude.
Oh, dude, no. You forget the conversation. There are subliminal tactics that can prey on you without you even. If you're going to remain in a state of naivety, you'll never see that. But yeah, you'll go out into the real world. You'll see people lying. You'll see people making livings off of lying. Go ask them. Go ask them why they lie. You're asking the wrong people.
I'm asking for your theory on why they.
I told you, they like to keep you as a simpleton.
Is that good enough though? Is that good enough?
It works. It works for them,
must
doesn't
be
it?
dealing with some really crazy people if they just want to do that. Just do it. Just simpletons. Keep them as simpletons. You know. I would assume that would be the case.
Hold on. Perhaps listen. Take a look at Prince Charles or King Charles. Listen. They could very well be simpletons as well, who were just passed the torch and told to tell the story.
This is the thing with lies. So, like I wanted to say, right? Is the thing with lies is usually there's a reason for lying, and when you lie and the truth gets revealed, there's a massive consequence. So that's usually why when people lie, they have a good reason to lie.
Bro,
You know.
they have
So
power.
when you want to
So
tell, hold on
sticking
for
up
a
for
second.
the liars, bro. So what are you doing?
When you want to
Sticking
tell
up
the
for the
lie.
liars?
Hold on. So when you
No,
want
I
to tell,
get it.
when you
You're
want to tell
playing the card. You're playing the card that you got us.
Hold on.
You guys figured out the lie, but the lie is too big, and there's a good reason the lie was told, so the lie plays.
Yeah. So when you want to orchestrate, when you want to tell a very big lie, like the Earth is a globe and the Earth is a plane, there must be a big reason for you to tell such a lie. Because if there wasn't because if that lie were to be revealed, then there would be massive consequences for why you'd lie about something in the first place. And then there's usually something big behind it, right? It's a big project.
You're more manageable to the powers that be in the simpleton state that you exist in.
Simpleton state. What?
That you currently exist, yes.
But this is the thing, though, right? If you
hold on. So how could a simpleton expect to understand why the simpletons have been fibbed to?
I mean, you can't even explain it. You can't even explain how you think it's right?
We can speculate, dude.
But this is the thing, right? If it's a lie, it's a very well orchestrated lie, which means that there must be very
the cat's out of the bag
reason.
now.
Right? Would you both agree? Would you agree with me, Ross? There must be a very sufficient and deep
Who's
reasoning.
the greatest liar?
Would you agree with that?
Who is the greatest liar?
I don't know. Probably the people that are telling people that the Earth is a globe, since it's a lie, if they are lying, which they're not, right?
Probably a professional poker player.
It's deeper than that, buddy.
It's very deep. But I mean, no one has a clue when the lie started. No one has a clue how they're orchestrating this lie so well. And why would they?
Yeah, we do. TV.
So who implemented
TV
the
and
globe
textbooks.
into the school system? Who implemented the globe into the school system? We know who that is.
But why? But why? Why the globe?
Money, power,
Why the globe?
control.
Matt, can you stop with your disingenuous interrogation again? You come in here repeatedly with the same stupid shit. We have gone through all.
We
It's
always go
the
through
plain stupid, dude. You can't listen. Time out. You can't act like you have the intellectual high ground like you did an hour ago, and then return and play stupid.
Literally.
Well, I'm not even trying to return and play stupid. What I'm trying to do is I'm really trying to get a deep dive on the whole.
So you were what it was you were playing hyper intellect, who's got it all figured out, and now you're showing your true self. Got it.
What? I was playing hyper intellect. What does that mean?
Lord.
You're just insinuating that the implications of our geodesic premise being true, the nature of the world order, is either impossible or so implausible as to be beyond rationality to be believed. And you haven't argued that. You're just giving this disingenuous line of scrutiny and interrogation to insinuate that.
Well, this is the thing. Right? Not only are your claims about the physical nature of the Earth wrong, but the lie seems very severely implausible, especially when you look at the real world.
Okay, we just said this. Did you hear what I just said to you? What did I just say to you?
Well, I don't care what you just said.
Dude,
exactly right there. See again?
Yes.
He
the
replied,
real world,
echoing what I said to him, when someone who's listening doesn't need to do that. He said what he just said after I said what I just said, as though I didn't just say what I just said before he said what he said. He's not listening.
What a
ridiculous
poet
to
you
say
are,
that,
Mr.
like-
Gregory. Before I
No,
said what he said, then I said what I said. Right?
His claim's not crazy. It's like a total world government takeover that he's questioning.
Yeah,
have you
very impossible.
Hey, have you ever heard the saying, Mooney, that when you're sitting down at a card table and you can't spot the sucker, then it's you?
Nope. I'm not that
Well,
old.
now you have. Yeah, you ask how this lie could be played off, and well, in reality, we don't. That what we know about the world, nothing like that could happen, dude. If you're not seeing the naive suckers
saying
that
it
are
can't
walking
happen.
around, yeah. Well,
I can picture
they have.
it. I get it. I get what you're saying.
They have the fertile ground of naive dipshits who think they're woke. We only know everything, and you're one of them.
I'll tell you this: if this is a lie,
That's how they grew the giant beanstalk, bro.
Yes. Oldhouse, I'll tell you this, right? I'll concede this point. If it is a lie, and if they do have people like me and maybe people like Callie and Matthew Learns and all these other people who come defending the globe all the time because they think that it's the truth, if they do have that dilemma where they have the people that know the truth and then the people who are supposed to be the intellects who are really just spewing the zealot lies or whatever, if they have that sort of dilemma, damn, they got us. They got us in the most genius way possible. That's the best
Hook,
way
line,
you
and
can have it.
sinker. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, they got us. They got us real good if that's the case. Because they've created the ultimate dilemma, right? You got the people who are wrong.
They created the ultimate space fantasy. And it appeals to your connecting the dots of the other stories that your evolved pond scum and dinosaurs were here and an asteroid might wipe us out. They have you hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, so yeah.
Let me ask you, hold on.
Don't fret. You don't have to live the rest of your life in blind naivety.
Yeah, hopefully I don't. Right. What's your real laugh like, though? Because you're always mimicking our laugh. So what's your real laugh like? Hold on.
Say something funny and not ridiculous.
Well, maybe one day I'll say something funny. I'm not at your level. I'm not at your level of funniness yet, right?
Yeah, I'll yeah. Maybe one day someone will say something that a real knee slapper and get me going.
Yeah.
You're not on my level of grammar yet either. Funniness. I mean,
Oh
humor.
yes, of course.
Yeah, and I'm not one.
I remember Gregory said that I was pestilential. Man, that was a new word for me.
I remember that day. Yeah, and I'm not one to open my mic just to laugh. I mean, every blue moon I'll open the mic to laugh, but usually I laugh with the mic closed.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. Also, we can't get Old Horse's laugh live every time. You know, we can't capture the great moment.
Astronauts to the moon.
Yeah, but I mean, dinosaurs
Exactly.
were certainly here, right? Old Horse, I mean, you got bones of them.
Oh, dude, stop the cat.
I mean, wait, dinosaur? I get when people say like the whole billions of years thing didn't happen deep time, but dinosaurs were certainly here.
How do you know that?
All right, Nat Geo.
Because we have the bones of these dinosaurs, and we've
They found the
reconstructed
T-Rex skull in Wyoming, and
the T-Rex.
come on, dude.
All the sauruses. I mean, we have the bones of them,
Yeah.
so they most certainly existed. The only thing that would
Next time you dig up a dinosaur bone, let us know. You'll hear me. You'll surely hear a laugh then.
Well, this
Okay,
is
what
the
does
thing.
dinosaur
Also,
mean?
the another thing that we'd mention also is just a time period. Well, did they live the billions of years, or I mean, the millions of years that we are being told, like deep time, or did they live like a few thousand years ago, like some other people think? Like, which one is it? You know?
Yeah. Okay. Look. So your supporting premise is we found bones, therefore we found so-called dinosaurs that existed several million years ago. That is terribly non sequitur and a weak induction.
I didn't
You
even
can have
say
bones
millions of years,
and
dude.
not
Hold on,
be.
hold on, hold on. I mentioned to you
just
the
said
two
it.
claims that were up there. I said that we have the bones of these dinosaurs, right? And we've reconstructed them. Therefore, they most certainly exist. The only thing that would be in question, right, would be, well, did they live millions of years ago? A few thousand years ago? What's the time period look like? That's it.
Okay, what is dinosaur, first and foremost?
The definition of a dinosaur?
What is dinosaur? What is it?
So it would be a fossil reptile of the Mesozoic era, right?
So dinosaurs only exist in fossil form. It's not. Why are you starting with the fossil? So that's all it is. It really wasn't. So it never was a giant lizard.
Mesozoic era. Yeah, Mesozoic era.
Okay, so
I mean, it comes from the Greek word of a monstrous lizard as well.
That existed in this era several million years ago.
Well, that's not my claim. I'm just curious on what you guys think about them. I don't care about the time period.
I'm asking you a
about what I think.
clarification question. It's not that difficult.
Yeah.
It is very obvious. I'm asking you a clarification question.
Well, that's how they define it. That's how they define these very big.
Is yes. Okay.
Yes, that's how they define it.
Dinosaur is fossil that existed since several million years ago. Okay. How do you know that this fossil is?
Holy fuck! No. Okay,
You
so
literally
you're already making the very blatant. You're already making the very blatant error that I tried to avoid you making. Okay,
just stop.
So I know that it's defined as being at a time period of millions of years ago, right? I know that's how it's defined.
And disruptive. Just stop talking. You're the one not tracking with the dialogue. Stop talking. Stop speaking. Let's try again.
Go ahead, Professor Gregory.
What is dinosaur?
Well, I just gave you the definition of a dinosaur.
Okay, so then yes,
answer the question.
That's a dinosaur. A dinosaur is, according to you, like you said, supposedly this is.
Well, not according to me. That's the definition. It's according to the definition.
Listen and stop talking. Evidently, according to you, your answer is that the scholars say that dinosaur is a fossil that existed several million years ago.
Yes.
In the so-called Mesozoic era.
Yes.
Okay.
So
next question.
Let me clarify. Let me clarify something.
Not your cue to begin talking and obfuscating. And people do this all the time. So ridiculous. So let's try again. After that question is the next question. How do you know that this is a fossil that existed since several million years ago?
Give me a second, Gregory.
It's a stupid antic and stupid obfuscation tactic every time. Just continue to talk back and be disruptive and not cooperative in the dialogue. Doesn't work on me.
Isn't it the geological stratification and carbon dating of the fossils in the soil?
He's going to say something to that effect, but I want to hear him say what he wants to say.
Maybe he's pooping.
Yeah, you notice he won't even ask why would they lie about dinosaurs because he can't even stomach the idea of that. Yeah, what is so important to dinosaurs to the modern man? I don't get that one.
I mean, this is yet another instance where these scientists have one of their distinctives of their worldview that is held with such tenacity and stubbornness. Yet, when you just be honest with yourself and look at the doctrine and everything they have to say for themselves, it isn't as though they have such a strong, robust argument to go for themselves. It makes it so patently conspicuous that their doctrine is true. All they have is bones in the ground. The only tangible thing that they have is bones in the ground. It isn't as though they've seen the dinosaur themselves or have a historical record of a primary source that these dinosaurs. They have nothing like that. It's just this we see the bones in the ground, and we have this presumptuous dating method that doesn't work at all. Therefore, there were dinosaurs
primary
million years
sources of
ago.
the dinosaurs.
Stupid.
Yeah, 58 million years they lived on the Earth. They never figured out how to write. Stone tablets, nothing. No claw scratches on the caves, nothing.
Doctor's so obviously impoverished of anything that'll indicate that it's true.
He definitely. I'll take the mantle. I'll argue for dinosaurs against you, Greg. I'll do it all day.
Okay, how
I'm
do
a
you
big
know?
fan of dinosaurs.
Say again.
I'm a big fan of dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Well,
So how do you
they,
know?
Yeah, when did they start showing up in books?
I think like the 1800s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, middle of the 1800s. Right after the photography invention. There's a photograph of two guys holding something. It looks like a damn mechanical screw. And they go, oh, here's the first dinosaur bone photographed. And now in the airports and the museums, it's plaster casts.
Okay, so
talk about a missing link.
Right. So the question: how do you know the bones in the ground are the bones of? So actually, no, I shouldn't do it that way. I should do it this way. What is dinosaur? Let's try that again.
We can just talk about any living reptile from before, like, it's a billion years ago, let's say.
Well, is every reptile a dinosaur? Because we're talking about dinosaurs.
A salamander under a rock?
No. Dinosaurs are like a specific thing. Like they came after like the age of mammals or whatever, right?
Yeah, those things that roared all day.
Yeah, T-Rexes. T-Rexes is dinosaur.
Okay, so what is dinosaur?
Dinosaur is lizard. Dinosaur is old lizard.
You just said a dinosaur is. I mean, is dinosaur a synonym for lizard, or is it a type of lizard?
I'm cleaning my bathroom. Let me get in my computer and Google it. Hold on. Let me walk all the way over here. What is dinosaur? Oh, jeez. I mean,
Well, evidently you didn't know. Now you're looking it up. All right.
Yeah, I'll have to look this one up to give you an exact. What?
There's going to be a pause before the all-day discussion.
Yeah.
Now you see, ask a simple question, and then I'm going to let you finish. Ask a simple question. This is directed, but it's just an observation in general. Ask a simple question. What is fill in the blank?
So yeah, they're old lizards from 200 million years ago. That's right.
Okay, so a dinosaur is lizard. Is that it?
Not all dinosaurs. No, yeah, dinosaurs are lizards. Yeah.
Okay.
Reptiles.
So why bother calling them dinosaurs then?
They existed during a time period. They're, differentiating between the reptiles of today and the reptiles of then.
Were there non-dinosaur lizards during that time period?
Were there non-dinosaur lizards during that time period? Probably. I think they were the first warm-blooded or cold-blooded lizards, right? There's something specific about their species.
So what does it matter? Like, This seems superfluous. It seems redundant to have this synonym for lizard when a lizard is a lizard is a lizard. Why bother calling it a dinosaur? Just because it was in a different age?
I wonder if they use the genetic classification or if they use just like the phenotypes. So I don't know if it's they're vertebrates, right?
Horrible lizards. The etymology says that it's horrible lizards or
horrible,
fearful
terrible
lizards.
Yeah.
Tiny arms, big teeth, big head, ran on two legs.
It was because I discovered in the 1920s and previously properly documented in the 1920s.
I'm speaking to Gregory.
Haven't classified.
Yes, you are.
Shut your mouth.
Don't be rude. So, like Old Hoss just pointed out, which I'm very fond of mentioning this fact, dinosaur etymologically, I mean, it's just an anglicization of the Latin word meaning terrible lizard, horrible lizard. So it's kind of redundant to use this term. I mean, we're just using an anglicized version of the Latin word. We already have a word in our language that we speak, lizard. Okay, so these are lizards. Okay, so you have these supposed bones, and they supposedly lived several million years ago, which is, I suppose, distinctive of the so-called dinosaur, these terrible lizards. So how old they are?
The stratification of the rocks, like I said, and the carbon dating. But you can see,
That's
like
interesting.
Yeah.
Don't you know the age of the bones by? Excuse me. Don't you know the age of the stratification layer by the bones?
No, the rock layers are you sort of know like what washes over time. Like a place like the east coast of the United States will have like a layer of sediment washed over it over a period of time. Like eventually we're all going to be underground, and you sort of just know like if you go down 50 million feet, that would be like however many million years of time that has passed.
Okay, so how do you know the age of the sedimentary layer?
You can carbon date them. I've just learned about that, but I don't know much about it. That's what I heard. But no, it's the sediment that washes off over time. It gets piled up, and you sort of just know like it's just you can tell time by depth, basically.
Okay, is it necessarily the case that this quantity or this thickness of a sedimentary deposit is this old, this or that age?
Yeah.
What's the deductive argument for that?
The deductive argument for that is we know the amount of sediment that gets washed over in a certain area over a period of time, and then you just multiply that or divide it by the depth.
Well, you didn't quite say an argument. What's the rule of inference?
The rule of inference?
With your argument, what's the rule of inference?
Oh, you're inferring the passage of time by the depth of the soil and the sediment.
Well, no, that's not what I mean. What's the nature of your argument? What type of argument are you using? What's the rule of inference?
Dinosaurs existed.
That's not a rule of inference. So you just typed in a question. Type in this rule of inference.
Okay, let me get out my clickers here again. Rule. A logical rule that describes a valid transition from premises to a conclusion.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So here's two basic, commonly known rules of inference. Modus ponens and modus tollens. Modus ponens, the basic form is if A then B, A therefore B. Modus tollens is if A then B, not B, therefore not A. So your concluding premise is, as it were, A, the affirmation of A, not the negation of A. Your concluding premise is we know the age of the bones. Yeah, well, actually, hang on, let me remember. Hang on. We know the age of
bones
the
based on the
layer.
depth.
There we go. Yeah, we know the age of the layer. And then I asked you, is it necessarily the case that the thickness of a layer is strictly indicative of the time it's existed? And you said yes. So you have to argue with some deductive rule of inference that your conclusion is necessarily implied by the supporting premises to be true.
Right.
So go ahead. We'll wait.
Okay. So, like, if you live near a mountain or a hill, the water will run down the mountain and carry sediment with it. That happens however many times per year. And then you get, that's how you tell how much time has passed. Like, newer stuff goes on top, older stuff on the bottom. Older stuff will just continually get buried. And in
Okay, let
places
me
like
help you.
swamps, go ahead.
So let's formulate this into a modus ponens.
Okay.
If sediments move from one place to another, then that is indicative of their age. Sediments move from one place to another. Therefore, they are this given age. You can just plug in whatever number you want. Is that your argument?
I don't
Because
think
it
so,
sounds
dude.
like, given what you said to me, if I
I don't
formulated
think
it
that
into
makes
modus
any sense.
ponens.
No. Things get buried over time. The deeper the thing is, the older the thing is. And you can tell based on how long, how much stuff gets dropped over a period of time, how
Yeah,
old the shit is.
you guys are talking past each other. So what Gregory's trying to do is get you to formulate your repeated claims into a logical argument, and then your response to that is to just repeat the claim. So that's not doing what's required. You need to formulate it into some sort of argumentation that can be argued logically, because we need premises and we need conclusions, not just reassertions.
Let's try again. So your concluding premise is the thickness of a layer is necessarily indicative of its age. Why do you say that? Remember, frame your reply in deductive form, either modus tollens or modus ponens, modus ponens or modus tollens.
Yeah. So we see runoff, layer, stratification going into an area over time. And stop me if I'm not phrasing this in the correct format.
I should stop you here for the sake
go
of
ahead.
being strict.
Go ahead.
You should say the conditional premise. You should say the premises in the form of the argument. A modus ponens is if A, then B. A, therefore B. First premise, if A, then B. Second premise, A. Third premise, concluding premise, therefore B. So go ahead. If, fill in the blank.
If a dinosaur is at a certain depth, we can tell the age based on the stratigraphy. Stratigraphy.
Yeah, stratigraphy. Yeah, to try to make that roll off the tongue.
Stratigraphy with an I.
Stratigraphy? No. Okay. So is your first premise true?
Yeah, that stuff goes. Yeah, that sediment washes down and over time, and you can tell how much
what you
shit has been piled up on top.
Right. That's not what you said.
Okay.
You said if we find dinosaurs in a given layer, then we can know their age.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so is that premise true?
Yeah.
So it necessarily follows that if you find a bone in a given layer of sediment, that'll inform you how long it's existed?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, what's your argument for that? Because I can find things, anyone can find things, be it a bone or not, anywhere in the earth and not know how old it is. And just looking at the layer that it's residing in is not informative just on its face of how long it's existed.
Yeah, you could do that.
It sounds like you either you conceded to my critique or you don't really understand what I said, which is not to ridicule you.
No, I understand what you're saying. You can go down any depth. I mean, before you'd have to assume, it's not like humans who fucked with it. But yeah, you can go down any depth and figure out how old that shit is.
You said a
conforms with
caveat that
carbon
is very
dating.
much. You said a caveat that is very much important to the heart of the matter. Now, the lesson after all this, not to extenuate this, to finally conclude and say the point, you said that this is necessarily true. The problem is the concluding premise that you said is necessarily true is concerning an inductive issue, right? Your premise that the bone is this age given the layer that it's found in is not necessarily the case. And your appeals to the empirical data is not a deductive appeal, it's an inductive appeal. So you're trying to deductively indicate an inductive inference. Do you see the problem?
No, say it again.
It's a bit much even for me. What you did was you misinterpreted the nature of the situation. You cannot necessarily infer. You cannot infer that this age of the bone is this age of the bone by deduction. You can only do that by induction, especially given the nature of your appeals. You're making empirical appeals. You're appealing to this thing that we're detecting with our empirical senses, et cetera, et cetera. That's not a deductive inference. That's an inductive inference. You can't give an inductive inference to necessarily indicate deductively the conclusion is true.
No, it's the nature of the soil. It's how much soil gets dumped into a period of time. It tells you how much time has passed.
Okay, so that's an induction. That's not a deduction. And the reason I'm
That's
saying
like
that is because I asked you the question to see where you're at. I asked you, is it necessarily the case? Notice my emphasis. Is it necessarily the case that this bone is this age, given that you found it in this sedimentary layer? You said yes. The problem is, when you said yes, you locked yourself in an insurmountable burden to where you are not able to necessarily indicate by any deductive rule of inference that the conclusion is true. So that was the error. Well, it may be true, but it's not necessarily true.
Okay.
It is. It couldn't be the case. It isn't as though. Hence, you already conceded earlier. It isn't as though if I find a bone in this layer of earth of sedimentary substance, then and nor is it the case that if I find the layer being this or that thick, then it necessarily indicates the age of the bone. None of those premises necessarily entail any given age.
The exact date, you would have to confirm that with carbon dating. But the era that it existed in, you can tell with stratification. So I can say some shit.
But you're not getting it. You're not getting it.
Okay.
So just a reassertion of the thing of contention.
Right. Your appeals, you're appealing to the bones being in this type of layer, and you're appealing to the layer being this or that thick. Those premises do not and cannot indicate that that the bone is necessarily this or that age. That's the problem.
Yeah, you can. I said it twice, right? It's the amount of sediment that gets washed over an area divided by.
You're just repeating your lore again.
You keep saying that you can't. No, I have to repeat it because you keep saying that you can't tell. And I'm telling you how you tell the passage of time.
No, you're still not getting it. You don't understand what I'm saying to you. I didn't say you can't infer. You don't understand.
No, I
didn't
understand,
say
Greg.
you don't. I know you don't. I'm about to tell you why I know you don't.
What you're saying is wrong.
Let me finish the reply. You don't understand what I'm saying to you. You don't. I did not say you cannot infer. I said you cannot necessarily indicate the premise is true by those appeals. Those appeals don't pretty much indicate the conclusion is true. Do you understand?
You can. All right. Well, you can necessarily indicate the age of a bone based on how deep that is.
No, you can't. You just demonstrated that you can't. You just attempted. You failed every time.
No, I
You,
can
you didn't even
demonstrate
know
it.
what a deductive argument was until I taught you.
Right, I had to Google it. It took me 2 minutes. That's okay.
So you actually
I'm
give
with
any.
you. I'm here. I'm
You didn't
100%
actually even
here.
phrase it in a modus ponens or modus tollens. No, you did not. You did not demonstrate that this is necessarily true. No, you didn't. The conditional premise at the beginning of your modus ponens is obviously false. Finding a bone in a sedimentary layer does not necessarily indicate that it's any given age. It could be any given age, and you find it in that layer.
You'd have to corroborate it with carbon dating, and every single time that you find a
That's
fossil
whistling
bone,
past what I
they
just
carbon
said.
date it. And...
That's whistling past what I just said, dude.
No, I'm here
It
for
is
it.
not
No, I was with it.
necessarily
You
indicated. Any
you're
given
100%
age is
correct.
not necessarily indicated by the sedimentary layer that it's found in. The bone can be the bone or whatever else can be any age at all and be found in any given layer.
Well, if they buried you 6 feet deep, they'd say you were in the modern age. If they found you 5 billion feet deep, they'd say you were from the Mesozoic era. Or some
That's
shit like that.
irrelevant. It's
That's 100%
irrelevant.
how that is everything
It's
to do with
irrelevant,
geological
dude. That is
stratification.
not relevant. It's
No, it's
irrelevant.
relevant.
It has nothing to do
It's
with what I just
relevant.
said to you. Dude, what is the point that I just said to you, dude?
You're
What's the point that I
insisting
just
that
said to
there's
you?
no way of inferring the age of a bone
No,
that
not
you
what I
find in the
said to
ground.
you. No.
Hey, that's what you said.
No. It's not
Okay,
what I
say it
said
again.
to you. No, it
Say it
isn't.
again. Say it again. I'm listening. I'm listening better this time. Greg, say it again.
No, it's not what I said to you. I didn't say you cannot know.
You said
I said you
necessarily
cannot
indicate.
necessarily indicate. There we go. Finally, those appeals don't necessarily indicate that the bone is any given age. Finding a bone anywhere in the earth or finding anything anywhere in the earth is not going to necessarily indicate that it's any age.
Sure does.
It can be any age, can be found in any layer.
No, it does.
Okay, it's just ipsy dixit contradiction. You're not engaging anymore.
I would love to engage with you. That's why I'm telling you.
You just
You
contradicted
have
me without any good reason, dude.
I'm telling. Well, let me say it again. The sediment
You
washes
already
over a certain
failed the
spot.
modus ponens.
Right.
You
Let
already
me.
failed the modus ponens, and I refuted the first premise.
Yeah, but
You're
you're
just
wrong.
repeating yourself and contradicting me without any good reason.
The reason is that you can prove the age of a bone based on how deep that shit is in the soil.
Okay, you're just repeating the very thing. We just went through all this. So we're not going to
Well, you're
extenuate
wrong.
this. You're obviously just invisibly ignorant, dude. You
Okay,
did
so
not
what
say
happens when you
any
find
deductive
something
argument.
deep? How do you?
You said
All right.
modus
So how do
ponens.
you?
You said a modus ponens. You said a modus ponens, and you didn't even complete it. I completed it for you. And the first premise is false given the refutation I just said. And after I said the refutation, you just contradict me without any argument. You don't say any
You don't have
argument with any rule of inference to refute what I just said. The
You
first
don't have a
premise is
logical
obviously false.
refutation.
Finding a bone or anything anywhere in the earth is not going to necessarily indicate that it's any particular age. It could be any given age and be found in any given layer of earth.
Yeah. Okay. So 1,000,000 years of soil wash over an area. You dig down and you find a bone. How old do you think that shit is? After 1,000,000 years of soil wash over it,
Have no
you just
fucking
don't know.
idea. It could have. It could be
Dirt
1
got there.
second
That
old
we know
or
when that
1 million years old.
we know when that dirt got there. You can look at fucking volcanic timetables, dude. Like you can time the fucking volcano, right? And ash goes up. For example, this is just one example. Okay,
This is an
that shit
irrelevant
happens every
red herring.
5,000
Red
years.
herring, dude.
This is
Stop.
100% relevant. These are the
No,
clues that
it's
people
not.
use to tell the age of the
No,
soil.
it's not.
Yes,
Now
it
you're
is.
talking about the layer, knowing the age of the layer, not the
They were
bone.
we've been talking about knowing the age of the layer and using that to tell you how
we're
old the bone
not.
is.
No, we're not. You
You want to
digress
talk about
to
age
the
of
age of
bones?
the layer. No.
It's a different
No.
conversation, Gregory.
Stop.
No, we're
Stop.
going to talk about bones or dirt. Bones or dirt, Greg.
What I'm telling you, stop. You are lost.
Listen, no, I'm right here with you. You want to talk about how old bones are or how old dirt is?
I'm talking. You're just replying and delaying the reply. We initiated this about the bones. Then your appeal concerning the bones was the layer. Now you're persevering to digress about the layer after I refuted you about the bones.
Yeah, you confirm it with carbon dating, but the layer is the hint to how old it is. Like you can tell an era based on the layer, how deep that shit is.
The age of what are you talking about?
The bones. Anything in that soil, actually.
Again, So your appeal to stratigraphy, stratigraphy, I'm gonna say it right eventually, is weak. Is
I don't think
not
so.
inductive. It's an inductive appeal.
It's not inductive. How is it inductive?
You're appealing to empirical particulars to generalize. That is not an instance of to general principles that, if they are true and comport with the supporting premises, necessarily indicating the concluding premise is true. It's
No, I'm not
categorically
appealing. I'm not saying scientists said it, so that's it. I'm saying that shit gets buried over
It
time.
was an irrelevant
Volcanoes
reply. That had
explode.
nothing to do with what I just said to you.
You're saying I'm
You need
appealing
to
to
tell me what you didn't
empirical
say, what you
data.
didn't say when it
I'm
has nothing
not
to do with what I
saying
just
that
said
it's
to you.
true because it's
You didn't
true.
need to
I'm
tell
saying that.
me that what you said is not what you said. You don't need to tell me you didn't say what you didn't say, which is
I haven't said
irrelevant
the
to what I just
word.
said to you, dude. I just
I haven't
told
said
you
the. I
your
haven't,
argument is categorically inductive. It's not
dude. You're the
deductive.
one. You're the one speaking Latin over here, dude. I haven't said empirical one
You even
time.
made commentary about my volume.
We'll get
Your
to
reply
it.
is irrelevant to what I said to you. Your
My,
argument is not deductive. It's inductive.
my worth going into a bit of logic theory. I don't know if he knows the difference between inductive and deductive.
I don't think
So
he does either,
maybe
even after giving the lesson.
I don't think it matters, dude. Shit gets buried over time. That's a fact.
do you know the difference between induction and deduction?
Inductive means that the project comes from itself, and deductive means that it comes from other things.
The fuck?
Right? Is that it?
No, no, not even close. I feel like I need to explain this in my baby language. So inductive is about possibilities, and deductive is about drilling down into very specific certainties. So when you're talking about inductive in a general sense, it's like, oh, this could be true, that could be true, blah, blah, blah. Deductive is about eliminating things that can't be true based on logic. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're using induction, you're not proving anything. That's what Gregory's trying to say to you.
You want me to use inductive reasoning?
No, deductive, because deductive is more specific. It eliminates things that can't be true, right? So when you
It's
say stuff like,
categorically
well,
what you need.
right,
Categorically
exactly.
what you need, given that you're trying to argue that your conclusion is necessarily true, given your premises. And the premises that you appeal to don't necessarily indicate the premise is true. Finding bones in the dirt or in any layer of dirt do not necessarily indicate its age.
Exactly.
All right.
So,
All right.
sorry,
I'm gonna
I know the way of explaining it is like very, very basic, but I feel like he needs that. So, what we're trying to get to is something that's necessarily true, right? So, at the moment, we've got, say, if I made the argument, I know that the grass is green because goblins are green. I mean, the conclusion is correct, but the argument is bunk because it's not like grass isn't green because goblins are green. It's because of chlorophyll, right? So what we're trying to get to is an argument that necessarily proves what you're trying to claim, not just a kind of a more generalistic. Well, we've got the age of soil because we've got a calendar, and this is all very general, very vague stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So looking for something a bit better than that.
All right. So I need some sort of measurable observation of stratigraphy. All right. Let's try volcanoes. The timetables for volcanoes.
I just said that.
No, not gonna work.
No.
Is a time, look. Okay, look. What is that?
The timetables for volcanoes. What is one specific volcano?
No, you just mentioned a thing. What is that?
The frequency at which volcanoes go off.
Okay. So, what about this are you appealing to support your conclusion?
So the volcanoes release soot into the air, and you can tell time through stratification based on, the soot and the soil, right? So like, let me find like a deductive example, like fucking This one goes off every 10 years and puts 20,000 tons of soot in the air. So you'd see that in the soil when it lands. So every 10 years, you have a layer of soil with soot on it. You know?
Okay, there's that idea. How do you know that this mountain has been exploding and erupting in that consistent, unbroken pattern up to the present time?
Because every 10 years, people have to get off the island.
Have to get off the island because why?
Because the volcano is exploding and releasing 20,000 tons of soot into the air.
But do we know that
Okay,
that's
so
happening?
how do you know that? How do you know that's been happening for every 10 years for 20,000 years?
20,000 years? You might know back to 2000. But you kind of just have
So
to...
you just undermined what you just said. You just talked about 20,000 years of eruptive activity.
As far as written history goes, about 10 years, yeah. It would
So you
stand
don't
to reason
know.
that it keeps going. No, I
So
would
you don't
believe
know
it.
that.
For sure that works, dude.
Like we don't need to.
I
We
mean,
don't need to obfuscate. Just stop talking back. You
every
don't know
10 years
that.
for 2,000 years, 100%
You're
that
just
works,
trying to
dude.
suppress the reply again. Stop that.
Okay, so you see the flat Earth you're standing on. Don't you think it goes flat forever, or are you just gonna believe that?
Like,
No,
you're
I'm
just
not.
trying to
I'm
suppress my
talking.
reply,
It
dude.
works, dude. It's
Stop.
written history recording explosions every 10 years, dude. It
You're
goes
just
back
trying to
20
suppress my
million
reply.
years. No, dude, it works. And then you look at the soil, how
You're just
deep
being
that shit is.
suppress my voice. Stop.
There's even layers of sediment, dude. It's
He needs to be
soot
moderated.
at a
He's just trying to
regular lift.
suppress my voice. He's not letting me
Well, it works.
reply. So he's just multiplying words to obfuscate the fact that he just said a reply that completely undermines the initial premise he said. If you only have records that don't go back the entire time, if you don't have any means of knowing the supposed span of time that the supposed pattern of eruptions have gone, then you don't know the proposition is true. You just admit that you don't have any means to know that the eruption has been happening in that pattern over that span of time of 20,000 years, supposedly. You just conceded you don't know the proposition is true.
No, you go down into the dirt and you see the regular stratification layers of soot. You'd be like, oh, it's gone back 20 million years.
So you're
Every
just
single layer of soot is
presume
10 years.
that this pattern happened.
No, you look, man. You can see it on the Grand
You're
Canyon.
just presuming it.
Hmm?
When you look
No, you
at a
can
layer
see-
of dirt, that does not at all necessarily indicate, nor even strongly indicate, that it is this old. It's
Yeah, you have to
ridiculous.
get-
You can have
yeah,
a
you have
quantity of dirt maybe 1 second old or a billion years old. It's stupid.
No, you have to look at it. It's you have
There's
to
a lot
take
of
it
science
all.
behind that, to be honest.
Looking at isn't going to either. You can look at anything and it be any age. These are terrible arguments.
No.
I mean, surely that just undermines mathematical modeling in earth sciences, meteorology, and any ability to
brother,
know
just go look
anything based
outside.
on, like, there's a lot of science behind understanding these things.
So you believe, but you're
I'm
just talking
to Gregory. Don't
supposed
interrupt.
to be necessarily indicating the concluding premise is true. He has not given any argument by any deductive rule of inference to do so. Just looking at dirt and seeing the quantity of dirt that's there, those appeals do not necessarily indicate it's any age. You can look at any dirt or anything at all and it be any age. And you can look at any quantity of dirt or any quantity of anything and it be any age.
No, of course not, dude.
Argument.
I mean, how much, to what extent do you understand the process of modeling the lifespan of things like dirt and rocks, etc.? How much do you understand about that process?
Me, at a fundamental level.
I mean,
But, I mean, it
also,
makes sense.
science doesn't necessarily pursue an objective truth like that, or a concept of an understanding of how old the world is ever evolving.
So you're not even
Like-
attempting to attain knowledge. Okay, so you forfeit.
Well, no, obtaining knowledge is a continual process. It's Hegelian dialectics
even
of
attempting to do so.
proposition,
But
the
you're
whole
not even attempting
synthesis
to
of
do so.
knowledge.
Gregory,
But you said
listen
you're
to
not
him. Let him
attempting to do so.
speak.
Well,
Let him
well,
speak,
first
Greg.
off,
You're not
you
condescending
just.
to me and belligerently bulldoze
I'm
everyone else's
sorry.
voice. You're sitting
No,
up here
I
trying
was-
to
Why
obfuscate
is he
past the
permitted to
reputation
do
I just said
that?
to the other guy.
Gregory, listen to
Why
this guy.
why is he permitted to interrupt people like that?
Yeah, you're sitting up here
I'm
trying
just-
to
I'm
obfuscate
listening
the
to
reputation
Gregory.
I just said to the
Gregory
other
is the
guy
top boss.
while you condescend to me with these red herrings.
If I'm coming across as attempting to condescend, that's not my intention. I'm just saying that you're belittling an entire science without, explaining the method by which they do it and critiquing that particular method beyond simple visual observation.
It's him explaining it, right? So
No,
after
I'm
he demonstrated that it's a terrible method to try and necessarily indicate that it is indicative of the premise being true. It's not even strongly indicative inductively. Now, unless you have something else to add to the conversation concerning that subject, rather than just whining that I'm not believing your worldview, I would love to hear it.
My apologies if I'm coming across as provocative, but in this previous discussion, which I don't know the full context of, were any scientific studies involved?
Say again, what?
So were any studies of actual, looking at rock formations or dirt and, actually looking at the whole process involved in that discussion and proposition?
No, we didn't read articles or papers or whatever. No.
No, so in which case, there's a lack of evidence on the side of the proposition and one person can't speak for an entire process, especially, an entire field of science. Earth science is massive, So it's really like
what just happened. All this lecturing is irrelevant. I'm critiquing him and his position. I wasn't critiquing.
All right, if you want to
let me finish. I wasn't critiquing the category or the method simpliciter. I was critiquing his replies to me. That's it.
I mean, yes, in which case there's a weakness of his argument, but it just the statement sounded very broad, so that's all I was interjecting.
Okay, so there's that. So we completed refuting this terrible inductive argument, an invalid deductive argument that he didn't even bother
Don't say no to still wins.
Either way, it's a very weak inductive argument or a very terrible deductive argument. So it's garbage. So next.
Your argument is against the method of dating these layers of sediment.
Right. All right, I had a poor logical phrasing of what I was saying. I'm going to go ahead and try and rephrase it properly so you don't yell again, because you're freaking out. All right. If you have written records of volcanoes exploding over time, and they conform to, the soot layers, the geological stratification, going back millions of years worth of soil, then you can assume that the fucking volcanoes are going off at a regular period of time. You can use layers of soot to decide how long that shit how old that shit is, how long that shit's been in the dirt. You get it? Is that good for you? Is that like the way you wanted me to say that? Greg, G-Man, Leighton.
Hey
Gregory
guys.
Leighton.
So I'm coming from someone that's been in the Air Force. I've literally seen the curvature of the Earth on the horizon with my eyes.
Okay, well,
I
I'm
understand the
speaking to
fascination
Gregory
by
right
flat
now.
Earth, but I just wanted to chip that in.
Okay, no one cares that you were in the military. Why would you bring that up?
I'm just saying, because I have firsthand experience over 40, 50,000 feet, flight level 50 or so. I'm just trying to tell you that it's funny you guys sit here all day and talk about this, but I can definitely let you know that there is curvature on the horizon.
You're not being a very good steward of the profession right now. Were you in the United States Air Force?
What do you mean I'm not being a steward?
Were you in the United States Air Force?
If I was in the United States Air Force, and I was air crew on B-52Hs.
Let's go. Where'd they station you at?
Station
Is Greg on Deafin?
Deployed Air Force Base, Alameda Air Force Base. Flew multiple missions. Some of our stories were over 30 plus hours, or above altitudes where you could actually see the horizon. And
let me guess, you were stationed right on the horizon.
Yeah, so if you see the curvature from the plane, if you see the curvature from the plane, you should have no problem producing it at ground level then.
I'm just telling you
No, I get it. You're telling us what you
Right.
saw.
Now, like, and then even from a flight plan perspective, when we type in steer points and coordinates. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
So
they'll
yeah,
find.
So
it's
also,
funny. It's funny though that no
also
one can
from
show that on the surface.
Did you
People just
steer
have
your
to
plane
rely on their
down?
perception and hope and just
well,
hoping that's what they see. We get it. You
When
aren't
you
the
were
Hey, hold on,
steering
first.
your
Hawk.
that's
Let
plane
the
the
down?
problem is
pilot
like
talk. Can you let the pilot
we
talk?
have photographs of it, but
No,
every
he already
every
spoke.
time that we show every
You
Yeah.
time that
guys
So
we
don't
show
want to know the
photographs,
you
truth.
it's
have
always blamed
pictures.
The
like it's
pilot's a
You have
puppet
misread.
right now. You're
pictures.
insane.
Yeah, you have pictures. So just show it to us on the ground. Show us the ground curving. That'd be great. We've
Well,
all looked out
I
the
guess
window.
you could
We've all looked
probably
out the window of a plane and thought, "Hey, look, it's curving." Well, the windows are
well,
curved. Your eyes, that's the way
well
your eyes work.
airlines.
A lot of people say they see
So
the curve from the beach, bro. That's the way your eye looks out of your periphery. So yeah, just show the curvature on the ground then.
Hey guys, it's
Yeah,
game over. The
okay,
eyes are
so
curved.
he thinks
We
it's so
cannot
funny we're here
ever.
talking about it, but that's where it ends. Like, well, I saw it from a plane. I've seen pictures. We have pictures. Well, good. Show it to us on the ground now. Show
With
us the
his
ground
curved
curving.
eyeballs, he saw it, so it doesn't count.
Eyeball guy, enough.
there's various examples, like
You're lagging
especially
out
when it
there,
comes to
Wing.
projectiles and how to actually
Hey,
target
back out
them.
and come back in. Or is that just
Yeah,
is it
sorry
everyone
guys.
or just me?
No, he's
I am
roboting a little
driving.
bit.
Yeah, you're unintelligible.
Do
All
you
right,
see the
Kelly.
curve? Yeah, do you see the curve out of your windshield while driving too?
People have demonstrated you can see the
All right, you
curve
guys.
from an airplane window at ground level.
You guys
So
aren't pilots.
can
Why
I
don't you just
talk
shut up
now?
and let the
I
dude
want to
speak?
make sure I'm not. I haven't even been able to talk yet, and I understand I'm lagging, so just let me know if I am. But so from a ground level perspective, when it comes to projectiles as well, we can see the curvature through.
You're roboting. You're
You're going.
roboting is
We
actually
have
ruining your
turbulence. We
paper.
have turbulence.
Laser.
You can't understand him.
Few laser. Sorry, guys.
Convenient
I'm
that as soon as the evidence comes through,
driving out
he'll never serve
in
us.
the middle of nowhere right now.
I think he needs to go buy some internet.
The Earth must be tilting away from the satellite.
One
Yeah,
pound
what
of
about his
internet,
satellite
please.
internet?
So much for all those satellites, huh?
You guys are so happy that the pilot couldn't speak his piece.
Kelly, turn your
Why don't you
volume
guys
up.
care what pilots have to say?
Why did Greg deafen?
Because
Is he
he's
mad?
Because
busy.
the pilot was trying to speak.
Kelly, you guys can't be like, let the pilot speak. When you had the pilot instructor go on Nicktoon and all he did was overtalk him, tell him how stupid he was, shut his mic off, you racist as fuck. So don't be like, you care what pilots think. You guys don't give a fuck what
Wait, is
pilots
Mick
think.
Toon in the room right now?
New information. Like, you're so cog-dissed out. You're so cog-dissed. You don't want to listen to what the pilot has to say.
Okay, hopefully I'm not lagging again. I'm sorry, guys. So we have sensors from the ground that can show some sort of curvature as well, measured through, like, say, a targeting pod that uses a laser to laser designate. Eventually, that laser actually comes off the alignment a little bit due to the curvature of the Earth. And I don't know if you guys can look up INS alignment. That's a big deal in the Air Force with our weapon employment. So that's like a basic sensor level I can give you there. Of course, there's also examples at a beach. You can see sailboats from a distance that you barely see the sail. As they get closer and closer, you see more of the ship. Stupid stuff like that, which I'm sure you guys can refute. But I know from my first-hand experience, there are sensors for weapon employment that do also prove you have to account for the curvature of the Earth. I can try to give more examples if you need it.
All right, Mr. Pilot. Now I have a question for you. On your attitude indicator, is the horizon flat or curved?
So all the attitude indicators all are avionics. They're all tuned for that degradation of where you're at that point in time on the curvature with what is it? The gravitational. There's some sort of gravitational input that goes into play with that. It's calibrated for the gravitational force.
Wait,
so
but the
no
line
matter
that
where
the
you're
line
on,
that,
at Earth,
that
of course,
differentiates the line that differentiates the blue and the brown, is that flat or curved?
Okay, yeah. So that line, of course, is flat because
Thank you very much.
It's giving you it's giving you the attitude within like the. It's a dude. That's an avionics gauge that's giving you the attitude.
I've
within
never
like
heard
20,
this
30
before.
miles.
This is brilliant.
Isn't that amazing, Peter? I got him.
I know, that's awesome.
No, that doesn't. That come on, guys. Like the
Welcome to
avionics
Flat
in the flight
Earth.
deck is not
Welcome
trying
to
to
Flat
take
Earth.
into consideration.
Glad you stopped in, dude.
That's-
Welcome to Flat Earth, man.
I mean, just because an
Game over.
avionics gauge gives you a flat horizon for your alignment and steering indications doesn't mean anything when it comes to flat Earth. Now, what does mean a lot
to be
is
honest with you, I think it means everything.
Although, Rich, it's a ball,
So
right?
what-
The artificial
what-
horizon is a ball.
No,
what
it's a screen.
does what does
Well, the old school
what
ones
does mean a
are
lot
ball.
though? Yeah, the ones in our flight deck
Scientists
are
are
actually
tripping
a
together
ball
now.
because they're the old.
Yeah,
Shut
this
up,
is
Gregory.
an ancient
You are.
airplane.
We did what you were unable to do,
What does-
Gregory. I
what does
convinced him of the flat Earth.
What does mean a lot though is the steer points that we input for latitude, longitude, and our MGRS coordinates. They actually would not line up properly if flat Earth was true, because they are also taking into consideration all latitude, longitude that you see
That's what big avionics wants
from
to see,
just a science level, right?
So, Wayne,
I know there's a lot
in the
of conspiracy
cockpit of the
behind that. Whatever.
B-52, in the cockpit of the B-52, is the windshield curved or straight?
Right.
Okay, so is it
The
just
windshield planes of
sarcastic
glass, there's
retarding,
like
or
seven
is there going to
different-
be an argument now?
Are they curved?
No, they're all
So is it
flat
just going
planes
to be
of
a
glass.
bunch of
There's like seven
sarcastic
different
retarding,
panels.
or is there going to be an argument?
Flat planes in the cockpit of the B-52.
So is there going to
Gregory,
be
we
any
were having
argumentation now, or just sarcastic
conversation, and you deafened, if I remember correctly, and you left. Right in the middle of it. You got upset and you left. You couldn't talk
any
about
relevance to what I just
stratification.
asked?
Yeah, were you talking about debates? You want to have a conversation? Let's have a conversation. Let's kick it back up. Let's talk about stratification. Older shit on the bottom, newer
he
shit on
deafened again.
top. Go. What a loser.
Say again.
But
Oh, he's back. Say it again.
Old shit on the bottom, Greg. New shit on top. Go.
Hey guys, looks like he's
Fuck,
right.
is that
The
supposed
cockpit
to,
has
how's that
flat.
supposed to be a springboard for my
flat
reply?
Yeah.
How's that supposed to be a
Dude.
springboard for my reply?
Yeah, hold on. It's
I don't know, man.
posturing.
Figure it out. Do your modus tollens. Do
Or
your
just
logic
figure
or
it out-
whatever.
Figure out what the hell what you mean by what
Yeah,
you say.
form your modus.
Are you
Form
saying
your
anything
modus.
meaningful?
It's posturing. It's called posturing.
Form your modus
Right.
ponens.
Yeah. Hey, Mage, get to the back row.
I've been here, dude.
Down in
As though it's
front.
supposed to be a meaningful springboard for me to reply
Black
to.
Mage to the back row. You're punching way outside your weight class right now.
Impossible.
Gregory's one of the four fiends.
Oh, are you his
the
coach?
top
He's
level
on the
boss.
corner. You're talking to his ear. I'm on the back.
Gregory's
I'm on
very
the back
easy. Let's not hype him up, Grit. He's a very easy guy. Come on.
I'd like you to demonstrate how easy I am.
Well, I have on.
Ooh, that sounds like an invitation to a date.
It did. That does
Gregory, that
sound-
was easy. That was easy.
Let me show you how
enjoy that
easy I
reply.
am.
You lose credibility when you indicate that
So
you
I'm going
have
to go
sex
ahead and
with a man.
demonstrate how easy I am concerning whatever you're talking about.
Well, I
Yeah,
have.
all right,
I've
does anyone have
over
20
and
bucks?
Over and over again. We've all seen it. We've all seen you get whooped, Gregory.
Go ahead and demonstrate, not chant.
The demonstration would be you going back and looking at the footage of me and you talking.
Greg, post your PayPal. I'm gonna send you
Demonstration,
20
that's a
bucks. I'm gonna
direction.
show everyone how easy you are.
This is a cue for you to say an argument.
Whoa,
That's what
whoa,
the
whoa. Black Mage, 20
If you're
bucks
not
is 20
intelligent enough
bucks.
to grasp the meaning of the
It doesn't really.
I'll spell it out for you as why what it means. It means you give an argument about whatever you think you embarrass
doesn't
me
excite
about.
me too much anymore. I smacked you too often now.
Oh, now you're not
I'm
interested.
good. I'm good on
Yeah, now
smacking
you're not
you
interested.
today. Yeah, I smacked you too
Which is
much.
your usual pattern. You're not interested in actually engaging in debate. You just want to taunt.
Well,
Peter worked really hard
when we talk about subjects, you don't even seem to know what's going on. You seem confused all
You
the
have
time.
some more deflective ridicule rather than actually debating a subject. To
You're
demonstrate how
good. You're
easy
good,
I am.
Gregory. It's okay. It's okay, easy opponent. Okay.
Yeah, some more taunting and no actual demonstration that I'm easy.
I already told you the demonstration that you're easy is going back and
Yeah, that's
looking at
not a
footage. All I
demonstration.
gotta
That's
do.
a direction.
Yeah,
So
but
evidently,
there's
you
a
don't know the difference between
demonstration in
demonstration
the
and
direction.
direction. So, given that you don't know the difference between demonstration and direction, you obviously couldn't possibly give a demonstration that I'm easy concerning refuting
You
me
are.
about anything.
Could a
You can't
video
even
have
recognize
a
basic categories. You
Gregory,
can't even
Gregory,
distinguish the basic
Gregory,
difference between these
Gregory,
categories. You
Gregory,
literally can't
Gregory?
distinguish the difference between demonstration
Ah, he's
and
freaking out.
direction.
He's freaking out. He's freaking out. Can
Yeah,
a
now you're
video have
gaslighting and
a
taunting again because I embarrassed you
could
again.
a video
Very easily, might
ah
I
he's
add.
freaking
So the
out.
irony is that you
He's
called me
freaking out.
easy, and yet again, I
Could
demonstrated
a
that you're the one who's
video
easy concerning
hey,
humiliating and
don't freak out.
embarrassing you
Don't
about
freak
any
out.
point of
Don't
debate.
freak out.
You can't even
Don't freak out.
demonstrate that I am
Don't
easy about
freak
any
out.
subject, and I just demonstrated
Don't
that you are
freak
easy
out, Greg.
about the subject about me being
Fuck
easy, which
me.
is false.
He's freaking out. Okay. Could a video
Yeah,
demonstrate
keep
something?
taunting.
Answer the
Yeah, keep
question.
taunting.
Could
It'll
a
work
video
eventually.
demonstrate something?
Yeah, keep talking. It'll work
Yeah, run
eventually.
away, run away, run
Yeah,
away.
run away. Yeah, run away.
Could a
Yeah,
video
keep taunting.
demonstrate something?
Yeah, keep taunting.
It cannot, Matt.
Yeah,
Yeah, keep
exactly.
taunting.
It's
It
worth
can
run away.
it can obviously demonstrate that there's a video of something. How is what?
Yeah, but the lens are curved, so it doesn't count.
No, but like Avengers Endgame is evidence that Avengers Endgame exists.
Yeah, it demonstrated that Captain America was worthy of Mjolnir.
Yes, that is canon. That is canon.
No, but Rich and Matt, just think about it, right? When you're watching a video, you're using your curved eyeball to watch a video taken using a curved
Peter,
lens.
stop
So you
repeating
have
this
Yeah, but I have a
curvature.
curved monitor, so they cancel each other out.
Peter, Rich, stop
Good
repeating
point.
this unfunny joke. It's literally
The
exhaustive
thing,
any and all humor.
You're
the
okay,
thing about
Gregory. You're
TV,
okay.
the problem with TV is Richard Nixon saw you guys coming. He said the American people are so stupid that if you show them something on TV, they'll believe it. That's all it takes to show it to them on TV. He was
Yeah,
I
talking
am
about
not
you
a
guys.
flat earther.
He
He
made
was
them
talking
believe
about
that he
you.
talked
He
to
said
the
all he's
moon
got
over
to
the
do,
phone.
he can show you anything he wants on TV, and you'll fucking believe it.
You'll show me
Use the
anything you want for
landline
$20.
to talk to the moon.
Let me ask
The
a question
landline.
real quick. Yeah, that's interesting, right? Let me ask you a question. Has there been any flat Earth presidents yet? Any?
President, like presents from Santa Claus.
That was
Kennedy,
a
but
flat
they
Earth
killed him.
president.
Oh,
President.
well, definitely not Kennedy.
Not
JFK was
the hell
about
is a
to
flat
was
Earth
about to come out.
ever since his country started
Obviously, a
going to the
president that
shitter,
believes in the
that's when
flat
they
Earth,
became
Gregory.
globalies.
Obviously not
One
obvious.
small step for
He didn't
man.
say
Gregory,
flat
do you
Earth
read?
president.
McKinley.
He said flat Earth president.
One
Pay
small
attention, Rich.
step for Flurfs, one giant leap for Flurf kind.
One small step for man. One
That was
large
like
step
almost
for
funny.
man.
He almost had a joke.
Yeah, he
Getting close.
stuttered and stammered through his own rendition.
George Washington thought the Earth was flat.
Did he?
True story. No, that's not true.
No.
He had wooden
See how
teeth.
gullible
so it
you
doesn't
are?
count.
See how gullible you are?
Oh.
Again, you being easy.
George Washington
There's a
got
demonstration.
Gregory,
There's a
Gregory,
demonstration.
you know the smack.
There's a demonstration.
Gregory.
Yeah, you don't like how easy that was. Yeah, you don't
George
like how that I'm clever
you know the
more
smacks
clever
you've
than you.
taken,
Yeah, you don't like
you know
it. I
the
don't care.
smacks
Keep
you've
run
taken.
away. Run away. Run away.
You know the smacks you've taken.
Run away.
You know the smacks.
Run away.
You know
You
the
guys could look
smacks.
up how
Keep
George
running away.
Washington died.
How do you die?
Yeah, check it out. You would probably call it a Darwin Award.
I just learned that there's John Wilkes Booth's brother was president for 3 American president assassinations.
Coincidence? I think not.
Okay, we all know you watch The Incredibles. Thanks.
Do you like The
Was that in,
Incredibles?
was that in The
Gregory?
Incredibles? I learned that from a Vsauce video. Is that in The Incredibles?
Yeah, it was Dash's teacher.
I wouldn't know because I didn't watch The Incredibles, dude.
Yeah.
Do you know like what page of the script it was on too, Gregory? You got like encyclopedic
No.
knowledge of The Incredibles.
Can you cite The Incredibles? Can you post your source?
What's your deductive argument that Dash is that fast?
Now, it's amazing how quick they are to think of these cavils and these silly ass retorts, but they have almost stultified brains when it comes to saying a logically sound argument concerning these points of dispute that this channel is designated for. It's really weird.
Gregory, you're gonna be okay. Okay, you're gonna be good.
Relax.
I will.
You'll be all right, Gregory. You need a virtual hug, Mr. Gregory.
$20.
See, there it is again. So
Come
quick
on.
to give these
Hey,
cavils, so
listen,
quick to
cut the
give these
pride.
bad
Hold on.
human retorts, but
For a
they
second,
delay
cut the
forever
pride.
and a
For a
day
second,
to actually say a
pride.
logically
You need
sound
a hug.
argument concerning
Hold on,
the subject
Gregory.
this channel is designated for.
Gregory, cut the pride for a second. You need a hug, man. Be honest.
Cut
Be
the
honest.
pride, he said. The
Hey
irony.
guys, bring it in. Bring it in, guys.
Irony
Group
and
hug.
projection.
Bring it in, Gregory. Bring it in.
Group hug.
Irony
Everybody
and
in here.
projection.
Matt's into fulfilling people's fetishes, so.
I mean, $20 is $20. Would you not
Timbo,
agree,
how
Timbo?
you been, man?
You know, Timbo,
How you
I
been,
do
Timbo?
recognize that observation. Yeah, he's kind of like fixating on touching me and calling me easy and shit.
Yeah, you want a hug, Gregory? Oh, you want
No, I don't. 50 feet. 50 feet.
Ah, unfortunate.
Give me 50 feet. Back the fuck up.
Did you get me? The Onyx.
All right, is everyone
that the
calm
Onyx?
down now? We can unmute Callie so we can tell everyone about how no one listened to the pilot, even after we gave them like lots of leeway through all the connection issues and kept making space for him to talk.
What did the pilot say? Let me guess. He doesn't use the Earth as a sphere.
Yeah, but it's a sphere anyway. Because
Okay.
of some sort of targeting laser that drifts.
In a
Is that a
plane.
wheezing laugh?
He's got a targeting laser in his plane.
I guess he pilots a bomber.
Oh, he's a bomber.
Yeah.
Gee, thanks for unmuting me, Crit. Sorry if I was acting a certain way.
See how difficult it was for him to apologize and it wasn't even sincere.
No, it's good. He sounds like he took his meds.
That's funny.
All right.
What's been going on? Has Matt been proving the globe, has he? Seems he teamed up with Rich. Some other guy.
But yeah, Crit, you brought it up. Crit.
What?
Yeah, matter of fact, once Wing mentioned that he was a pilot, in came Old Hoss to create absolute chaos and not let the guy speak at all. And then all of a sudden he's losing service. It was really weird. That was interesting. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, 'cause-
they're in on it.
Yeah. Are you saying that we made him lose service? Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all.
The conspiracy runs deep with you, Callie.
Conspiracy quack.
Coming from a flat earther is like the level of irony.
Why
No, it's strange that this is what it all came to.
Dude, I could iron my shirt with that irony right there.
That was bad. Get off the stage. Get off the stage.
No, you don't tell me what to do.
If you're worried about conspiracy theorists, you don't need flat earth for that. The vast majority, by a large margin, of conspiracy theorists have a problem with flat earthers too. So you could do that. You could go say, hey, Alex Jones, I hate flat earthers. And you'd be like, I hate flat earthers too. And you could
Yeah, you
talk
guys would be
all about
mates.
conspiracy. Yeah. Just be buddies.
Yeah, flat earthers are what brings
Now,
you guys
see,
together.
You guys are like, the truth is, you guys are like free range chickens. Like, I know you're living a lie. So you're like free range, you know? You can just snipe at you all day.
What the fuck is the analogy between free range chickens and liars?
You don't snipe at free range chickens, bro.
Yeah, I can snipe at
It's
atheists.
not a well thought out analogy.
I sounded
And
like
atheists,
Kelly
yeah.
wants to go snipe hunting.
Hey, you don't snipe at animals that you're farming. Like,
I mean, I thought you were bad at humor, but I didn't think you were bad at figurative language like that.
Oh, you're a vegan too, Kelly.
See, you're all trying to gaslight because you know you hate me deep down.
Oh, now
Because
you're
all I
going
do is
to give a
expose how
critical
stupid flat
analysis of
Earth.
us.
you're
All I
gaslighting
do is
yourself.
expose how stupid flat
Denying
Earth
to
is.
yourself
That's
that
why
you
you're
just
so
said
upset.
something totally stupid. We're just trying to help you.
Right, the irony right here.
I just look
He's
at you guys
ridiculing
like
us for
chickens with your head
gaslighting
cut off.
him, whilst he gaslights us for saying that very thing.
He's posturing
Thanks for the
again.
meta review. We were all here. Okay, we know what's going on. Thanks.
You're posturing.
Giving meta review about me giving meta review, ridiculing me for meta reviewing.
Yeah, you meta review everything like nobody heard it.
See, we were
We
here. Just
all heard it. We don't need you to review everything.
You said that, Kelly.
Instead of reviewing what people say, what happens in the South on a flat Earth? Can you answer that?
A whole bunch of shit.
The dirty. The South is very dirty on the flat Earth. Now, on the globe Earth, you would have Florida Man is very difficult to explain because you got right there.
Okay, you don't want
zero.
Gregory to answer that question?
No, sure. Go ahead, Gregory. He
Then
did
shut the
answer. You
fuck
missed
up.
it.
Yeah, I
Okay,
did
Gregory
answer you.
didn't get to
Did you
answer because you
did you my
decided to
answer?
speak
What was
for
my
him.
answer?
Are you his daddy? Crit,
What
are
was
you
my
his daddy?
answer?
He did answer.
You're
He
not
just
engaging me
missed it.
now. I'm literally engaging him. He's not engaging me now.
I'm wondering
What
if
I said
Crit
to you?
thinks he's your daddy.
And he's still not engaging me. So talk about the other thing instead of focusing on the thing he initiated. He has the attention span of a fruit fly.
All right, do your best. What happens in the South? Go ahead.
A whole bunch of shit.
What happens in
That
the
doesn't make
South?
sense. A whole bunch of shit is not a coherent response.
People live in the South.
Where is the error in that lie?
A whole bunch of shit doesn't explain what happens in the South on a flat Earth.
What happens in the South, Kelly?
A whole bunch of things happening in the southern region of the Earth. The fuck are you
So
asking?
you don't understand the question for flat Earth?
In the global South or the magnetic South?
No.
You don't even understand
he
the
doesn't
issue.
realize how
Below the equator, the latitude lines
stupid
are a
his
greater
question is.
distance. It takes a
What
greater
happened?
distance to
Below the
travel along
mean
the line of
poverty
gravity.
line or below the?
Yeah, he's just persevering to talk to me again. He's asking what is happening.
You want
in
clarification? I'm giving it to you.
upon analysis of the question. There's nothing specific about the question. What is happening in the southern region of the horizontal surface of the Earth? A whole bunch of shit, not just one thing.
So you don't understand the issue of flat Earth,
Which is not entailed by what I just asked.
It takes
By
a
what I
greater
just
distance
said.
travel along a line of
Did you hear what I just
latitude
said?
in the south
Did you hear
than
what I
in the
just said?
north on a flat Earth
Did you
map.
hear what I just said to you?
You don't
What did I
understand
just
the
say to
issue.
you?
Let me post these two
What did I
pictures
just
to you
say to
again,
you?
since you still don't get it for
What did
whatever
I just
reason.
say to you? What did I just say to you? So you can't even recall what I just said to me, though it happened 10 seconds ago. So he obviously doesn't have the attention span to sustain a dialogue about the issue that he initiated.
I'm waiting for you to respond to my question.
I'm going to keep waiting.
What
Just like
happens in the
Dory,
south?
short-term memory loss. I answer, doesn't engage, repeats the question, pretends as though I didn't answer in the
See,
first
Crit
place.
wanted to save you because he knew you would duck and dodge like a pussy. You can't address it. Crit tried to save you. He thinks
You
he's your
mad.
daddy.
You mad. It's not my fault that you have the
Well,
attention
you got
span of a
all
fruit
these
fly.
guys protecting you. They all play Captain Save-A-Ho because they know
Not
you're a
my
real
fault.
flat earther
Not
and
my
they're all
problem.
LARPing.
Not my fault that you have the attention span of a fruit fly. Not my fault.
They're all LARPing. You're a real flat earther. You really do think the earth is flat. They
Fix your
know this shit is
connection.
dumb as fuck.
Fix
Okay?
your
You can't
connection.
explain this out.
Fix your connection. And focus on the subjects that he initiates attention on.
This is such a simple thing to acknowledge about the flat earth. You have to be like a second grader to comprehend this. It takes nothing to comprehend the difference between flat and a sphere.
What are you rambling about?
Do you know what shapes are? You know the difference between a 2-dimensional flat surface and a sphere and a 3-dimensional sphere?
Yeah.
Okay, you see where this is going? Flat Earth proposes that Earth is not a globe, it's a sphere. That's the proposition from Flat Earth. Are you a flat earther?
Flat Earth supposes that the Earth is not a globe, that it's a sphere.
Right. So when you look at
right, no, not
the
right.
distances between land masses on a globe,
right.
I said right. Yeah. When you look at the distances between land masses on a globe,
wrong.
Right,
so
they're different
wrong.
than if Earth were flat.
Let's suppose that the Earth is not a globe, but it's a sphere.
Can you answer? Do you know what's wrong with
he
flat
really
Earth?
doesn't realize he just said a flagrantly false proposition. You do realize that Flat Earth supposes that the Earth is not a globe, but it's a sphere? No, it doesn't. It's analytically false.
Nobody said that.
You literally just said that, but you're not paying attention.
Oh well, dude. Are you gonna address the argument?
Oh well.
Greg, do you have easy access to firearms?
Do what? I'm gonna ask that question before my head.
That's a random ass question.
It's just a concern for me.
Okay.
Yeah, who's the
I mean, you're
concerned
really beating around
crybaby?
the bush, Gregory.
No, time out. Who's the concerned little crybaby? Trying to cause problems? Who was that?
We're on to you.
Some loud retard wants to interject.
Was it Gramps?
It might be.
It was not me, old house.
Well, did you hear who it was?
I didn't see who it was. I heard someone
What
say.
was the question?
Never mind. I'll go back and look. Never mind.
Yeah, go back to not being a part of the conversation. I mean, flat Earth is completely useless in real life.
That's why
people
it's all
that
we talk
navigate
about.
and want to know
That's
the
why it's the
difference
only
between
thing
land
we talk
masses,
about.
they
Can't
use a
do it
globe.
right
Everybody's
around
using a
something
globe.
that, according to you, is totally useless. Every day, day in,
Long
day
distances,
out.
like people that fly
All I
airplanes,
can focus on
people
is
that
something
launch
that
satellites,
turns
they
out
launch rockets.
planes is useless.
They're all using a globe. They calculate the Earth to be a globe.
Whatever. It's practically treated as
So
flat.
you can never actually finish your line of scrutiny, or you're just going to keep reflecting from your own line of scrutiny. Literally did that at least 3 times this morning. Did he leave? Yep, he left. Mods, may you unmute Black Mage, see what he says, see if he can engage in something?
He's not here.
As soon as I said it, he left.
All right, we got one left.
Hey, can you flat earthers explain?
We still have him. Oh, sorry, we got someone else. Go ahead, Grandpa.
Yeah. Could you flat earthers explain how you could see the glare of the sun under an airplane around sundown and sunrise?
Reflecting off the Earth. Next.
It's reflecting off the Earth? That's your answer? It's reflecting off the Earth? The Earth is so reflective that it can reach out 20,000 feet into the sky?
From the sun to the Earth to the underside of the plane. Next.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. Do you think the Earth is so reflective that the beams of light can go all the way up to 20,000 feet in the sky?
So you're asking me about the answer I just said to you? Did I give the answer that I just said to you? Yeah.
Well,
see, your problem
it's a yes or no question.
That you
so
kind of
you say yes.
up. You fucked up when you said flat earthers don't have an answer as your proof for the Earth is a globe. Because as soon as Gregory gave you an answer, you sunk your battleship.
Did I? You're putting words in my. You're putting words in my mouth. I said, "Can you guys explain?" I didn't say you guys don't have an answer. I wanted your explanation. I've never heard an answer to that question.
Even though I just said one to you?
Well, even though I just followed up with another question. Did I say that wasn't an answer?
You said no one gave you an answer after I gave you an answer.
You must have trouble following conversations. I was giving the reason I asked the question
for no good
initially.
reason. Now you're talking through me because you're trying to do damage control.
No, you just don't understand how conversations work. I was giving the reason I asked the question in the first place.
Before you.
Well, you're not saying anything worthwhile. So do you have any experiments that show that the Earth is so reflective that light can reach 20,000 feet in the sky by shining light onto the Earth?
Are you saying because we haven't manipulated the cosmos, particularly the sun and the earth, therefore we can't know that the sun's light is reflecting off the earth and also touching the underside of the plane? Is that your argument?
What's the first thing you said? We haven't manipulated the cosmos? What'd you say?
Are you trying to argue or insinuate in one way or another that because we didn't manipulate the cosmos, specifically the sun and the earth, in an experiment, a hypothesis test, that we can't know that we see the light's reflection from the sun coming from the earth?
Yeah, I mean, you could do that test very easily. What are you talking about? Hold literally anything above the earth.
Manipulating the sun and the earth.
Am I what? You broke up. Am I what, the sun and the earth?
Please explain to me how you're manipulating the sun and the earth and the plane or whatever else in this experiment.
Why are you saying manipulate the sun and the earth? We're observing the effects of the light from
hypothesis
the
test,
sun.
aka experiment. That's a part of the experiment, to manipulate the independent variable.
You have to manipulate the variables in order to test how reflective the light from the sun is.
You don't know what an experiment is?
I do, actually. So you're saying that the light is coming from the earth.
Do an experiment. You said to me that we didn't do an experiment to verify our proposition.
Did I say we did do an experiment? Are you putting words in my mouth again?
Manipulate the cosmos, especially the sun and the earth and the plane or whatever else, in order to verify the proposition?
Are you putting words in my mouth again? When did I say we did do an experiment?
So no.
Well, you just put words in my mouth. You said I said we did do an experiment. I never said that.
Putting words in your mouth, I said no. And then after I tell you no, I'm not putting words in your mouth. Then you tell me
You literally put words in my mouth.
Even though I didn't put words in your mouth, I asked you a question.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. Did I say we did do an experiment? Did I say that?
No. Are you going to answer my question now?
So why did you say I said that then?
Are you going to answer my question now?
So when you say I said that, you're putting words in my mouth. Is that correct? Yes or no? When you say something I didn't say, are you putting words in my mouth?
Yes or no?
But why are you not answering my question? I mean, I'm just speaking with someone dishonest.
Your question. Are you going to answer my question now? Yes or no?
Well, actually, probably not. If you're so dishonest,
So
you're not going to admit you put words in my mouth.
I don't need to answer your question. You're just going to ignore my question.
I think I'm going to have to if I'm speaking to someone who's so dishonest. What's the point of talking to you?
Yeah, you're dishonest. You're not engaging in good faith. You explicitly conceded that you're just going to ignore what I'm saying to you because you're not moved to engage.
I am, because you're not admitting that you put words in my mouth.
So you're done.
I think I am done. You're too low IQ to understand it.
I know you just didn't say that.
So why do we see the light sun underside the plane? The light's reflecting off the earth and hitting the plane. End of story. Did you do an experiment to verify that? Are you trying to insinuate that we need to manipulate the cosmos, specifically the sun and the earth and the plane or wherever else, to see if this can happen or not? Well, diversionary tactics, deflective ridicule.
You could literally hold anything, hold it 10 feet off the ground of the earth. You won't see the light reflect up to the bottom of whatever you're holding. It's a very easy experiment that you could do in your backyard right now. I dare you to hold a phone 10 feet off the ground of the earth and tell me if the sun is reflecting.
Is the
Tell me if the sun is reflecting off of the earth onto the bottom of your phone.
Above the earth. Is the atmosphere conditions 10 feet above the earth the same as several thousand feet above the earth?
So tell me the effect that atmospheric conditions have on light. Tell me the effect that atmospheric conditions have on light.
No,
they're not. No, they're not the same. Now answer my question. Tell me the effects that. Tell me the effects that atmospheric.
What's the difference?
Tell me the effect
What's
that
the difference?
atmospheric conditions have
What's
on
the
light.
difference?
So you don't know.
What's the difference?
So I answered your first question.
What's the difference?
Now you're not
all
answering
my
my
clouds
question.
got like
You're just
all the
continuing
clouds
to
I'm looking
ask
at right
questions.
now. Look, I'm looking at the clouds right now, and some of them are pure white, the thinner ones, and then real thick ones have like a hair of gray at the bottom. But then like the outline is white. It's just a little portion of the bottom that's gray, not the whole actual fucking base of the cloud. And then when the cloud, I'm staring at a cloud next to a cloud, so there's a thick cloud and then a not thick cloud. The not thick cloud looks pure white all the way through. Light goes all the way through that bitch. And then the other one has a little bit of gray on the bottom. So I mean, I think it just depends on how high you are, what distance you are. Like, can the light actually? Because if it's a source of light that widens from source outward, and you're in the path of the widening, it's going to touch the bottom of your shit if it can. If it can, it will. Right?
And what experiment do you have to say that?
What do you mean? I'm looking at the fucking clouds right now, stupid.
What experiment do you have to say that the
Look
light
at the
can
clouds,
reflect
you
off
fucking
the earth?
retard.
So
Look
you
at the
have
fucking
none.
clouds, you idiot.
He's just going
So
to
you have
repeat the
none.
question after the answer was just given to his question.
What
Yeah,
the
it's not
fuck?
an answer. You're saying, oh, I think. What experiment do you have to prove
Which is not
anything
what he
that
said
I'm
to
saying?
you.
I think anything. I didn't say I think it. Well, not one time. I said I'm looking at the fucking clouds.
Look
I
at
am
this.
looking at the clouds. Where'd you see here
It's a
thinking
very
that?
simple question. What
You're the one
experiment
thinking
have you
that.
done to show that
He's
it's
actually,
reflecting
You're
off
the
the
only one
he's
not
actually
thinking.
asking us a question that he claims to have the answer to. So why don't you just answer your own question and then tell us how you know that to be the answer?
could very easily answer the question. When the sun
Yeah,
is
go ahead and
setting,
answer it. Because I
when
know
the
it's
s-
your answer. It's actually not a question for us. It's a question for you because you're the one who thinks he has the answer. So what's the answer?
It's a very easy answer. The sun
Give it.
is when the sun is setting, it's below the angle of where the airplane is.
It's
The
physically
airplane is
below.
actually
So it's dropping below a curve.
The clouds that the sun is
and the
farther
rays of
from
light
are
are hitting the
white.
bottom
Hold
of
on,
the
it's
airplane.
dropping below a curve, right?
The clouds that the sun is farther from are whiter at the bottom. The clouds at the right above that have the most gray.
What does my question have to do with cloud size?
So it's dropping below a curve.
Answer him, heretic.
It's dropping below the horizon, yes.
No, a geometric horizon. Okay, can you demonstrate that the horizon is geometric?
I mean,
And
a
there's also
second grader could visualize this. If you can't
Well,
visualize
I didn't ask for
I don't know what to tell you.
visualizations. I asked for evidence. I can visualize what you're talking about. Now, can you provide evidence, measurement, preferably, of what you claim
Yeah.
is obstructing the sun?
It's observable evidence that you can see with your eyes.
What is?
You could see that the light rays coming from the sun directly match
Well,
what
okay, I can
you
see
would
that,
see if they're
sure.
reflecting off of the bottom
I
of
can
the
see
airplane.
that, sure, but what I'm asking for verification of is your interpretation of how that happens, and I would request direct measurement for that.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'm not going to give you direct measurement because we're on a Discord call.
you're not
But
gonna get
Okay.
if you
Alright, so
see
it's
the
just a
plane
bare
go
assertion.
nose down
You just have a bare
towards the
assertion.
sun, you'll see that reflection goes away.
That's nice, but I'm asking for verification of your interpretation of how that happens.
I gave you an answer of what's happening, right?
Okay,
And
but
now
you
you're
didn't
asking more
Evidence, not
questions on
verification.
calculations.
you didn't get to the verification part that I'm asking for.
What would you like me to provide you to provide?
I already
adequate
told you, direct
verification?
measurement of
Guess you don't
geometric
know how to put your
horizon.
position.
What would you like me to measure?
Guess you don't know
Okay,
how to
I
put your
guess,
position.
yeah, you don't really know what you're supposed to do at this point, so I'll just post a picture and you can just point to the geometric horizon that you think that the sun falls over. 1 second.
Okay.
Because I'm confused. I don't see it in this picture. The thing that you say the sun goes over, I don't see it, so maybe you can just clear it up for me. I'll be right back.
Okay. Sounds good.
There you go. Can you
We're
point to the
talking about
geometric horizon?
airplanes. We're talking about airplanes now.
So what? It's the same surface that you say the sun falls over.
Show me a picture of the Earth, the sun, and where an airplane is, and then I'll show you what the angle is.
Oh, wait. So it doesn't have a geometric horizon when we're at the surface, but it does when you're in an airplane?
Well, you're talking about proving the point that I made about the light hitting the bottom of the airplane.
No,
Right.
that's not the point. The point was how you said that happens. The sun falls over a curve in a geometric horizon, so that means there would have to be one in that picture I just posted. It would have to be everywhere.
Right,
Because a sphere is continuous
said makes
surface
total
curvature,
sense.
so it would be everywhere.
I'm getting a phone call. I gotta go.
Yeah, sure you do. Bye. Good time to bail out.
Let's call it ejection, just like that plane.
If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen.
The escape procedure.
Do not compute. Eject. Eject. You hear how confident he was with that question? Like that was just supposed to be such an insurmountable enigma to us. Well, how do you explain the sunlight on the underside of the plane reflecting off the Earth? Next.
Yeah, I mean, like, I respect you guys, like, actually trying to answer that and stuff, but the one thing about it that annoys me is that when they're asking questions like that, it's almost always because they think they have the answer, so it's like, just a question for you, then. Well, that's how I see it.
Oh, you're right. You're right also.
And if you're so confident in your answer, then why didn't you just start with giving that instead of asking me the question?
That was the coward's way to make a claim about something.
Just to eventually concede that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And it's as if it's as if the validity of what they think is the answer, right, relies on your answer. The question.
Yeah, like theirs is true by default just because you didn't give one that they'll accept.
Exactly.
Well, shit, you're the one who claims to know how it happened, so you get to work proving it. I don't care.
Cue the Jeopardy music. All right. Do we have an answer to his question? Any response? Going once. Going twice.
Wait a minute. Are you acting as though we didn't answer his question?
Oh, not at all. No. Well, who was it?
What was the answer that we said?
Was it you?
What was the answer that we said?
Well, he was looking for a response.
We said I was the first person to reply to him. What was the answer that I said to him?
I don't think I was directing this to you.
Okay, well, I'm asking you. I was the first person to reply to him, so I will be the most relevant person to ask concerning answering the guy's question. So, what did I say to Grandpa?
If the gentleman's here that would like to restate his question.
Why does he need to restate the question for you to recall what answer I said to his question?
Why are you doing this like word salad jujitsu? I was just having fun. You're kind of just shitting on it. Very sad.
Word salad jujitsu? You were just having fun, you said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going in circles.
For an ejection. Anybody going to answer his question? Anybody going to answer his question? I even gave him the Jeopardy music with my vocals. And you're going to treat me like that.
See what you did, Grandpa.
Sorry.
Like, obviously insinuated that no one answered his question, even though I was the first person to answer his question. But
Go on, Jesus was black. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I said and acknowledged that I answered the question. So I explicitly asked them now, what did I say? What did I just say? Oh, I wasn't listening. Oh, I don't feel like listening to you. Oh, okay, because that demonstrates your intellectual superiority to me, right? Just your explicit bigotry and bad communication.
Well, now Grandpa's even deafened himself, so.
Right. La la la, I can't hear you.
Was Rich embarrassing the globe again?
What do you think?
I think yeah.
You think right.
Hey Gregory, I posted something in the side chat that's relevant to what you were saying earlier. It's not just that the light reflects off of surfaces, it's so powerful that it can actually give you sunburn.
No, you don't have to shout at him. You have to shout at him, but don't shout at him. All of this vitriol against me, explicitly by name, not Ethergress, not Heretic, not Crit.
People just don't appreciate you, Gregory.
You got
They don't
fans.
appreciate your style.
You triggered them harder. Good job.
Teach me.
You are a top-level boss. Very few Glovers can approach you in an honorable manner, respectful manner. All they got is, ridicule and insults. It's not easy. It's not easy to be a Glober when you're around, Gregory.
I guess I'll take that compliment.
Take it to the bank.
Cash, money all around me. Psych.
Having said that, Gregory, I zealously persevere in my pedagogy of delivering my refutation to the previously stated retort while conforming to the style of the discourse hereby agreed upon by the parties involved to assure the coherence of the environment in which it takes place, by a priori establishing the epistemology of Euclidean geometry and the entities derived from it, such as, but not limited to, a plane, a straight line, and ultimately the ever so pertinent triangle, I definitely conclude, to your chagrin and despair, that indeed the establishment a posteriori of the Earth's spherical nature and the inevitable measurement of its curve is not only possible, but within the grasp of an average, curious, and genuine inquirer. By asserting the paradigm of Euclidean geometry, I persevere in my conclusion that we can deductively show, via the exegesis of the Euclidean triangle, the flat Earth truism that 2 points of equal elevation are always co-located on the same horizontal plane. The exploration of the other case of curved surface clearly shows that such 2 points would, again deductively, exist on 2 distinct horizontal planes. Through this we arrive, by inducing within the paradigm at all times, at the conclusion that our measurement closely matches the latter case and diverges by a huge margin from the former. The veracity of the aforementioned flat Earth characteristic cannot thus be maintained versus the measurement in nature.
The measurement concerning what? What did you measure?
It is the premonition of this upcoming conclusion that is causing your premature retort. Yet I shall finish, I shall reach the ultimate point of my exegesis.
Your what? Your what?
It is the premonition of this upcoming conclusion that is causing your premature retort, yet I shall finish, I shall reach the ultimate point of my exegesis.
Exegesis? What do you
exegesis?
That made sense to me.
Yeah, you've got your hands on a very wordy Magic 8-Ball, dude.
I'm very amused by this. What are you exegeting?
What am I exegizing?
Exegeting.
Exegeting? I'm exegeting the shape of the air fitting.
You don't exegete non-text.
Anyways, bye bye, Flat Earth. I just proved you wrong.
You're not exegeting anything. It's category error. Can't exegete non-literature. So you didn't tell me what you measured. You just said that you're exegeting non-literature, and that my reply was premature.
I told you exactly what I was measuring, but you didn't listen. Should I repeat the whole thing?
What did you measure?
Well, you didn't listen, did you?
What did you measure?
Should I restate?
What did you measure?
Guys, Gregory wasn't listening.
The points.
What did you measure?
I'm sorry, I cannot do the thinking for you. I gotta go to a meeting, but I'll be back. I'll read it to you again, okay?
So, not tell me what you measured.
The curvature. I exegetized the
Oh.
curvature of the premonition of the pedagogy.
I pity the people you're meeting for this meeting.
Are you going to
You
the
should.
meeting? Are you about to go to a meeting to go do the measurements now?
Make sure you have the app.
Yes.
You serve it to them. That's something.
Whatever that was.
Maybe they should look outside. I don't know why I was muted. I might have been cutting out. I don't know. But when if the sun is dropping below your feet, then that means every fucking tree, every shadow that you see from underneath something should never exist. When the sun's dropping below that way to the west, everything in the west would be lit underneath, from a frog's ass to a tree's bottom. What's he talking about?
Can you say that again? I liked it. I like the way you said that. From the tree to everything you say. Boom. Just bust a riot. Put your hands where my eyes could see.
Ask him why you got to get under a tree for shade if the sun's dropping below and hitting you under the tree.
Nah. Well, the floor is open. Anyone else? Jeez, what are you doing?
Remember to pull that tape.
Sounds like you're grinding ice.
Me?
Yeah.
It's a cardboard box. Which is funny because there's an ice machine back at the place. I mean, nobody. Nobody, baby.
Looks like we have a relatively large panel. Relatively little to say.
Yeah.
Hello to all you out there in YouTube land. Feel free to click on any of the links in the description, which will lead you ultimately to here. We can have a chat.
Sideshow. The entire side chat is a sideshow. It's like sideshow circus bullshit right now.
I was actually just thinking the same thing, Ether.
I was tempted to say more about it, but I don't really want to dignify any other kind of response towards it. It's just sideshow bullshit. And I hope all is well.
Oh, yo, are we arguing about how the Earth is not flat?
Yeah, not arguing about it, not unless you want to make a claim.
Well, I mean, what are we like arguing right now? Like, what's the combo?
Well, what do you hear?
But I'm here to debate.
No, I asked what you hear.
What I hear?
You hear
Oh,
the argument?
I heard that the Earth is flat. That's what I have heard.
Okay. What do you experience?
Yeah. What do you experience?
Well, I've been in a plane, and yeah, that shit is not flat.
Post a picture?
Case solved, guys. Case solved. It was that simple, really.
Okay, get in the plane. All right. What? You saw a ball outside the plane window?
I saw a curve.
Okay, a curve. Did the plane window curve what you were looking at all?
Nah, I mean, it looked kind of normal to me.
What? It looked normal. What does that mean?
It's just like a regular window.
Okay.
Like a window in my house, like that. You know?
No.
Can you post a picture of the? Can you post a picture of what you saw? Let's take a look together.
I don't know if I took a picture. I mean, I'll see if I got something.
Maybe it's just a fever dream then.
Oh shit. Fuck. Yeah, I wasn't high enough in this picture. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that you would be.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I wouldn't.
Try to debate.
I wouldn't think that you would be, because I mean, 128,000 feet isn't high enough. 250 miles isn't high enough. So I don't think that cruising altitude would be high enough.
Wait, hold up. Didn't like Jeff Bezos go in like some like rocket ship or something, and like the Earth wasn't
Oh,
flat?
thank God! Yes, the billionaire solved it for us. Good. We can finally put this to rest.
Shit.
Yeah, he sent up a retired so-called astronaut, right, who'd never actually got to go very high during her career, and she was very disappointed to not see the curvature of the Earth. He made an announcement publicly.
Hold on, wait. Let me ask though. Okay, so when like flat earthers try to like prove that the Earth is flat, how come every time they always end up proving that the Earth is not flat?
Give an example.
When did they do that? When did they do that?
Shit. I don't know. Honestly, I think there was like this test with like some light or some shit, and they would like.
That sounds pretty
Just some
rigorous.
vague thing you remember from TV, right? So just some vague thing that you remember. You can't describe what they did.
I don't know.
how they
I'm
did it.
sold.
Typical Glober.
I think it was rather compelling. I'm pretty much sold on the globe after hearing this. Some light or some shit. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna let's close the VC down.
So so no one's trolling here? This is like
Globers are definitely trolling. Definitely, because they have no evidence for a globe, so they can only troll.
Wait, what about like the guys who went to the moon, like Neil Armstrong? What about them?
Did they?
Yeah, what about that?
Was it flat? Was it faked?
Do you recognize that you're actually going through a script? Like you're bringing up talking points that go into conversation like you would like it to, and then the fire dulls out. So then you try to light another fire with another obscene question, like no
I mean,
one
it's
has
a
ever
valid
said
question
that
though.
before. No, you're just sounding like another NPC. I'm walking through Skyrim, and you're just that guy coming out of the woods asking me if I seen his dog.
Huh. Yeah, no, you stumped me. Yeah, I'm an NPC, guys. You got me.
So on
my hands
TV
are up right now. I'm on my hands and knees high.
So on TV they said that some men,
to the flat earthers.
they said that some men landed on the moon on TV, and you're like, well, that's it. I got to be living on a ball.
I mean, the moon is a ball, no? Do you guys think that the moon is also flat, or no?
Not necessarily. I don't know. I don't know what the moon is.
You seem to know exactly what the moon is, then, sir. You've been there. Oh no! I'll just take the words of men.
Footage,
yeah, that's a good job.
Why would you relate the two?
Why would you relate the two?
Yeah, I like this voice chat. I like you guys. You know, this is fun.
And why relate the two?
I want to make a cane pole telescope because light bends. I want the to bend like a cane. Get my cane pole telescope out.
Who surveyed the moon anyway to know what shape it is?
That's a good question. I mean, shit.
Neil Armstrong surveyed the moon. He took out a theodolite. Started taking measurements.
Wait, what about like Mars though? Like, is that also flat?
I don't know. It's a light in the sky, bro. You tell me.
What about like all the shit?
Why relate the two? Why compare the two? Why compare them?
I mean, Mars and Earth are pretty similar, no?
No.
No.
No?
They're not.
You don't think so? They're both planets, man. I mean,
do you see trees on Mars? Do you see oceans?
they're both planets, bro. They're both balls
Wait a
in
minute.
space. Oh shit!
Starters,
I wasn't supposed to say that.
Yeah, but that's the claim, and we're asking for evidence of it. For starters, Mars clearly moves. Does the Earth?
Yeah, it moves around the sun. Revolves around the sun, no?
Okay,
just because children draw Earth as a planet on a cartoon depiction of on a piece of paper and then color it with crayons. And then
wait, hold on. You said prove that the Earth revolves around the sun?
Yeah, prove that it's in motion.
Okay. So you know how we have the lunar eclipse and shit? There you go.
Well, what did that prove? Other than we have a lunar eclipse.
What about like? Oh wait, shit, that wouldn't work either. God damn it!
What, you can just say lunar eclipse or solar eclipse and therefore globe? Like, give your fucking head a shake, man.
Well, I mean, I see some stuff in the sky moving around. I still don't experience any motion of the ground, though.
The problem is that
the Earth spins, bro.
Well, now you're just asserting it. I asked for evidence.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of science behind this. I mean, I can't name it, but like it's there though.
Well, how do you know it's there if you can't name it?
Yeah, maybe the scientists are like paid actors. Maybe that's what's going on. You know, it's all
that's
just
you
a
saying
ploy.
that, not me. I don't even know what scientists you mean. Which ones?
Shit.
No,
I don't know.
Listen, watch as soon as going.
Probably find someone.
That
Let
you
me look
think
up.
the observable
Study
phenomenon
that proves the Earth is round.
No, his girlfriend's, boyfriend's, uncle's, father's, grandfather's, right, cousin told him that scientists said it's true.
What's true?
Your claim.
Oh, that the Earth is round, or
Well, according to you, but you're supposed to Google your evidence for it before you came and claimed it. But
Do you know you know that coins are round, many coins and frisbees and flat round tables are also round?
Hold up, don't they do like that like ship thing where you can like go to the edge of the Earth or some shit like that? Is that like a real thing?
What edge?
You're making a claim. Earth
Isn't
is
the
round. That's just nonsense.
No, I mean, wait, what? Wait, are people
Are there
arguing?
any other globe earthers in the room? Can y'all get your man?
No, I'm just an NPC who's here to talk about how the Earth is round.
Yeah, I'm done with your question.
You know why you believe it's round? Because when you draw Earth on a piece of paper and color it blue and green, and then drew Mars as a round circle as well on the paper, you think that's where you live, on the drawings.
Where?
You know the solar system that you drew when you was a child with the sun, Venus,
Yeah.
or
Oh, is it flat? Is that what
and
you
you drew the Earth as a round circle and you painted it colors. That you believe you live there.
Okay. But what's your point?
That you don't live in a cartoon.
What? I thought I lived in like Looney Tunes or something. I mean, that's just me though.
Oh, yeah, I did notice that.
Oh shit.
You live in your body, and your body is on the ground. And when you want to look at the ground, you look down. And when you want to look at the luminaries, the heavens above or the sky above, you look up.
Just message me.
You look up.
Who is Gemsy? Wait, hold up. I mean, while we're here, can I have like some evidence that says that the Earth is flat? So maybe you can like change my mind.
Yeah, there's
Level
this stuff
60 of
called
100.
water.
Oh shit. Yeah, no, I'm just a what level am I? Yeah, I'm just a level 2 politics journeyman.
You heard of water?
I don't think he caught that.
Yeah, there's this stuff out there called water. Covers the majority of the Earth's face. When it comes to rest, it forms a flat horizontal surface.
Water?
Yeah.
And horizontal, meaning not curving, right? Horizontal lines, zero slope.
No curve. No ball.
And okay, I'm confused. What are you trying to? I'm confused. How does this relate to the Earth being flat though?
The oceans are the surface of the Earth, right?
Huh?
You're losing me here. The oceans are the surface of the Earth, right?
Sure, okay.
So if that Earth was a ball, those oceans would have to be curving, right?
Yeah, like with the Earth shape, yeah.
Yeah, so the water then would not be horizontal like it is. It would be curved over its surface.
No, but it's because the Earth is so big that you can't see that shit unless you're like up in space.
Okay. Well, who saw it then to know that it's not what it actually seems to be?
I'm sorry, Heretic. You were on the right track with the water. Tell this guy to
just
Google.
loses
He
me.
likes to Google a lot. This globe guy.
So biggie.
Google.
So biggie
Google
his argument.
what is a water level, Mr. Google, my globe Earth. You hear me?
Mm-hmm. What is that, a lot? Okay.
Yeah, it's not a lot to type.
What is a water level? Your vestibular
What
system.
is a water level? It's a tool. Google what the tool does. Go to Home Depot and buy one. And then you measure that water to not be horizontal, and I'll go back to the globe.
Yeah. But so far, you're just telling us, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks horizontal, but it's not. You're just basically denying all of our experience. Like, we need something better.
Okay.
It's your experience too, and you're just going, nah, I didn't really like that, bro. Trust me. But like, why? Why would you think it's the opposite of what you experience it to be?
Yeah, don't deny reality.
Maybe I'll come back with evidence. Are you guys like in here most of the time or something?
24/7.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna make a
All right.
prediction, and it's not based on the globe predictions. I'm gonna make a prediction that you're not gonna come back with evidence.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
That's just a post diction.
You're gonna come back with questions, and that might be a good thing.
Yeah, no, you stumped me. Yeah, this is. Maybe shit. Maybe the Earth is round. Damn.
Well, you're not really mind about it, so I mean,
I found a link. It says 5 ways we could prove the Earth is round. Can we discuss this? I found a website.
Yeah.
Heretic was trying to say something there.
If you legitimately want to look into those.
That's okay. I was just trying to praise him, but he didn't care. That's
no. You say I heard of other guys or something. I don't know.
Get some rest, man. You sound like you're tired. Have a nap or something.
Yeah, I'm a bit tired right now.
Just get some rebuy.
Wait, what? Wait, how can I share my screen? What the fuck? Am I not a high enough level for that?
Bingo.
Bro, they're trying to.
I guess you've never been the victim of porn bombing.
Do you actually believe that you're gonna Google search 5 reasons why the Earth is whatever round?
Yeah, that's exactly. I'm exactly on that website. Is it the one by?
We've never seen it before or something. You know that we used to believe on the fantasy globe as well, right? We used to, not anymore. We used to believe in it. You still believe in it.
What changed your mind?
We looked into it.
Water.
We looked away from the TV and the cartoons, and we looked at reality, at water, at the real thing.
Yeah.
And then
I
we
went out
found out.
and bought. Oh, sorry, Jen.
Oh yeah, nothing better than the real thing.
And that what was that proof?
Wait, I'm confused. So, like, what happens at like the edge of the Earth and like the water just ends? Does it just fall off into space?
You fall off. Yeah, you fall.
No,
But what about gravity though?
It's the shape of its container, right? Having
There's an ice wall that prevents it from falling.
There's like a little like barrier, like invisible force.
Water needs
not,
to be in the container.
Not necessarily. But it is contained, of course.
You would be pulled towards
the water. Contained.
By what? I'm confused.
Once you get a container,
there's no turning back.
A barrier of some sort.
Haven't
you ever seen? Have you ever been to a swimming pool?
Yeah, there's a fucking wall. Oh, do you guys
frozen.
think there's like ice walls or something that blocks it? Is that what they?
Not necessarily.
Water can't fall.
I feel like I've heard something about that. So there's like a big ice wall at the edge.
The ice walls are a globe claim, yeah. The ice shelf.
Ice wall controlled by the government.
Well, that's a globe claim. That's not a flat Earth claim. That came from the globe.
This is just politics now, bro.
Talking about ice shelves. That has nothing to do with flat Earth, yeah. But we know that water needs to be contained, and we need to have a shoreline somewhere. Very simple.
You know that on the globe you have ice walls declared by the United States Geological Survey, so they are the ones that label those ice walls the ice wall. So that's not people in here that did that.
Wait,
So
who messaged me? Where do I see that?
Who says the water goes to the edge of anything?
I don't know. I mean, that's just what I'm seeing on the maps for flat Earth. Oh, I found the chat.
Well, you're looking at stupid shit. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, no, this is what I'm confused about. Like, you guys are saying it's flat, but I'm not hearing like actual. I mean, you said water level, but like.
But you're saying it's a globe, and we haven't heard anything except for I looked out an aeroplane window.
Didn't I say like lunar eclipses or something? Like, it wouldn't be possible if it was flat.
Off your document with your 5 FE proofs, yeah? Globe proofs, sorry.
I don't know. I'm just going off of what I've heard. I don't know. I fucked up by saying that. Damn it. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. Fuck. Oh, you're kind of fucked.
You're saying everything you hear, you believe, right?
What you guys are saying, or just? No.
No.
Yeah.
No, that
maybe.
You heard somebody tell you what the flat Earth is, and then you believe it, and then you come here asking us questions about what somebody else said, which isn't us, and then you want us to defend the claim of somebody else. You have not once asked like anything to do with what it is that we would say the Earth is, or looks like, or is described as. You can't even describe how the globe is. You don't even know the finer details of the globe. You just believe it like a religious zealot.
Honestly, I just wanted to hear why you guys thought that Earth was flat. That's really all I was here for.
Because when you go out into reality, right, you do not experience the ground as being a spinning ball in outer space, and you observe it and you treat it as a motionless plane. And others, maybe you're in a profession where you actually have to like measure it flat for practical purposes, building, construction, navigation, surveying, right? So there's 3 claims on the table which are antithetical to your direct personal experience of reality. That being that the surface that you're standing on is curved and informing a sphere. And another one is that it's in motion, right? And a third one is that you live within a pressurized gaseous system, which is sitting next to an ever-expanding available volume of space, vacuum, right? Which it is failing to expand into as entropy would dictate it should. So if you can provide any evidence of those 3 claims, right, that'd be great. But in reality, you don't observe any of that, and you don't experience any of that, you don't measure any of that, and you don't use any of that for practical purposes.
Okay. I'll consider that. I'll be back.
No, you won't.
Oh, Scott. Okay, I'm sorry, Scott. So you're saying surveyors don't utilize horizontal to determine elevation changes, having horizontal starting from a position of sea level. My mistake. No, I'm not going in the text chat. I'll even look at the text chat. Actively in the VC. Have you just come up with a new word for horizontal yet? You need one. What you guys would call horizontal is not horizontal. I think I heard someone the other day wanted to refer to it. Okay, then I'll try and remember to refer to it as the normal or something. I was like, the normal. Okay. Yeah, that's normal, right? What you think is happening underneath the normal is not normal.